Welcome to PUBG Mobile 3.4. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode and improved the game as a whole. Let's explore this new version together. The conflict between the vampires and werewolves has lasted for several millennia, and now you can take part in it as well. Welcome to PUBG Mobile's newest themed mode, Blood Moon Awakening. Allow me to introduce you to the new themed areas, where the werewolves and vampires call home. Let's check them out. The area before us is vampire territory, the Crimson Castle. It has loads of supplies, and you can access the final reward crate sooner through battle. Here, the sky alternates between day and night. Hide in one of the many coffins inside the castle to ambush your enemies. You'll also find the vampire throne there. Legend has it that activating it unleashes an immense and mysterious power. The castle's altar room contains ritual crates that contain rich loot and the activation item for the vampire throne. Additionally, crimson keys can be found throughout the map. Use them to open a portal that will bring you or your teammates straight to the Crimson Castle. Have yourself a blood-sucking adventure. Here, we have before us the ancestral home of the werewolves, the Wolf Settlement. There are various ancient buildings here to explore. This area also alternates between day and night. At night, you can activate a puzzle via the ancestral statue beneath the spirit tree. Find the lost wolf spirits to get the ancestral treasure. Lastly, let's go over the new vehicle in this version, the two-seater animal vehicle, Horse. It can swim and jump, and you can fire from it while mounted. When you're with your team, it can follow allies. It can also be fed and recalled. A horse infected with crimson energy gains an additional double jump ability. Are you ready to explore the land of the supernatural? I look forward to seeing how you fare. Now, you can use the new character transformation mechanic to join the battle as a vampire or a werewolf. First, let's go over the Wolf Warrior. Use Wolf Salve to turn into a Wolf Warrior. After transforming, you'll gain a dash ability and the ability to scale walls by jumping. Finally, they have a special Howl ability that grants themselves and all nearby allies enhanced movement speed and damage reduction. Next, let's go over the Vampiric Fiend. Use Blood Oath Extract to become one. After doing so, eliminating an enemy in either human or vampiric fiend form will generate a blood orb. Touch them to quickly restore your health. Vampiric fiends can absorb these orbs from a distance. Right after transforming into a vampire, you'll grow wings and gain the ability to fly. Fly swiftly over short distances, or swoop down swiftly to strike a target area, dealing damage and knocking enemies back. Finally, vampiric fiends can fire energy bombs that unleash crimson gas on impact. Players caught within the gas cannot use medical items. Now then, which of these two creatures do you prefer? Get in the game and try it out. In the new version, we've added several new mechanics. Within the Crimson Castle, you'll find the formidable boss, Dracula. Pick up a crimson crystal from the map and crush it to open a crimson rift that will bring you straight to his lair. Dracula has two forms. In his first form, he'll approach his prey swiftly and unleash powerful melee attacks. He may also turn into a bat and teleport beside you. After defeating him in the first phase, he'll enter a frenzied state. Dracula uses various ranged attacks in the frenzied state and also brings out a shield. But fear not, after breaking his shield, he'll take a lot more damage. Get behind cover to evade his ranged attacks. Challenge Dracula now to get amazing rewards. Moving on, we've also spiced up treasure hunting with gargoyle troves and treasure specters. You'll get loads of great rewards from them. Additionally, we've added a banner display mechanic that lets you show off your elimination count after transforming. Let everyone know your achievements in Blood Moon Awakening. In this version's updated classic mode, we added a new dual-wield firearm, the Dual MP7. It equips to the pistol slot, is agile, enjoys a fast rate of fire, but does not support aiming down sights. Likewise, we added a new vehicle, the Hovercraft. It can be operated on land and in water, and is equipped with armored glass that prevents players inside and outside from firing at each other. We've also added the Self-AED to classic mode. We hope it adds another layer of tactics. Also, the Crimson Castle Plaza themed map has been added to arena mode. Defeat enemies with your teammates in intense battles like never before. Stay tuned for classic mode update videos to learn more. With Blood Moon Awakening's arrival, you can now also fight zombies in Metro Royale's Zombie Uprising mode as a werewolf or vampire. Choose from different abilities to thwart the zombie waves. We've also added treasure specters to the Misty Port and Arctic base maps. Defeat them to get great rewards. Furthermore, we've made some room and basic feature updates. Follow Metro Royale announcements for more details. The new version brings the debut of the Maple Courtyard Palace series of home items, along with an event celebrating its launch. New stylish items await you. Don't forget to join the home competition. Unleash your creativity and build your dream home. Stay tuned for home update videos to learn more. Version 3.4 also brings Wonder Season to World of Wonder. Also, we've added a new map template featuring Erangel after a century-long drought. More importantly, vampire and werewolf transformations are now available in World of Wonder. May this bring your World of Wonder creativity to a new level. For more details, stay tuned for World of Wonder news. Plus, Cycle 7 Season 20 has been updated, with new tier rewards for both Classic Season and Casual Season. That's it for this overview of the new content available in Blood Moon Awakening. Get ready for the grand supernatural showdown between werewolves and vampires. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Welcome to PUBG Mobile 3.4. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode and improved the game as a whole. Let's explore this new version together. The conflict between the vampires and werewolves has lasted for several millennia, and now you can take part in it as well. Welcome to PUBG Mobile's newest themed mode, Blood Moon Awakening. Allow me to introduce you to the new themed areas, where the werewolves and vampires call home. Let's check them out. The area before us is vampire territory, the Crimson Castle. It has loads of supplies, and you can access the final reward crate sooner through battle. Here, the sky alternates between day and night. Hide in one of the many coffins inside the castle to ambush your enemies. You'll also find the vampire throne there. Legend has it that activating it unleashes an immense and mysterious power. The castle's altar room contains ritual crates that contain rich loot and the activation item for the vampire throne. Additionally, crimson keys can be found throughout the map. Use them to open a portal that will bring you or your teammates straight to the Crimson Castle. Have yourself a blood-sucking adventure. Here, we have before us the ancestral home of the werewolves, the Wolf Settlement. There are various ancient buildings here to explore. This area also alternates between day and night. At night, you can activate a puzzle via the ancestral statue beneath the spirit tree. Find the lost wolf spirits to get the ancestral treasure. Lastly, let's go over the new vehicle in this version, the two-seater animal vehicle, Horse. It can swim and jump, and you can fire from it while mounted. When you're with your team, it can follow allies. It can also be fed and recalled. A horse infected with crimson energy gains an additional double jump ability. Are you ready to explore the land of the supernatural? I look forward to seeing how you fare. Now, you can use the new character transformation mechanic to join the battle as a vampire or a werewolf. First, let's go over the Wolf Warrior. Use Wolf Salve to turn into a Wolf Warrior. After transforming, you'll gain a dash ability and the ability to scale walls by jumping. Finally, they have a special Howl ability that grants themselves and all nearby allies enhanced movement speed and damage reduction. Next, let's go over the Vampiric Fiend. Use Blood Oath Extract to become one. After doing so, eliminating an enemy in either human or vampiric fiend form will generate a blood orb. Touch them to quickly restore your health. Vampiric fiends can absorb these orbs from a distance. Right after transforming into a vampire, you'll grow wings and gain the ability to fly. Fly swiftly over short distances, or swoop down swiftly to strike a target area, dealing damage and knocking enemies back. Finally, vampiric fiends can fire energy bombs that unleash crimson gas on impact. Players caught within the gas cannot use medical items. Now then, which of these two creatures do you prefer? Get in the game and try it out. In the new version, we've added several new mechanics. Within the Crimson Castle, you'll find the formidable boss, Dracula. Pick up a crimson crystal from the map and crush it to open a crimson rift that will bring you straight to his lair. Dracula has two forms. In his first form, he'll approach his prey swiftly and unleash powerful melee attacks. He may also turn into a bat and teleport beside you. After defeating him in the first phase, he'll enter a frenzied state. Dracula uses various ranged attacks in the frenzied state and also brings out a shield. But fear not, after breaking his shield, he'll take a lot more damage. Get behind cover to evade his ranged attacks. Challenge Dracula now to get amazing rewards. Moving on, we've also spiced up treasure hunting with gargoyle troves and treasure specters. You'll get loads of great rewards from them. Additionally, we've added a banner display mechanic that lets you show off your elimination count after transforming. Let everyone know your achievements in Blood Moon Awakening. In this version's updated classic mode, we added a new dual-wield firearm, the Dual MP7. It equips to the pistol slot, is agile, enjoys a fast rate of fire, but does not support aiming down sights. Likewise, we added a new vehicle, the Hovercraft. It can be operated on land and in water, and is equipped with armored glass that prevents players inside and outside from firing at each other. We've also added the self-AED to classic mode. We hope it adds another layer of tactics. Also, the Crimson Castle Plaza themed map has been added to arena mode. Defeat enemies with your teammates in intense battles like never before. Stay tuned for classic mode update videos to learn more. With Blood Moon Awakening's arrival, you can now also fight zombies in Metro Royale's Zombie Uprising mode as a werewolf or vampire. Choose from different abilities to thwart the zombie waves. We've also added treasure specters to the Misty Port and Arctic base maps. Defeat them to get great rewards. Furthermore, we've made some room and basic feature updates. Follow Metro Royale announcements for more details. The new version brings the debut of the Maple Courtyard Palace series of home items, along with an event celebrating its launch. New stylish items await you. Don't forget to join the home competition. Unleash your creativity and build your dream home. Stay tuned for home update videos to learn more. Version 3.4 also brings Wonder Season to World of Wonder. Also, we've added a new map template featuring Erangel after a century-long drought. More importantly, vampire and werewolf transformations are now available in World of Wonder. May this bring your World of Wonder creativity to a new level. For more details, stay tuned for World of Wonder news. Plus, Cycle 7 Season 20 has been updated, with new tier rewards for both Classic Season and Casual Season. That's it for this overview of the new content available in Blood Moon Awakening. Get ready for the grand supernatural showdown between werewolves and vampires. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Welcome to PUBG Mobile 3.4. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode and improved the game as a whole. Let's explore this new version together. The conflict between the vampires and werewolves has lasted for several millennia, and now you can take part in it as well. Welcome to PUBG Mobile's newest themed mode, Blood Moon Awakening. Allow me to introduce you to the new themed areas, where the werewolves and vampires call home. Let's check them out. The area before us is vampire territory, the Crimson Castle. It has loads of supplies, and you can access the final reward crate sooner through battle. Here, the sky alternates between day and night. Hide in one of the many coffins inside the castle to ambush your enemies. You'll also find the vampire throne there. Legend has it that activating it unleashes an immense and mysterious power. The castle's altar room contains ritual crates that contain a rich loot and the activation item for the vampire throne. Additionally, crimson keys can be found throughout the map. Use them to open a portal that will bring you or your teammates straight to the Crimson Castle. Have yourself a blood-sucking adventure. Here, we have before us the ancestral home of the werewolves, the Wolf Settlement. There are various ancient buildings here to explore. This area also alternates between day and night. At night, you can activate a puzzle via the ancestral statue beneath the spirit tree. Find the lost wolf spirits to get the ancestral treasure. Lastly, let's go over the new vehicle in this version, the two-seater animal vehicle, Horse. It can swim and jump, and you can fire from it while mounted. When you're with your team, it can follow allies. It can also be fed and recalled. A horse infected with crimson energy gains an additional double jump ability. Are you ready to explore the land of the supernatural? I look forward to seeing how you fare. Now, you can use the new character transformation mechanic to join the battle as a vampire or a werewolf. First, let's go over the Wolf Warrior. Use Wolf Salve to turn into a Wolf Warrior. After transforming, you'll gain a dash ability and the ability to scale walls by jumping. Finally, they have a special Howl ability that grants themselves and all nearby allies enhanced movement speed and damage reduction. Next, let's go over the Vampiric Fiend. Use Blood Oath Extract to become one. After doing so, eliminating an enemy in either human or vampiric fiend form will generate a blood orb. Touch them to quickly restore your health. Vampiric fiends can absorb these orbs from a distance. Right after transforming into a vampire, you'll grow wings and gain the ability to fly. Fly swiftly over short distances, or swoop down swiftly to strike a target area, dealing damage and knocking enemies back. Finally, vampiric fiends can fire energy bombs that unleash crimson gas on impact. Players caught within the gas cannot use medical items. Now then, which of these two creatures do you prefer? Get in the game and try it out. In the new version, we've added several new mechanics. Within the Crimson Castle, you'll find the formidable boss, Dracula. Pick up a crimson crystal from the map and crush it to open a crimson rift that will bring you straight to his lair. Dracula has two forms. In his first form, he'll approach his prey swiftly and unleash powerful melee attacks. He may also turn into a bat and teleport beside you. After defeating him in the first phase, he'll enter a
And we are down to week number 3 of the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Fall Season 2024, guys. We're down to the final week with me, Chuchu and SailCloud for the final week here.
Yes, and the final week will also determine who will be the top 16 to be in the grand finals. Of course, it's survival mode this week, but for the teams up there, it's also about collecting as many starting points as possible when it comes to the grand finals, and it could be a determinator of who will be the champion for this season.
Yeah, but so far, Ozja Esports standing as mountain rock solid at number 1 for 2 weeks in a row right now. Can somebody shake them up when it comes to the final week as well? So we're looking forward when it comes to a new contender. So far, it's going to be the same names, Cloud, YG, Team Harami Bros, GE. But GE, though, the ones that used to be one of the best champions, finally have a good contender this season for the past season as well. But I'm looking at the second page. Can they make a comeback here?
Yeah, that's going to be the bigger question, right? Of whether those teams can actually be in the grand finals. We'll be looking at some of these teams who want to make a comeback, not only for this season, but also from the past season. The Singaporean teams, especially, we missed them in the grand finals. So hopefully, we get to see one of them making a big comeback here. There are also some other teams that are very close when it comes to points, right? When it comes to like teams like Risk Guys, like the Quarter, like even Glory of Dragon 7. But of course, we'll go through the numbers later on just to illustrate how close they are and what are their chances of getting into the grand finals. But of course, it's all down to this final week, and they have only a handful of games left.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty much only 6 maps per day with very few days remaining when it comes to the group stage as well. Now, looking at the numbers, of course, now we do know when it comes to the top 16, they're quite solid up there. We're not that worried about them, but we should be worried about the teams at the very bottom. But if you guys just join us, which is going to be me and Circle, we also just joined when it comes to the final week here. We're starting off our day with first map, Sanhok, as per usual, triple Erangel, wrap things up with a double Miramar.
Yes, and then we will look at these points as well. It's going to be the same all the way, even the map sequence, even when it comes to the points. Chicken Dinner will receive 10 points, and it dwindles down all the way to 8th place. Above that, 9th place onwards will not receive any placement points at all, but they will depend on the amount of eliminations per round. So per elimination is 1 point as per usual. So these will be the points that will roll in every round, and of course we'll tabulate that by the end of the week to decide on the league points, which we'll talk about that in a little bit more. And then through the league points, we will decide on who will be in the grand finals.
Yeah, but speaking of the time as well, do adjust your time zone because it will be according to GMT +8 when it comes to the map rotation. But when it comes to the scores, if you guys just join us here in the final week, we have our weekly points, our weekly ranking, our league points, our league ranking. Don't ask us when it comes to grand finals, why does team have more than the other? Because accumulated all across 3 weeks points will be up to the head start points, which gonna be contribute towards the grand finals later. So it's super important for them to finish very strong when it comes to the final week.
Oh, absolutely. You don't want to have that regret of like, oh, I lost the championship by like 1 point, 2 points and all that, right? So it has to be from the start, from the beginning. You don't want to look back and tell yourself that, oh, we should have done this, we should have done that, we should have gained that 1 extra point just to lose out on the grip of that championship. And of course, this is pretty much the same format as last season. In case you were with us last season, nothing has changed when it comes to the format. The only thing that has changed is the slot to PMGC this time, and only the champion will have that 1 slot.
It's going to be a 1 for nothing at all. It's either you go number 1 or you go nothing at this point. When it comes to at stake, a lot at stake for the teams down there. So far, like we mentioned before, Osja Esports still taking the reign at the number 1 spot, podium spot, top 3. I mean, this is going to be weekly ranking, so it depends on later how will they perform by end of this week, of course. And YG stands at number 2 with Haramebro at number 3, but when it comes to the points, YG and Haramebro, they pretty much swap their places when it comes to week 1 and week 2.
Oh yeah, so a bit of even like right now, if we look at it, right, the points are close enough at the top for them to swap by the end of the week, but we cannot deny the performance of Osja Esports at this point. Even when it comes to like the weekly performance, well, weekly best team, obviously Osja with the 2020 points that they have collected, but even putting aside like the entire team's performance, Red Bull, a player that we have talked about for multiple seasons now, he's truly showing up, and he's the current Week 1 and Week 2 Terminator.
Just to update you guys, I know the bot didn't actually tell you up well when it comes to the numbers. The one with the asterisk, that's going to be RSG and TTQ. There'll be some violation rule down there, so they'll be deducted some points. But when it comes to week 3, we have Group A, B, C, D coming up. Osja Esports, Haramebro, GE, YG, Team Max Act, Victoria 9, Strangers Esports, Kill Enemy, Playbook Esports, God of Death 7, Time to Quick Esports, Fearless Esports, Elevate Esports, Exquisite Esports, RTC Esports, AV Esports, and Sin Esports. And so far, this is going to be almost the same name as we had last season as well.
Yeah, and if you don't see your favorite team up here, Dread Esports, Gold Esports, Risk Guys, as well as Good Game Esports, they probably in Group E, but they are in Group E. So they are taking a break today. They'll be coming back again tomorrow. So hold your horses, ladies and gentlemen, because that will be, of course, tomorrow's story. As of now, we have a lot of heavy hitters here. Austria Esports, Harame Bros, last season's champions, Genesis Esports, who were champions previously as well. Out of all the names up here, at least in our top 3, top 4 spots, Austria Esports, they always come close. They always come close and they almost got it. So this might be their season, and they're eyeing for, besides the slot to PMGC, a total prize pool of $18,000.
With the first place taking a lion's share of 4,500 USD, they're going to grab more than half if you compare it with all the other standings down there. With second place at 2,400 USD, we're going to reduct more when it comes to all the numbers below. 1,800, 1,500 for third and fourth place respectively. Then we have 900 USD down to 8th place, starting from 5th place. 9th to the 11th, 12th place, we'll have 600 USD. 13th to the 16th place with 300 USD, and the 20th place and 18th place at 150 USD. But at least everybody got something out of their hands, right, for this tournament as well. But don't forget about the award, the best performing team and the Terminator for our weekly highest fragger players out there.
And to note, this is only for the league prize pool. The grand finals prize pool will be a separate prize pool altogether. So stay tuned for that, ladies and gentlemen. We'll make that announcement when we come to that stage. And right now, we're going to jump into Sanhok as our first map. So what we heard from our colleagues as well, they said that the team that gets voted in Sanhok has this curse that needs to be broken. So the team that have been a fan favorite doesn't really do well in Sanhok. So let's see if that curse can be broken this week.
Yeah, you guys might actually jinx your favorite teams, but hey, just vote it out for your teams, your favorite teams. As we're gonna have the voting in every single map prior to the start of the game, so that's gonna be your time to just push in your vote for your showing your love for the teams as well, so they can actually try to break the curse. Who knows? Today might be the day, because we are down to the final week.
Yes, we are in the final week, but we also have not the final announcement. We have a lot more announcement for you guys, ladies and gentlemen. And this is, of course, if you update your game, if you log into your game, it's auto-updated to version 3.4. Blood Moon Awakening theme mode is currently inside the game, where it features new theme areas, items, transformation mechanics, and also a PvE gameplay to explore. Once you log into the game, it's probably going to be a big update. You will notice that. That's where you might want to set to download some of the resources and to get access to this game mode. If you want a preview of how it looks like, it is during the advertisement. You probably saw some videos on it, also the explanation on this game mode. So check it out right now. It is currently available inside of the game, and you don't want to miss out on this because it looks really, really cool.
Yeah, that's gonna be our reminder for you when it comes to the vampires and werewolf. But don't forget the new Royal Pass Ace 9, which are already available right now until November 14. So make sure you guys just log into the game and get yourself your RP Ace 9 with a total price pool worth over 80,000 UC. That's a lot, by the way. At level 50, you can get yourself upgradable firearm Uzi, and level 100, you get yourself new custom color outfit, and up to 720 UC wait for you for your fully rebate. But I really love the Spirit Sentry set. There's so many variation to it as well. And when it comes to Spirit Sentry, they also have the Uzi, they also have the Swift Soul Bug. There's so many colorful stuff going on across our RPA 9 right now.
Yeah, and hopefully with that new Uzi skin, Uzi becomes a meta, because we kind of miss it as well. But what we do miss is, of course, making predictions here on the PMCL. So looks like us, we do have the same prediction as the start. I mean, it's hard to deny Austria Esports, right? We got to put it in there somewhere. And we had the same mindset together with Stalker, who's on the Khmer broadcast. And the others, they just went around. So, but both are, all of these are interesting names put out.
I mean, I personally just look over when it comes to week 2 performance. I mean, Austria Esports has been very consistent getting the Sanhok map when it comes to the chicken. In the entire week 2, they scored himself 3 out of 5 Sanhok map chickens. That's a lot for a team, and not just the Sanhok. We haven't even added into the Erangel map as well. So Osja Esports, I mean, we do know there's so many roster changes. Like, they don't seem major, but we do know every single person they brought into Osja Esports will be those legendary players that we once upon a time see their games.
Yeah, I know, right? So it's really interesting to see, like, the fact that they have a lot of Thai players. So sometimes I do wonder, and we did have this conversation like the last season, right? It's like, okay, Thai players in a Cambodian squad, like, how's the communication like? So I guess they somehow worked it out. So it's great to see this level of diversity that Osja Esports is having in their lineup, and so far with that diversity that they're showing that, hey, it's working out well for them. In fact, their top terminator is Red Bull, one of the earlier Thai players in the lineup, and he's been showing that he's been doing very, very well by the 2 weekly terminators that he has gotten.
I agree. I mean, back to back. Plus, I feel like with them adding in Martin and with Matto being the coach, it just elevates how Red Bull can actually perform. Now, this is going to be your time to jinx your team. Please do jinx them. They might actually break the curse. Just drop your vote for your favorite team. If you guys actually score it right, well, you will be happy when your team actually scores the chicken dinner.
Yeah, be the one to break the curse. Be the one to break the curse, ladies and gentlemen. And we know when Osja Esports is playing, they get the top vote. Will that change as well? We want to hear it from you guys. The power is in the hands of the fans, ladies and gentlemen. So put it in the vote. When you scan this QR code, it will bring you to a form. You can actually vote for 6 games in a row. And you can also vote for your fan favorite individual player. So you don't want to miss out on that as well. Who knows, they might be rewarded. If not, then, well, you guys are the reward for that player. Nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be jumping on to our first game, which is Sanhok.
Man, I'm not gonna lie, I love this song so much right now. Can we just bang our heads and leave it? Just let the players drop into the maps.
Yeah, I'm just letting it flow now. Okay. This one. You gotta wait for the beat.
Gotta love the beat, man. The beat's so hype. We even hype up for our first day in the week, number 3, final week of the PMCL Southeast Asia Fall Season 2024. But when it comes to the drops so far, we do have some interesting drops. But it's all about the circle popping which side of direction of the map itself.
Yeah, but while waiting for the circle, I'm keeping my eye on the Hatin though. We have 2 teams there. On top of the Camp Alpha Mountain, we're already seeing an early fight here, including Elevate Esports. Here we go, going up against another team. And Coca-Cola gets knocked down by God of Death 7. And looks like this fight is pretty swift.
That was super fast. I mean... Well, that's some musical box for you for just to end the day. That's going to be God of 7 being eliminated in an instant on Door of Ruin. Then that's going to be one of the fastest one we actually see. It's still in stage number 1, barely even popped the circle. It was a clean one coming out from these guys.
Yeah, now we need to know where the circle is. So it's not at Camp Alpha Island. It's 800 meters away, so it's probably on the main peninsula. But for God 7, going out early, 0 points. Definitely not the round that they would have wanted. But up onto Hatin, we have 2 teams here. So we have Sin as well as Flash Vision Esports.
Cool. Well, this is going to be a bit of a maze between these 2 teams. Cole taking a bit of risk trying to discover the footsteps and the crumbs that have been dropped by the other FV players. But as TE, on the other hand, we have another skirmish between teams. I love the fact there are so many actions on top of Brookham even in stage number 1 still.
Yeah, I know, right? We're seeing like maybe these 2 fights now. Not sure if any other area has a fight, but we'll keep an eye on that. As for now, Stranger Esports against KE, Kill Enemy. And we're seeing these 2 teams on the stalemate. Well, the circle is somewhat clear, so it gives us an indication that it's on the main peninsula. Though the circle is here, it's by the edge. Very likely the circle will move away, so this fight has to end as well.
Now this guy's got the time to fight. They are at the edge, so it's still going to be A-OK. Even though he's station number 2, so they can take their own turn, their own time. But the problem is always about the looting. Since PUBGM, not really shareable, so close as a compound to be shared by 2 teams. KE hardly got himself any of the arsenals they need to equip with. But we do have some crazy stuff going on the kill feed as well. Well, Max John V9. Max V9 do seems to be engaging against STE, but we do have a VE versus Sen at the same time. Seems like a bit of tension build up here.
Yeah, fight's still not over yet here. As we can feel the tension here with Sin. Cool has to keep his cool up against FV Esports. And Flash Vision Esports still looking for the next target though. They're about 1,000 meters away, so that's pretty far. They probably need to cut across the bridge or even swim across. Possible gatekeepers, maybe not so, but still you don't want to be caught out in the blue on a stalemate. We have seen that multiple times inside of Sanhok. When that happens, nobody wins.
Now, speaking of not winning, these guys taking their own sweet time just to force the fight too much. Now, we did question about their looting. Barely got enough for side of Kukuri. Barely got even no VAS at this point. Troubles wise, barely nothing as well. That's going to be the only hand grenade we tossed around. It did not even connect. Now, Sen and Avi, how did they want to sort this one out?
So far we can see that Rankit is opening up the space on the edge here of Hatin. So that's probably to get maybe if Flash Vision Esports, they choose to exit, and Rankit will be there. But at least for him being there, it's not only about to get potential exit frags, but for him to get across, being the marker guy, so his other teammates can follow through as well. So that's at least a good plan B that Sin has.
Matatoki. Oh man, it's a bit tough to play around these structures. Too many structures in between, kind of blinded his side entirely to a side of team player. Wako actually got himself some hard covers to work around, while Cool tried to play around the bin area. They're quite spread apart for Sen players here right now. While AV still cluttered up together, but they've been surrounded every corner as possible. And Sen, they try to open up the angles, but question is, they hardly spot any players of AV Esports. Now that's going to be difficult if they want to go and rush in. They might miscalculate regarding the position of the players. One misstep will cause the entire team to go down, just like how God7 went down as fast as we can actually blink.
Oh, if only Kukuru went a little bit forward. Okay, he probably saw Mix. Oh, Mix is on the outer side. Okay, he has this wall to cover him, so it's not going to be that easy for Kukuru to just rush in onto Mix. So he's going to leave that for now. While we look at the minimap, the blue is going to be on top of them real soon. This is the time where we look at their healing utilities. Mix has no first aids.
Mix has nothing. Not just no first aids. Basically no helmet, no vest. I'm kind of concerned for the side of the teams that still try to build up the tension between them and the other party. And the question is all about survival and is heavily dependent on the circle when it comes to the smallest map here. But the teams are actually fighting on top of Book. I wouldn't worry too much about them. They still got some part of the circle here, which is going to be Strangers Esports versus KE. Carillo and Monster D2K, they're having themselves as a cluster, but for Strangers Esports, they're not giving away any information at all. They're just treading it very carefully in this state.
Yeah, I know, right? This, at least inside of bootcamp, they can afford that since the circle is somewhat here. And it's an urban warfare. You don't want to go at this stage, but at Hatin, okay, here we go. Rankit from the side. This is the off angle that they were looking for, and they got their first elimination. But Master Toki actually went out to the play, but the point was still given to Sin since Rankit dealt enough damage.
50 seconds on the clock. It's going to be 1 kilometer away, 1,000 meters away from the circle. I assume it's going to be on top of Quarry or even Cave at this point, based on how far the range between the players in the blue, where they're going to be right on the northern side half team. But the one that actually on top of Bootcamp, it's going to be Stage 2 hitting them soon. And at least the circle still hit some part of it. Assuming it's going to be around the junction of Bootcamp, right on the southern side. But for KE and STE, this is going to be tough if they don't go for withdrawal or they don't just part ways. Because right now, both teams barely got enough to survive for the next circle.
Oh, and here we go. This is going to be the next stage circle. Part of bootcamp is still in the circle, and the advantage is given towards Stranger Esports. KE will now be on the outer side, and when the circle closes, well, they will receive the blue first. So KE has to do something about it. They'll be playing the rest of the round without Kaya, unfortunately, and Master D2K will need to find his way through together with his teammates. I mean, they cannot stay like this, right? Look at this. Master D2K has nothing on him. But look at the elimination feed. Looks like we're going to see another fight happening elsewhere.
Max V9 taken out by Exquisite just now. Well, KE, I mean, this is a bit too late for them to respond to the blue zone. They should have actually gone early, but hey, they know what they're doing. Hopefully, they are prepared for Strangers Esports here because they will be gatekept super hard and super tight with these guys. And speaking of which, I took straight away being knocked down, but Ansi too. He spotted out Carrillo as well. So KE, they left with only 2 players still stand. They barely got enough to survive. They last member, what a nade to finish off, wiping out the rest of KE.
Yeah, job done there by Strangers Esports. As they finish up the job, they loot, they move. But look at the elimination feed. It's still rolling though with other teams fighting each other. We got RTC against Yangon Galacticos. And Yangon Galacticos, they seem to be losing the fight against RTC Esports.
It's going to be back-to-back knockdown from afar that we can actually see for RTC. This is a huge win for them, leaving YG with nobody left. YG, this opened up opportunity for the team to catch them up. Even though they got themselves quite a good spot in the overall rankings when it comes to the weekly numbers, but they need to finish strong because there's only 1 slot for PMGC in this region too. So for RTC, there's definitely a push for their numbers. We talked about how these two, the teams and on the second page to finish off strong. This might be the start here, Cloud.
Oh yeah, look at this, right? And of course, teams that are closest at the top, like teams like Oscar Esports, teams like Harame Bros, they'll be happy with the fact that Yangon Galacticos have been eliminated fairly early. Same goes for Genesis Esports as well. And Genesis Esports, they're playing with a new player this season, so they got Flash into the lineup for Genesis Esports, and Flash is also from Thailand. So interesting enough, not only Thai players inside Cambodian teams, but also Myanmar teams. I'm pretty sure they've worked out the comms here, so let's see if they can translate that onto the battlefield.
It's all about communication. All of these players, despite they're having different regions, but they speak the same language of PUBG Mobile right now, with PBE responding to his GE warning shots just now. And for PBE, would they want to relocate themselves to the back, or do they want to cross the street? Because they're quite being surrounded here, and this is going to be quite a defense. They can actually play the slope of the hill with some hard covers by this compound, but it's a bit risky for especially Yobnom position, while the rest of them are having a bit too far, because we do have FRL on the other side.
Yeah, surrounding each other and somewhat giving warning shots at the same time, just shooing away opponents. But I noticed that Flash Vision Esports, they lost another player that's probably in the Heartin fight again. But speaking about fights, good to see a fight here. Here we go, Team Max.
Max V9 just playing around the corner indoors, waiting for the push, but a bit too late. And it's going to be Elevate and finish them strong. They're not hesitating at all when it comes to finish off and clear the corners. Here comes the nade, and they're prepping out another one. Just prep himself with a shotgun as well. Joseph trying to fight away with his DBS, responding towards the rush of Elevate.
Oh, well, Joseph danced around, but Joseph lost the DBS by Scotty towards the end. And Team Max XV9 have been eliminated at number 13. But look at the circle, a hard shift circle towards the left side, where part of it has Kuwari. But I'm also interested to see what's going to happen to Flash Vision Esports, especially. Their players are still in Hatin.
I mean, this guy is really not scared of the Blues, and they want to tank it out for the entire day, perhaps. Hopefully, they have enough utilities, because Sin is also in the same boat as FV Esports here right now. They're not leaving anytime soon based on the current position. Hopefully, they can make it in alive, because Stage 3 and Stage 4 hitting very soon is going to be super scary and super painful for them to tank out the Blue later. But for ST Eastern, this Esports, they got into some elevations. They will gatekeep this side, but all Jar Esports, the favorite all-time for all our our netizen audience for this channel here right now. Can they try to take these Strangers Esports out of their high horses? Because right now they're quite spread out, but they're that confident when it comes to the individual skills for OJ Esports players.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially Red Bull, who's been proving it for the first 2 weeks, being the top Terminator. But they got Stranger Esports onto them. Lucy gets knocked down by none other than Red Bull. Nice shot there with AUG. And NC2, his turn to move forward. They do have the high ground advantage though. Fire onto Red Bull. Red Bull will go down.
And it's going to be one of the golden boy of OJ Esports being taken out. The back-to-back 2 weeks in a row MVP be taken out of the equation by for OJ Esports. But the rest of OJ Esports lineup will not sit quietly and wait things out. That's going to be Sky in reposition, trying to save Martin. But what a nade by Gatslow. It's slow and steady. Here comes the second one to finish off the job. There's almost a clean one, but fortunate enough for Martin, there's some rock covering himself from those explosions.
And you did talk about Flash Vision Esports in the blue, stage 3, stage 4. They just went out to it, so eliminated at number 12, not getting any placement points at all. Now coming back onto Stranger Esports against Austria Esports, Martin is still down and he is on the outer side. He's now currently a bait to put pressure on the other members of Austria Esports. Circle! Hard chip towards the southern side. Austria Esports has none of it.
There's barely enough hot covers and structures down there. We haven't gotten center of circle first, so which is going to be our TC taking the dominant over the center of the circle here right now with Harami Bro taking around the side compounds as well. But northern side, we do have a couple of skirmishes. Well, that's going to be GE versus PBE. But for Strangers Esports, there are no strangers with this terrain, but they have to work and wrap around quickly because the players will hit them in less than 30 seconds now.
Oh yeah, they gotta do this quick, right? If not, it's going to be harder for Austria Esports since they're stuck in that compound. So they need to win this fight somehow. As for Stranger Esports, they can still disengage. It's an option for them. Stranger Esports, they wouldn't mind those points, especially the fact that they know it's Austria Esports. And if they can eliminate the top contender, definitely why not?
That's kind of true. I mean, take out the strongest team out there, you don't have that much problem anymore. And speaking of Martin, I mean, Gatslow got the patience. That's why his name is Gatslow, living up to his name now. But for Fearless, they spot out GE. GE in trouble as well. Last time we saw, they got a lot of kill feed on the side. They left with 2 players. We're down to 11 teams only, but time's not on anybody's side if you're taking the blue zone. I don't know what happened to FVE, but they are apparently been taken out. Singers 4K. There was no win at all for the teams taking the blue zone. So that's going to be a big lesson for Strangers Esports to leave right now. Same case for Austria Esports because right now they're left with only 2 players.
Yeah, as we move over to the Quarry area, now we have a couple of teams here, including Exquisite. And looks like Nah is waiting behind Exquisite. He could probably backset them from there. But based on the elimination feed, looks like NC2 did not make it. He was eliminated up north. Now, not cooking up the snake. Okay, will it land on to anyone? Looks like the answer is no, but it will definitely alert his opponents that somebody's behind.
Yeah, I'm giving away his position as well. Strangers Esports unfortunately being eliminated next by Exquisite, parting into that as well as Harami Bro. Harami Bro, they're taking a three-way fight in between Exquisite as well as Strangers Esports. But for Harami Bro, they try to get as much third party as they can. I mean, you can play smart and that's going to be reserving your ammunitions too. So Harami Bro, all they need to do is just guard the compound. They do have hot covers with this sort of position. And they got themselves quite in the center of circle too. All they need is just to wait it out for the teams to come over to the direction.
UA from the other side spots out a member of FRL and they are on the higher ground. So a bit of an advantage to them. As for Harami Bros, looks like they will come in from the high ground as well. Looking for the next target. Popov in the pit right now. Okay, Exquisite needs to get out at some point because they are by the edge of the circle. So stage 5 right now, but we'll be moving to stage 6 once the circle closes. So they need to prepare their plan. As for Harami Bros, Rage comes in, but he lost that 1v1 fight.
Oh, I have to give it Elevate. I mean, they have been crazy run. 9 eliminations. Unfortunately, they have to be eliminated as well due to tank to the blue zone and the pressure coming out by the players around the rock just now. But for Harami Bro, they're barely touching the circle. There's going to be only one player stepping themselves into the safe zone. But for Osja Esports, this is going to be trouble brewing for themselves. They overstayed themselves too long, tanking the blue zone out, and they barely got any vehicles. The top, I mean, definitely not going to do so much of a top, but at least his teammate managed to leave around a couple of first aids behind.
Well, they were locked out earlier by Stranger Esports, so it was pretty difficult for them. But at least now they're moving, and let's see if they're able to make it. Oh, Smile right in front of him. Astro X moving himself to the lower ground though. I don't think he knows that Smile is there, so Smile is still A-okay for now. As Astro X, he will navigate past this quarry area on the lower ground side, really taking a slow approach to try to get into the next phase.
The lost runs there. Now nice knockdown as well. Down to 2 players coming up from the side of Fearless. Are they fearful? Will they put some fear into their opponent's eyes here? But Mam and the rest of Exquisite will try to advance and march forward. Try to work around with the multi-layer of terrain. That's going to be on top of Glory here right now. Astro Axe spot a couple of players of Exquisite. But I have to give it Exquisite. They have been really making it difficult for a lot of teams. Despite we saw a lot of kill fit, them knocking down a lot of teams out there. Unfortunately, a lot of steals taken by a different team entirely what they put in for their effort.
Oh, but look at this. Playbook Esports got a couple of eliminations of their own as well, and another fight is happening. Oh, Playbook Esports just won a fight and they eliminated another team. Osja Esports out, so they did not make it into top 5 at least. Circle-wise, went down south. GE has the circle, FRL, Exquisite, and RTC on the left side. Look at this. Circle with a compound, perfect scenario for them for now.
Tapping out from a far Smile. Down to 126 for his reserve ammunition. GE quite spread apart. Master Smile and Flash divided between the street where Gerald will keep a close eye to his side of Flash, while Fearless on top of Master player of GE as well. So they have to fight, swing it big and swing it hard for the side of GE with barely have enough players on this side. We're down to 7 teams. But for Harami Bro, they lost another player being knocked down. GE, they fought back. They managed to knock down Erangel. Next is going to be TTQ against the Bros.
Yeah, time to quick Esports. They need to find their way through as well. They're still on the outside. Harami Bros, 1 down. There's going to be Jappy asking for help. Flash gonna sneak in onto Playbook Esports. Okay, he might surprise them though. So Playbook Esports, they're not aware of Flash yet. But anyway, for Playbook Esports, they're all in focus onto the front. Flash is still behind them. And Playbook Esports, with this reset, with this revive, they should be back as a 4.
A lot of structures in between, and Flash managed to just finish off a PBE. It's gonna be Harami Bro from the sniper tower from afar, tried to take out the players on top of Quarry, even though it's multi-layer of terrain. But they have a couple of nook and cranny type from Fearless. Puff. I mean, the blue zone's gonna be painful. He needs to get out. He's gonna be taking too much, and it's gonna hurt for Fearless. How to get out from this great area here right now.
Yeah, first, they need to save Astro X. Then, there will be a big problem for them. They're surrounded by other teams. But looks like we got time to quick Esports. Eliminated at number 7. No elimination points, so they only managed to gain 1 placement point this round. As for Harami Bros, they already got 9 eliminations, and they still have a chance to get more.
Oh, they're not stopping any time now. Not showing any sign of slowing down either. Federal is going to go and march towards Fearless. Federalis, one of the best player we've seen as well for this region. But for GE, Master Small, we don't have Master EG. It's going to be Master Small. There's one Exquisite. Last player be taken out. Another one out of equation. All is going to be the fence barricade for Harami Bros. But Fearless, Astro Axe, he hurt himself so well, but a bit separated with Pop-Off. It's all about the next circle.
Oh, we got Smile! Oh, wait a second! It was Harami Bros from the other end who eliminated Smile. Smile was rushing in. So Fearless Esports, man, Harami Bros won for this. But they also have Playbook Esports on the other side, still behind them. Astro X will be coming in. Federalis gets to knock down the Miramar from afar. Pop knocks down Jappy instead. And RTC, looks like they were the 4th team to be eliminated. Next team to be eliminated when they had the compound earlier on.
Here comes Puff Puff. We're down to 2v2 now. Equal field for both Fearless and Playbook Esports. Gerald prepping the nade just to confuse the teams down there. He's trying to toss and hide at the same time, where Fearless have to hike up, and Jared got himself a bit of elevations with Michi trying to go for the flank side. Will they be baited out? Pop-off down on the ground, leaving only Astro left. It's going to be a 2v1, two different angles. Can Astro do it? Will PB secure the chicken?
Oh, looks like it's going to be Playbook Esports with a high ground advantage against Fearless Esports to take home the first chicken dinner today. Great work by all these amazing players, and congratulations to Playbook Esports for taking home the first chicken dinner of the day, starting on the right foot here to claim maximum points in round number 1.
I mean, whatever. They played super smart, by the way. They don't really show themselves too much, and they're behind themselves, trying to tap from the flank side and try to dictate all the team's position as well. We love that kind of plays. Third party is always going to be the most genius plays when it comes to a very crowded place where they were standing at just now.
Yeah, where they had that elevation so they could see other teams as well. So like what you said, they could pick up elimination points. So great work by them as well. And they also managed to deal with the backstabber early on, Flash from Genesis Esports towards that end. Although Flash came out with a surprise onto them, but they dealt with him. So if they did not, that is probably going to be a whole different story. So great work there by Playbook Esports. One of the teams that is, well, at this point, maybe not to be the league champions, but it's all about getting into the grand finals and having a good start. So Playbook Esports, with this kind of start, they need to keep the momentum up.
Yeah, but let's relive the moment for a bit just to rewatch what really happened in case you guys just missed our first Sanhok of the day, which taking the chicken dinner by Playbook Esports with total points of 22 and 12 eliminations.
Well, no surprises here when it comes to the MVP. This guy definitely has it. But Royale coming in as the MVP here with 3 eliminations, 782 total damage, 3 total knockouts, 2 assists, 176 total heal, and a survival time of 20 minutes 52 seconds. They did not score the chicken dinner, but Pedroles scored the MVP.
Yeah, but it feels like he's one of the top contender against Red Bull when it comes to the weekly MVP as well. Every single season, these two are always butting head when it comes to the week MVP. I'm looking forward, can Federales break the Red Bulls streak for 2 weeks in a row when it comes to the final week here? We're gonna have to wait and see, but Federales, known seeing so many seasons now, I'm looking forward how he actually gel well with Arame Bro right now. He just bring his best performance as well.
Yeah, fun fact, there were rumors that a potential transfer during the PMWC, but it didn't happen. So great to see him still with Harame Bros and contributing to the team. Now for Playbook Esports, the team that scored the chicken dinner, they came in here with 12 eliminations, 1,681 total damage, 9 total knockouts, 9 assists, and also a 701 total heal. And this is the chicken dinner winning survival time, 21 minutes 26 seconds.
Playbook Esports, they always surprise us with their unusual plays, but when it comes to getting fights, they love those early scrappy fights, especially when it comes to getting advantage and trying to run out every single team. So I'm looking for what they have to offer when it comes to the final week here. Will they push beyond their limit? Will they get more than they're just starting off with our first map in the first day of the final week?
Yeah, as the saying goes, right? It doesn't matter how you start, it matters how you end. So they have to keep up the momentum here in order for them to gain as many starting points as possible in the grand finals. I'm sure we can expect them to be in the grand finals, but of course that will be a later conversation. As of now, looking over the overall stats, ain't nobody got time to loot airdrops.
I agree. I mean, like, everybody's super busy before even the circle pop. I mean, I don't blame them. We see, like, what, 4, 5, 6 teams having to be engaging way early on before even the circle pops. I mean, that's going to be super fast and super rush for the teams. Try to get into fight as much as they can, maybe due to the drop of the clash with the reshuffle of the group as well. But when it comes to Trouble's use 129, I mean, like, there's no surprise when it comes to the smallest map. We don't expect it to be too much, but due to the heal, a lot of players taking a lot of blue zone, so the heal numbers seems to be a pretty high up here, but not hitting the 5 digit around the 10,000 area.
Yeah, especially, you pointed out right, especially for the throwables use. Probably when it comes to a bigger map, we might see it touching the 200 or more than 200 when it comes to throwables. And throwables, of course, includes everything that's throwable. The mollies, your nades, your smokes, and so on and so forth. Now, when it comes to the points, and this is where it all matters, right? Playbook Esports, obviously with the chicken dinner, they gain maximum points with 12 eliminations, so that's 22 points. And then you have an 8-point gap with Harame Bros.
Yeah, so far the gap is not too far stretched either. So Harame Bro with their steals from the sideline just now definitely can chase the points up there. Fearless at her place. Another team with a double-digit start of the day here at 11 points. Well, we have Elf 8. I love how they actually force the fight so much. You don't really care about their placement on rank points. They're all just aiming for those eliminations down there with 9 eliminations, but unfortunately for the start of the day we have triple zeros down there. AV Esport, KE and GOT7. GOT7, unfortunately, that was one of the fastest wiped out on top of ruins I ever seen in my life.
Yeah, the first team to be eliminated, so it is what it is. They'll need to look for a comeback later on because they are one of the teams that need to stay away from the bottom 4 as well. So they need to still crunch those numbers in. If not, there's a potential that the teams below them might overtake them.
Yeah, it's crunch time for a lot of teams, especially the one that close enough to beat that number 1 spot here when it comes to the last week performance. They want to try to get a better head start when it comes to the final week. We talked about second and third place compared to week 1 and week 2. And so far we know YG Harame Bros is very close to getting Austria Esports down. It's all about the final week. Can they topple them off? But also when it comes to the second page team, I'm looking forward for a Cinderella story drama here, Cloud.
Yeah, Cinderella story, especially from the Singaporean teams, because they've been missing out on a couple of grand finals by now. So we really want to see them do well. And so happened that both teams are playing today, both Flash Vision Esports and also RTC Esports. Not the best of starts for them, but then again, there's still games more to go, as the format will be seeing the same teams rolling throughout the entire day. So especially if you're fans of the teams that are playing today, you will get to see them play every game, every map, and the Cinderella story is still up for grabs.
Yeah, and speaking of another story to be told here, of course, every single map before we start the game, you guys can actually vote it out for your favorite team, whether they can score a chicken. Basically, you guys are predicting the game as much as we do as the casters here. So maybe you jinx it. I mean, like, if they didn't score a chicken, it's not on us this time anymore, Clown. It's going to be their viewers as well when they're pulling up the pool. But just did it actually score your prediction when it comes to the first map of the day?
Yeah, I know, right? So, in fact, they have their predictions. So I was also thinking of like, okay, fans have their predictions, cool. We also had our prediction. So our prediction was, okay, we're warming up to the prediction, right? It's also like game number 1. We also want to like see like week 3, because these teams, they had like a couple of weeks gap from their last match. Things might change for them. So there are like 5 more predictions for us to go. I wonder what they predict next. I kind of forgot, because since we did this like before the show started, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be so far from my data, it's gonna be a lot of Austria when it comes to winning over in Erangel. They do have more solid fundamentals when it comes to Erangel itself, so you're gonna have to wait and see. But don't forget about YG. YG is one of the legacy team, one of the big powerhouses as well for ancient times. Are we talking about almost the entirety of PUBG Mobile since its birth in competitive scene? We had already YG in the scenario. So YG, I mean, they're always so close of getting that trophy, but every single time it's so difficult for them to close it up.
Yeah, Young Gaticos, yeah, always coming in like, okay, this team seems to be like the hot favorite every season. They kind of do well, they kind of do okay, but yeah, the competition is just too tight, right? But at least this season, they're looking like, they probably have something. Now, putting aside, of course, the Sanhok match, in the overalls, they are still doing pretty okay up there. In fact, they're one of the teams that can challenge Austria Esports, so they need to really keep up the pace. And the fact that Austria Esports, they went out somewhat in the middle, maybe not too much in the middle. They were like what, number 7 or number 8 or something like that. So this opens up opportunities for other teams to tell themselves that, hey, you know what? If Austria Esports is can be taken out, who knows that they can also do the same as well. At least this gives other team a sign of hope that they can do it if Austria Esports can not do it.
Yeah, I mean, Erangel is always going to be one of the best fun map to actually try the experiment for the teams that try to push themselves forward. We talked about the teams that they want to challenge, like the powerhouse, like Austria Esports, like how you just mentioned, even Harami Bros, GE example. But GE, we do know they prefer Miramar over Erangel so far. But Austria Esports, they're very strong when it comes to the firepower, when it comes to, well, I'm not blaming them. And they got themselves the totally new lineup this season as well. And every single player when it comes to LJ Esports lineup here do have high value experience coming up along with them. So I do want to see how the other teams try to, fight them in a different perspective, like, because experience wise these guys are super veteran. But for the teams that are rising up there, including RTC Esports, I love how actually they surprise with such aggressive, and I'm looking for RTC to actually push the numbers more when it comes to the next map.
Yeah, RTC also needs to come up with a Cinderella story. One of the teams that needs to come up with a Cinderella story. In order for them to get across, they have to score like a lot. Like they have to end like the week like really, really on the high there. And also they have to kind of like look at the other numbers as well, the competition around them. Are they doing better than RTC and so on and so forth? So there's a lot of equation towards whether they're able to survive it or not. But of course, that's out of their control. What they can control is their own performance. And that's something that we'll keep an eye on throughout the entire week.
Yeah, and speaking of another one then, we talked about the always be there but never get it. If you actually know boxing, there's going to be one title called Journeyman. So Journeyman, basically they never get to beat the champion, but they are actually better than the rest down there. So in this case, I think YG or even GE used to be champion, so I wouldn't put them in that spot. Another one would be PBE. Playbook Esports have the potential, but sometimes they do something so radical. It was quite a reckless movement, but it's too radical. Sometimes you just fumbled due to how aggressive and how scattered they were engaging into a fight.
Well, I mean, they just got the chicken dinner, so that's that's at least something that's like, okay, as radical as we might seem, we still scored the chicken dinner. So at least they're also showing it like to the fans, hey, you know what, maybe this is the way to play after coming in from an extended break of a couple of weeks, right? So teams will change their play style. When other teams change their play style, maybe this radical might suit that sort of composition overall, because it's not about like one versus another team. Like there is there's like a mixture of like 15 other teams that if one team changes, probably another team changes. And even though if they don't change, whatever that they are doing right now might be like, hey, you know what, they fall into our puzzle. So it's now a matter of consistency for teams that Playbook Esports.
Yeah, I agree. It's always going to be a roller coaster ride for the teams that have potential, but sometimes, when they go cold, they're just super cold after the next one. Hopefully that's not going to be the case for PB after they score themselves that chicken for the day that was Sanhok before. And if you guys are asking why you're not in the game yet, just relax and be patient. We are making the lobby for the players to come in, get themselves some toilet break in between. So while we're waiting for the players to just get themselves in the lobby, how about we talk about the other teams as well, like Elevate Esports. Like Elevate is not the teams that we used to talk about so much in the seasons. Yeah,
so what's your thought about Elevate then?
They have super potential. We do know when it comes to plays, I love the fact how they actually think. It's sometimes out of the box and they are quite daring, and it kind of giving us a bit of a same vibe like Sam 9-ish. If there's the previous PMSL, which already wrapped up last few weeks, and I feel like they pretty much have the same sort of mindset. You know, I do love when it comes to this season's format, especially when it comes to the change of format a couple of years ago. It's better to just focus on eliminations instead of going for the chickens, yes, because sometimes you can get more than those chicken points.
Yeah, so my thought about Elevate is that they do have experience. They do have long-time players like Kayla and also Skadi, who has also represented the country before in Southeast Asia games. But what we do have in form of experience is that the experience within the PUBG Mobile realm is this new game mode currently available inside of your PUBG Mobile game. If you turn it on, there might be a significant update, but I can tell you it's going to be worth it. I tried it out myself after looking at some of the promos that's happening around as well. This is the version 3.4 Blood Moon Awakening theme mode, and this theme mode also has like new areas, items, and also transformation mechanics in which you can turn into like a vampire-ish inside of the game. And I can tell you it's like very, very different as compared to your regular battle royale game mode. And you get to fight a big boss. So the one in the middle is like this big boss that you can fight for fun. You get your friends together with you to fight this boss, which is like the king of vampires sort of thing. And there's also a chance to kind of like flex in and also create content around some of these new animations within the game.
And you can actually fly yourself with bat wings if you actually have your level up as well. I do love this team and I love this mode right now because it gives a different, fresh, dynamic view when it comes to approaching how you actually play PUBG Mobile. It's just not about shooting players and just have to win a battle royale anymore. There's so many versions and so many more mode into it that can actually adapt well with all the other players, because some of them don't really like the competitive side of the battle royale, you know, just a bit too much pressure. But also don't forget, we want to remind you guys, there's the new Royal Pass Ace 9 available right now until November 14. But look at how much you can actually get from this new RPA 9. The maximum rebate of 720 UC, but you can get a total prize pool worth 80,000 UC. That's a lot, by the way. And you can get yourself a level 50. At level 50, you can get yourself the upgradable firearm Uzi. There's also the new custom color outfit at level 100. So make sure you'll be the left side of the graphic. You can see that maiden with a very swaggy outfit, or you can just be around the right side, which is a bit more, you know, stale. But yeah, at least you still get something out of it, you know.
But what I do like about all these sets, I know the highlight is like the micro Uzi and some of the outfits, but what really caught my eye is the Peachwood blade. I thought it looks pretty cool. It looks like very oriental. It has this sort of like samurai sort of feeling to it. So, although it's probably not like the most common used weapon, but hey, putting it into your collection, especially for you guys out there, that I know that some of you are definitely collectors of skins and all these amazing stuff. You don't want to miss out on it, put it in. But we also don't want to miss out on a chance to make our predictions. So I've got Harame Bros on my list. You got Young and Galacticos, and we got two Asia Esports from our Khmer friends.
I mean, Stalker and Big Daddy are always going to have the same predictions, sometimes most of the time as well, so no surprises at that. But for Ice, she's the only one going for Stranger Esports. This is going to be super interesting for Sammy as well for TTQ, but I wish I can get to see YG perform well. Most of my prediction here today is going to be based on their chicken dinner last week and how much they actually scored in this particular map and this rotation. And week 1, YG was super great in Erangel, but they kind of lost it in week number 2. Now, since this is the final week, I feel like they should have the drive to push themselves, get the chicken here.
Yeah, this is definitely their chance, right? Since Asia Esports kind of dropped the ball in game number 1, so this is their chance to try to overtake them, at least in the overalls for today. Give themselves a good start. And other than that, Genesis Esports, we have 2 predictions here by Vince as well as a Bling from the Myanmar broadcast as well. And I'm sure Genesis Esports, well supported by the Myanmar fans. A lot of Myanmar fans are there hoping for them to do well, especially with their new addition flash into the lineup and able to bring back the glory days of Genesis Esports. Just like how back in the day when they were like, what, twice back-to-back champions?
Yeah. It was 2 seasons for them. But I don't know what happened afterwards. They kind of, lost the spark entirely. But for GE, I'm still rooting if they can actually get back to where they used to be. Because we've seen that in the PMSL as well, right? How the Xaviers just came back, even though it was the same lineup. But it's different lineup this time, GE. I don't know whether they can actually do it this season. Because, when you have another new player in, even though it's just one player, but it will change so much of their approach of the game and their dynamic, how they rotate. Because that one particular player will have to shape around himself, and the teams have to shape around that one particular player to just engage and have the right communications.
Yeah, it's just too bad that the player that was swapped out was Ichi, and Ichi was one of the top terminators or top eliminators in back then. It was the wildcard region. It was known as the wildcard region. And probably it's all these internal changes that they definitely know better than us on why it's done and so on and so forth. And this is probably a necessary change for Genesis Esports themselves. But it's also a refreshing change for them, considering that they might have seen how some of the Thai players have brought in value to teams like Austria Esports with the inclusion of Red Bull. So it's probably a partly experimentation, partly they have kind of looked at the overall and also made that a firm decision of okay, let's try to bring in an import into the lineup. Has it brought them that level of significant change that they would have hoped for? Probably still early for us to tell, because at the end of the day, it's all about winning the grand finals. League stage, cool, but grand finals is where it matters.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward when it comes to how they can actually play, like how we do have Federalis on top of Harami Bro right now, because he used to be in West Point Mumbo, right? And then we waited for him for a bit to just adapt. But for Master Ichi, I hope we can actually see him again too. I don't know from which team, but I hope somebody will pick him up, because he's one of the best players. We do know what he's capable of. But for the side of GE, I feel like it's a no problem for them to actually go for the trophy this year as well. But it's going to be a bit of a tough hike, because we do know grand final is still there on the plate. But question is, how much can they finish off this final week so they have a better head start points? Because right now, when it comes to the head start points, first, second place is a tremendous gap as a start of the grand finals later.
Yeah, head start points can mean a lot when it comes to grand final. You never know what's gonna happen. You never know if it's the tiebreaker that separates the teams. You never know if it's only 1 point, 2 points. It could be that close. I mean, we have seen a good amount of tiebreakers throughout our career, right? And tiebreakers are always heartbreaking. You thought that, oh, I did it, yay, just to when the overall comes out, it's oh, you lost through a tiebreaker. So you don't want to put yourself in that sort of kind of situation. So every point matters at this league stage, that the teams will need to make the best out of it. And you guys as well can make the best out of this live stream by putting in your vote for your favorite team through this QR code.
Yeah, which team do you predict will get the chicken? And will be your favorite team? Or maybe you can use this as, jinxing the team. Maybe you can vote out the teams that hoping they'll get jinxed. There's also one way to do it, because we always do that too. Sometimes we jinx the teams and sometimes they don't get the chicken. But sometimes it's a reverse curse as well. So they might actually be blessed instead of being jinxed here. So do tell us, who do you think will win the chicken dinner for the next one? And we want to see your results of the poll later on today. And not forgetting, not just about every single map you get to vote here for your favorite teams, but don't forget you can vote for your, was it the weekly MVP again?
Well, you get to vote for your favorite player.
Oh,
yeah, so favorite player means the entire season, and that shows up at the very, very end. So for every match, it'll be okay, match 1, match 2, match 3, and so on and so forth. 6 matches. Towards the very end, there will be a whole long list of players that you can only select one though. But there's no limit to the amount of votes, so I'm just saying. So if you truly love that one particular player, or you truly love that one team, you can actually vote multiple times.
I actually did scroll down. I mean, there's a long list for you to find that one particular player. But I mean, if you love them enough, good luck scrolling. But you're gonna have fun scrolling all entire way while we're waiting for the players to get into the lobby. We'll head into Erangel. So now, Erangel, we do know there are a lot of teams that's pretty much very comfortable. This is gonna be the OG map, the most played map as well throughout any tournament out there. But it's always gonna be the same name popping up for the chickens for the past few weeks. Yeah, we do know when it comes comes to Osja Esports, there's no brainer for them. And YG as well. Drat is one of the teams that are actually quite strong when it comes to Erangel here. And also when it comes to week number 1, GOAT actually scored a lot. So there's some teams not playing here today, including GOAT. They are playing in Group E. So Group E is definitely not going to be in the lineup here. But when it comes to the Erangel map, who do you think will dominate over this 3 map of Erangel by far, Cloud?
Well, if I were to go with stats, right, you did mention that Osja Esports, they do love Erangel. And the fact that they love Erangel gave them love again. And they do well in Erangel. When they do well in Erangel, it gives them a good boost because you play Erangel the most every single day. Right? You play like 3 Erangel matches every single day. That's like more than half of total matches, or well, exactly half of the total matches. And then you break it down to like Sanhok and also Miramar. So if you're able to do well in Erangel, then you're likely to be on top. So although I predicted Arame Bros, totally get it, but I just wanted some diversity in my prediction. So Osja Esports would be my other pick, if not Harame Bros.
I'm trying to count how many. They actually scored 7 chicken dinner out of all the past 2 weeks Erangel so far by now. I mean, that's gonna be 7 out of like 2 weeks. How many Erangels we had? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's gonna be 15, 30 Erangels. We have 7 just by Osja Esports, and that's still quite a number.
Yeah, so that just shows, right? They're able to translate it. And let's not forget as well, if they don't score the chicken dinner, they could still do well. So yeah, all in all, that's why they are one of the best performing teams in the PMCL so far. But they have to translate it because we had a break. Let's see if they cooled down in their Erangel matches. Without further ado, we'll be heading on to our first Erangel match for week 3.
Now, fun to get into our first Erangel of the day. While we're waiting for the circle pop, at least I hope this time we get to see the circle pop before any engagement happens.
At the top of my mind, I was like, I was hoping for the beat drop with the music earlier on. It was close, we were almost getting there, and then we had to go to our map. But we're gonna get to see the circle like what you asked for. So the circle is gonna be an OK circle as our first Erangel. It's gonna be on the right side of the map. And for our hot teams here, Osja Esports, inside mid database, let's see if they'll take the left or right bridge. But either way, what they'll need to be aware of is potential teams that might gatekeep them from getting into the main peninsula. But we'll also be looking at the potential clashes like what you said, right? So far, a lot of colors somewhere in the middle, but it looks like everyone got their own space.
Yeah, but not so much when it comes to the space of the first circle. Comprises around 30% of water in it. There's going to be a lot of transitioning towards the right side of a map. It's talking to one direction, in which going to be on the eastern side. So good luck thinning out Pachinki. I mean, I have a feeling Royale Pachinki one of the hardest spot for the teams, unless they want to rotate a northern side, of course. There's going to be a Snar Poliana entry, but we do have RTC coming up from the northern side. So we talked about the teams that love to extend themselves in the blue zone. Hopefully in the case of Elevate, like the teams coming up from SMB, they have to get out early.
Yeah, so you don't want to be caught there, especially with the gatekeepers that potentially might happen. But it will be interesting though to see that if any team were to challenge teams like Austria Esports in a map that they are supposedly comfortable in, try to block them out and maybe even eliminate Austria Esports. Because right now the competition is pretty tight up there. This is the week that we'll probably start to see teams like just challenging each other. Like, I know where you drop, I know these are some of the choke points, I would try to take you out, because if they don't, then teams like Austria Esports might just run away with it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is about Austria Esports, yeah, they can actually try to get in a bit early, or maybe they can bull those people from behind as well. There's going to be another way for them to actually play the game. And we do know when it comes to late rotators, they have to make sure they are well equipped and well stocked up with their utilities. So Austria, they're not wasting any more time here. They're just going to go straight for looting any troubles they can actually get their hands on. They have to cross the bridge later, or maybe take a boat later on, who knows. But for God's sake, they're going to drop themselves right on top of the northern side, around the area of Royale right now. So I don't think it's going to be too difficult for them just to get into GOT7, another team that did not have any action in the last map. So hopefully this time they stay a bit longer.
Yeah, so taking the boat ride for Austria Esports will be pretty interesting if they do that. It's not a common type of rotation if you start from mid to the base island. They can, though it might take them a while, and when they land themselves, they still need to look for a vehicle. So that might be something of a hindrance for them. But if they're able to come up with something different, unexpected by other teams, and they're still able to make it through, that would be perfect for them. But speaking about perfecto, Max, Team Max here, XV9, looks like they managed to make it into the main peninsula. They started off in Novo, so it's a quick access for them without being gatekept by other teams.
Max V9, they know how to play the time right, getting into the main peninsula without bumping into Austria Esports, who's still busy looting themselves around SMB right now. And I think Max V9 know the fact there will be a lot of transitioning by the players. There's going to be a lot of thinning of the crowd from the left to the right side of the map just now. So Max, they want to avoid those early conflict as much as possible, and maybe perhaps try to get into around prison or shelter area, taking those high elevations for a bit early, and maybe trying to get himself one of the best checkpoint as fast as they can. While Sin, on the other hand, they have themselves around the farm area, slightly on the northern side, but they don't really necessarily need to leave early. But I don't see the rest of Sin right now, only mix around this corner.
Yeah, probably they decided to like spread out. Everyone loots in smaller compounds, and we'll meet up later. And so far, he has been doing them well, since none of them got eliminated or did not meet up with other teams. So far so good. Same goes for Time to Quick Esports, doing a pretty similar strategy here of breaking up, and they'll meet up later so they can maximize the loot in that one compound. As for KE, it looks like they're going to take the first shot here against Flash Vision.
I guess the transition on top of the Pachinki and Gatka field is not going to be a quiet one for these guys. Not taking a head-on fight. And Master Riggs, unfortunately, those Nate cooked too long, but it's going to be Master from D2K. KE from the sidelines, taking two teams at one time. And unfortunately, where are the rest of KE?
Well, Master Pubs looks like he came in time to get that knock, but he put himself in the lower ground. Kuru goes in, and Kuru wins the fight with a micro Uzi, taking out Kaya. Nice rush in there by Kuru, and Kaya nevertheless will not be able to make it in time. And we got a Tur here on the other side, but he now needs to relocate himself. He knows that this area is full of enemies, so he cannot put himself in that same situation. So let's see if this different area together with Carrillo is able to give them the advantage to take out the remaining members of Flash Vision.
Exchange of nades between these two teams. KE Crew got himself pretty low himself. That magazines with micro Uzi reserve is not going to be lasting too long for Crew. But Astro X, unfortunately, the rest are fearless. Nobody trying to take him up. No pick me up at all on the side of fearless. Despite KE was a bit busy against FVE just now. Another early elimination on the side of FVE here this time. Well, KE, they did not secure those knockdowns yet. But Astro X, this took them such a long time for Popov and the rest of the team. They do have smokes though. I'm surprised they did not get into the crossfire just now, despite the teams were busy against each other.
Maybe they don't have the information though, because we had like at least 2 other teams around the area, so they're not willing to take that risk. But that also means that they have to let one of their teammates go for now. While Pov and Erangel, both of them now in the blue, they should have a vehicle, but they only have 2 first aids, at least for Pov that is. As for Team Max, now with RTC, here we go up on this mansion area.
Joseph, there's gonna be one knockdown. He knocked himself down by his own Nate Labakun. I don't know what is going on for the side of RTC. It was a big blunder by himself there, and that's given opportunity for the rest of the team. Max Vina, who just came in, wipe up the rest of RTC one by one. What the worst timing to have a blunder ever.
Oh man, that gave advantage to Team Max. And looks like they will pick up the 2 elimination points. Looking for more though. We got Kimmy on the other building with the DBS. And Kimmy's the final member. Curry will be eliminated by the John. Now Kimmy, no first aids. He's dependent on his boosters right now. It seems like he don't have any bandages at all. So it's only his boosters with trusted DBS to try to clutch it out against Team Max.
We have another new contender coming up, YG. It seems to be pushing away all the teams that trying to overtake RTC just now. RTC, they hurt another vehicle with whole crew coming in. It's fresh and they're healthy, so they will have to fight and flight right now, both after they finish off a couple of members of RTC, leaving RTC with only 1 player left. That one particular player of RTC, K-Me, still inside and indoors, but YG now taking over this compound after the rest of Max V9 left. And YG, I don't think they want to lurk around this corner too long, but it's a bit out of their way, isn't it? Because right now the circle is right across the other side. They're going the other way around.
Yeah, the circle just shifted. So maybe it's like, okay, while we're here, let's gain those elimination points. Looking for the final member of RTC on the second floor. Saycloud tosses a nade there, but nobody's at home. Okay, now they'll be rushing in onto the second floor. Here we go. And the nade from Romeo Boy will finish off the final member of RTC, Kimmy. And he is out with 1 elimination point.
YG didn't break any sweat for that, just clearing off the corners. They happen to be connecting as well. That secures them 1 elimination points freely in the hands of YG. And there's already 2 teams being left. Already left this lobby here. There's going to be RTC and AFI Esports. One of the team taken out of the equation way early. We're talking about stage 2. Still on the countdown to a stage 3, in which going to be less than a minute. And speaking of the next few circle, we didn't see too much of stage 2 circle yet, but it's still tucked into the right side of the corner. But I don't know how much water ratio is still in it.
Yeah, hopefully we get to see a visual of the map later on, because like based on the minimap, there is that river still within the circle, so that will be interesting for us to see like how much land there is. But what's so interesting, or maybe not too interesting for the fans, is that RTC and Flash Vision Esports, both of them, they are like at the very, very end of the overalls. And we did talk about that we want to see a Cinderella story. They cannot afford these kind of rounds.
Yeah. There's no room for error at all, and no dropping early, but unfortunately they dropped themselves quite early for the past few maps here. Hopefully they can come back and bounce back by the rest of the entire day. YG on the other hand spotted out. I mean, they've been tailing Max V9 for a long journey, but we do have the shift over Farm and Milton. What a shift when it comes to the circle this time. And whoever tried to leave SMB, I think none of them actually around SMB anymore, but that portion that's slightly on the southern side, just crossing the other side of a bridge, that will be one of the best spots to just spot out the left hand side coastline if somebody will try to park themselves there. But it's going to be risky for them with no covers, so I assume when it comes to the center, there's going to be a lot of coverage with hard covers with the compound to be played with, so a lot of them will try to migrate as fast as they can.
And this is one of the most crowded area based on the entire map when we saw earlier on. But we're going to put focus now on Nathan. Nice spray by Nathan here with the QBZ on the Carillo, knocking him down, immediately eliminated by Nathan. Elevate picks up their first point, and that's going to be pretty much a free elimination for Kim, unchallenged at all as they make their way into another area of the circle.
And they're going to push themselves. I-Tex all the way towards the northern side where it's quite close to it, the blue zone here, but he doesn't have any that much of a choice here, don't he? Because he just needs to get away and just keep the leash off against all the players that are tailing him from behind, which is going to be, if I'm not mistaken, it was a Max V9 last time we saw them. So for KE, it will take a bit of a longer journey. He's going to play a long game for himself just to go for the survival points there, because they already scored themselves 3 eliminations. If they can get a couple of more placement points, it'll be more than enough for their progress for day number 1, week 3.
Yeah, but for him to hit the placement points, it's still quite far. He has to hope for another at least 6 other teams to be eliminated before he starts to collect placement points. But let's see if he'll be able to do it. Last we saw, he's still on the outside. Now, God 7, they're on the outside as well. Next team for them to beat is just in front of them. Looking at the south side, we have Austria Esports here inside of Milta itself, and Sin is not interested.
I do hear a couple of warning shots from afar. It's going to be Austria Esports tapping it out. I assume, yeah, they're quite spread out on themselves. But the northern side around shelter area, there's going to be a hefty amount of teams to be taken out. KE, unfortunately, Hitos didn't last long enough. He plays himself at 14 players, leaving 13 teams still alive with 47 players in it. And look around the southern side of shelter. There's going to be 3 teams trying to cut across. It's exquisite. And this is going to be one of the sweetest spots for them to farm those eliminations there.
Yeah, I know, right? With this high ground and... one team on top of them, and that's going to be Stranger Esports. Potentially, they could try to block out Stranger Esports from the next stage, but they also need to be aware of their next rotation as well. So it's going to be a 2-in-1 situation for them. And speaking about the next stage, we're going to see the circle shift, and let's see how far will it be from them. And it is rather far since the circle shifted towards the left.
And the left side, not so many teams occupied around a farm area. There's going to be only a TTQ, Fearless. We have a Max V9 cutting across PBE. I don't know what is going on. They're crashing straight into the land. And PBE more than happy to welcome them with a lot of bullets. And that's going to be 2 points in the back freely, as PBE taking them limb by limb as they are forcing the fight here for Elevate.
Well, Nathan tries to fire back though, but he only has 10% of health, and he got eliminated. That is Playbook Esports defending their ground. Now they need to buy time for Raimon to heal up himself before other teams come by, because on the minimap there's so many teams. Boyshan just got 1 out of NC2. That's going to be Stranger Esports. 1 player out, only left with Get Slow, the final player for Stranger Esports.
Max V9 and Stranger Esports, they just rush into towards PBE just now. Cost quite dearly for the team with only 1 remaining survivor for each of the Max V9 and STE here right now. But for Harame Bros, they've been playing it very carefully. You look how tactical, how they're very technical and tactical approach, slowly try to calculate how many teams around them and cautiously try to rotate in without being noticed by a lot of teams. They don't want to trap themselves in between too many crossfire here, so they will play around the rim of the circle. It's very classic for the teams to try to bulldoze people from behind, but that's not only them behind this somewhere, because we're looking at that squeeze waiting for the longest time around those elevations, and they are waiting out against Arami Bros. But we do have another third party coming up from the back as well.
Well, coming as a 4 based on the minimap onto the area where Exquisite is. And let's see if they'll be able to sniff out the members of Exquisite. That's going to be Young Gaticos passing by. Or they're going to focus onto the circle. Now, Jappy is just right below them. They will receive shots from MM. Nice knockdown. Nice play by MM to take out Naughty Boy.
And that's going to be a clean execution by MM. YG losing 2-3 members at the same time as Exquisite taking a shot against them as well. This is not great. Harame Bro scored 2, but there's going to be also a Stranger Esports and YG. They're losing members and they are not even managed to get himself any covers yet. And it's going to be a 4-vote result. Ultra Esports taking it at number 1. But you know what? YG barely make it out alive. That's going to be GE still having 3 players left. I mean, you guys got it right this time.
Yeah, I know, right? Man, you guys are prediction gods here. But let's see. The round is not over yet, though. Let's see if that may swing later on. But so far, so good for them. But I also want to see like what's going to happen to the teams on the outside like we saw earlier on. Exquisite They were the Predators before this. They had the edge of the circle. They had the chance to block out other teams. But when it comes to stage 5, they might be the prey when the circle moves.
The circle will move in less than 20 seconds for Renza. He's not in the safest spot at all with Mini 14. I mean, that 34 reserve ammunition have to be just played super resourceful for Renza. He have to make it sure that we'll try to save it and conserve his ammunition as much as he can. But the circle will pop, will favor the team on the southern side. It still favors Renza's side. So Mane coming up from GE. Look at how the spread come up from GE due to the force of breaking them apart against PBE. But exquisite against Harame Bro next.
Harame Bro is breaking apart right now. Only Jappy left. Only Range left on the other side. Exquisite comes by from the high ground. They got one more to go. And Exquisite, they need to save Yue at the same time. Yue is about 10% of health left. Rick is crawling towards his teammates. While Range trying to win the fight against God 7. Labubu got knocked down. Range is the final active member for Harame Bros. He needs to win this 1v1 fight. Switches to a DBS.
Ooh.
His DBS did hit the mark. And he will win that one fight. But the fight's not over yet for him. As the shot will come in from the other side. And Vin Carey will be the one who will land the final blow.
He miscalculated. There's another person behind, but also coming up from Super Pickles, being taken out. Exquisite Esports laying low at 11 players. Right now, we do have PBE taking the reign over the elimination board with 6 across their back. And they have the most eliminations in numbers. And seems like they're going it great today. PBE today has been their day. Can they score a back-to-back chicken here?
Yeah, they had a beautiful defense earlier on, and because of that, they are now the team with the most eliminations. And a full squad, just to top that off. Even like Team Max, 5 eliminations, cool, but they only have 1 player left, so it's going to be pretty hard for him to add the count. As for Boyshon, a long range out to get slow, but it is Raimon that stole it away.
A bit disappointed. That's going to be wiping off the smile across the face of Boyshon here right now. Very disappointed indeed. But he needs to go and get a move on because right now the crossfire is still happening. Look at how crowded the mini-map is right now with YG. Romeo Boy, the last player, taking a small check but saved by PvE. They're wiping up the rest of GOT7 who was charging towards that last player of YG just now.
Yeah, just as when he landed onto the shack, got eliminated. No space for him to hide that time. Looking over at Team Max, that is Boyshon, the final member at this moment. As for Romeo Boy, right in the middle of all these amazing teams, including Austria Esports just above him. And it seems like Austria Esports have an idea that Romeo Boy is just right below them. But because of this kind of angle, they don't get a good clear shot. Nevertheless, no pressure from Romeo Boy. He's the one right now that will be staying quiet.
Yeah, and there's going to be another one bites the dust. None other than Max V9 taken out. We're left with only 7 teams. And the way YG plays, actually that last particular player stand himself in the shack. I have to give a lot of credit. That was a super strong, solid compound for him to have those hard covers. Unless the team across the street will try to build the bridge smoke and take him out. Because right now, Ozja is right on top of him. All he needs to do is just wait it out. Because if the circle still favors him, whoever tried to rush into his small shack for YG, the rest of Ozja Esports will take them down. So basically, indirectly, Ozja Esports might actually helping YG in that sense.
Yeah, super strong, solid compound. Wow, that is a very, very strong compound there. Oh, Ozja Esports, they sent 1 player out of their strong compound. And Playbook Esports is known to Ozja Esports. Circle-wise, oh man, Ozja Esports, they still have this circle with that compound. Maybe the next one they need to move out, but for now they can still stay there.
Yep, for Romeo Boys, just have to wait it out, being favored still by the circle. For GE, they have to cut across. We have Fearless, we have TTQ, we'll be gatekeeping them. The tightest. There's barely got any space for them to squeeze into between those 2 teams. Right now, time is not on this side and time is ticking down. And we're heading into stage number 6 very soon. And already is. We're going to into stage number 7, which is going to be super hurtful for these guys to tank out the player. And they don't have any time to lose anymore. If they want to rotate towards the northern side, this is going to be the best time for them to make a move. But they're just lingering and lurking around. Where Ozja Esports taking some actions against Sin.
Wow, look at the crash in here onto Romeo Boy. But from afar, it's going to be KH tapping away. And Romeo Boy is the one to get the knock onto Mix. But the elimination point is not secured yet. And KH is trying to steal that one away from Romeo Boy. Romeo Boy secures the point against Mix, so not stolen by KH or anyone else.
And he got himself quite a sweet shack down there. Ranza next taking on GE. We talked about how GE gonna have some difficulty to squeeze into the compound or even into the circle just to make it through live. And Manet, the last play for GE, have to pick out. Overpicking will cost him dearly. He barely got enough, no set of eyes to watch it out. Here comes Ranza Nade! Only 5% HP left, but it's just sold it away. Wait, what? Skynin.
Wow, okay, another one stolen away by Austria Esports. 3 elimination points now for Austria, and they're looking for more now, and they know that there's someone just right in front of them. Romeo Boy is still in the game though, but they're going to put all in focus on the Sin with Rankit now needing help. Nako is together with him. A little bit of an overshot nade there by the top, but at least they know that Sin is there.
Almost double digit for PBE when it comes to eliminations. If they score another chicken on top of those double digit eliminations, that's going to be huge for them to just solidify the position at number 1 here for today. Orja Esport Martin with an AUG tried to scout around the corners, hoping to get a couple of players, but Red Bull giving the information, hey, nobody's here, we have to just push forward, because the next stage will determine who will get the circle next and who will be burned off by the blue, who have to run their way towards the eyes of the teams that are spraying that actually got himself eliminations. But for Romeo Boy, it has been a great day. All he needs to do is just wait it out.
Yeah, and pray for teams to not crash into his shack there. So far, based on his position, I don't foresee that yet for this stage. But he's also praying for stage 7 to favor him. It will be difficult for him to come out. Of course, yeah, Esports, they need to prepare to come out since they are by the edge of the circle. But they, as a full squad, they're definitely prepped up for this.
Now, timers on the clock, less than 10 seconds for stage number 7. We still have 6 teams. There's still a huge number when it comes to a very small circle. It's less than 500 meters away from each other when it comes to the radius. And for Martin, he wants to spot out, but due to the structures and a couple of vegetations in between, making it so difficult on the slope where Romeo Boy is right now, they cannot visualize him on top of their crosshair. But the circle just shifted down again south, and Romeo Boy, he's still got himself a circle. He just waited out and played for the positions, but unfortunately for the teams on the northern side, it's going to be a tough entry for them.
And Romeo Boy players hurt. But for Austria Esports, okay, they sent 2 players up north, probably trying to scout for an entry point. But I guess their only option is to go forward now that they have the information that there are other teams up north as well. Austria Esports, they need to decide in about 5 more seconds since the zone will be closing. Playbook Esports on the left, we need to come into the circle as well. Their next target is going to be Time to Quick Esports.
It's going to be difficult for the teams to try to get into the circle here in the very last minute. Austria Esports have been taking a very slow rotation for 2 maps in a row right now. And PBE relocating themselves in the better spot just to visualize the ones that are actually around the curve of the ground. So they want to see what's happening across the other side of the hill. Whilst Romeo Boy is still being saved by the shack. Fearless Random spotted out the rotation of Austria. Now they will try to compete for the small shack. This is going to be Romeo Boy trying to clutch against the entire crew of Austria Esports. He can actually do this.
Wow, he saw the legs. He saw the legs. He saw the legs on the top, and he finished him. Man, the top. If only he didn't land at that window, then maybe he could have done it. But nevertheless, it was a good defense there by Romeo Boy, being the sole member of Young Radicals now. Red Bull is pretty low as well. Romeo Boy, other teams know that he's there, but there's nothing much they can do about it. Now, this day is probably going to be big. Lucky enough for Red Bull, it did not land.
Red Bull versus Romeo Boy. This is going to be a difficult toss for Red Bull from this angle to get into the very small window. It's quite of a randomize to get into that small window. Is going to be a lot of wasted nades. So Red Bull will relocate himself to get into the better spot. Austria Esports, unfortunately, that was a costly force towards the shack just now. But Red Bull greeted warmly. It's still going to be Romeo Boy. And PBE also taking on TTQ. I mean, Romeo Boy lasted long enough by himself in here.
Yeah, and he got that 1 extra eliminations from the back, man. Already 6 elimination points for Romeo Boy. But now the challenge is for Romeo Boy to get out because he does not circle at all. 3 other teams on the left side. That's where the circle is. And that one team who has the entire circle is going to be FRL.
Will they dominate and have a control over the circle? That's a bigger question, but what a nade by TTQ. Zuki just finished off the rest of PBE crew. And an instant, that was a golden nade at a perfect angle and world time as well.
Oh, beautifully done. And because of that, now we're down to 3 teams. Time to Quick Esports. They're in the driver's seat right now. They have a full team against 2 for FRL and also Romeo Boy. And they cannot borrow this. But FRL, right now, they have to do it against Time to Quick Esports if they want to somehow score this chicken dinner. They're sharing the same compound right now while Romeo Boy stays quiet. Gus gets needed out by Popov.
Popov tossing a great opening for Fearless here right now. TTQ Liquid will have the furthest one away, but for Pov, he managed to knock down another one. It's 2v1. If Romeo Boy win this chicken, I don't know what else can I talk about this. I mean, Romeo Boy have been playing it solo handily all this while, and we don't see him making any actions yet, but for TTQ, finally bridge in, and for Fearless, it's down to only one member. It's 2v1v1.
Oh man, the tides may shift right here. Let's see here. KH gets knocked down. Oh man, Time to Quick Esports. They started with a full squad. Now they're down to only 1. Now it's anyone's game to score this chicken dinner 1v1v1.
Mano to mano. The classical Mexican fight between 3 battle of teams. Fearless, YG and TTQ. Well, unfortunately, it's going to be the last stage. No more circle for them. Hopefully, they have it. No, but Romeo Boy, there's no stopping him. 8 eliminations, 7 by himself. My God, this guy been playing out of the wall, playing out of his mind as well. He's down to the chicken. If Romeo Boy scored, he's going to be big. Runs it down to 20% of HP. And Romeo Boy still have more. But he's trying to reset himself. Here comes the push. And Romeo Boy still got plenty of nades.
Oh, okay. He sends one across onto Renza, sends the second one as well. He probably saw the movement by Renza. Lobs another nade there. This is time to use everything, including his bandages, just to heal it, just to give him the extra health. But now the nade's connected. Now Renza, he came out as well. It's going to be a 1v1, mano a mano. UMP rushing there by Renza into the smoke. Light spray, but none of the connector. The Romeo Boy goes up to the high ground. He dances around with Romeo Boy. Romeo Boy switches to a DBS. Renza takes a bit of damage as the smoke now still buying time between the two. It could be anyone's game right now. It's down to the final few seconds. Romeo Boy still not hitting it yet.
He's prepared himself with the DBFs, waiting for the smoke to dissipate. It's all about the silhouette and Renza jump and shot. But what a game by Romeo Boy. He stole the highlights with 7 and maybe even 9 elimination by himself. But for Fearless, that was almost a blunder just now. The whole team being finished off by another team. And that was down to Romeo Boy. If Romeo Boy scored that chicken, that was the biggest chicken by a solo play for the longest time here.
Yeah, that would have been the chicken of the season there. Honestly, not gonna lie, I would have liked Romeo Boy to do it. Yeah, but yeah, towards the end it was really, really tight, right, man? It's so many things, right? It's like the smoke. It's also like the type of weapons because you're going up against UMP. That sort of somewhat medium distance that the UMP can still spray, so slightly more advantage towards the DBS. Man, if Romeo Boy maybe had a UMP or maybe had an M4 together with him, that would have been a better situation. But it's really down to split-second decisions.
He was trying to swap over to DBS just now, hoping Fearless Renza to actually try to push within the smoke, but unfortunately it didn't work out. But let's rewatch the highlight, how Fearless Esports managed to secure this chicken dinner away.
And here is our MVP, Erangel. Though I thought Romeo Boy could have been the MVP, but it's really tight towards the end. Coming in with 6 eliminations, 1,403 damage. Woo! That is a big number there with 4 knockouts, 3 assists, 441 total here, and a maximum survival time since they scored the chicken dinner of 28 minutes and 34 seconds. I'm pretty sure Erangel and Romeo Boy, they're like just maybe like 1 point difference for the MVP.
Yeah, I mean, for the total number of the team's elimination is going to be huge as well for Fearless this time. But for the total damage by Erangel, 1,403. I want to have, if only we can have a head-to-head between Erangel as well as Romeo Boy just now, it would be great as well, because I think Romeo Boy pretty much secures almost very close to the same total damage, but when it comes to elimination, just slightly more.
Yeah, it would have been really close, right? So congratulations to Erangel and also Fearless Esports for coming up as the chicken dinner winners of this round with 10 eliminations, 2,396 damage. Wow, this guy actually scored more than half of the damage output by Fearless Esports. 10 total knockouts, 5 total assists, 792 total heal, and of course the same survival time as with Erangel of 28 minutes 34 seconds. But I gotta give it to Fearless Esports as well. It was crucial for them to win the fight against Quick Esports to get this chicken dinner.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, like, TTQ and Fearless did cancel each other out till the very last player. If they did not take that one last minute Erangel just now, of course, it will cost them the entire chicken. It was everybody's game at that point, Cloud.
Yeah, I know, right? It was, at some point, it looked like Quick Esports, and all of a sudden, it flipped towards Fearless Esports winning that fight, and then it flipped to a three-way warfare. And there's so much that actually happened towards the end here. If you missed that, it's worth a rewatch here, ladies and gentlemen. But some of the other stats here, overall stats, as what we kind of talked about as well, if it's a bigger map, you will expect a lot more throwables here.
Yeah, but 63 eliminations, I assume there's going to be only one player. Not really, that's going to be a lot of also both players. And that's what a lot of players being eliminated. A lot of solo players till the very end. But throwables, not the most. Glad we've seen more before. I mean, in previous season compared to this one. 263 throwables. You're still around the lower part. I assume I was hoping around 350, of course. Still not reaching that standard yet, but headshot-wise, it's going to be one of the highest. Still 19 headshots.
Oh, and at least this time, teams have the time to loot airdrops. So that's 2 airdrops looted here. And in the bigger map, which is totally understandable. If you're in a smaller map, you probably don't have that space, a lot more teams around you, so you don't want to prioritize onto airdrops. But since we had a decent start, everyone had a full team, so maybe that's why as they rotated, they had the time to loot those airdrops. So 2 airdrops looted in this round by whichever team there is. And when it comes to the match points, FRL, 10 eliminations, chicken dinner, 20 points.
Yeah, but for YG, got himself a better eliminations and placement points this time. Now thanks to the last player that survived the longest. And also, of course, that's going to be Romeo Boy. PBE, I assume there's going to be also, they will go all out today based on how aggressive they can get. They scored the first chicken of the day and even got himself the top 4 in this map as well. So it seems a lot of consistency coming up from PBE perhaps today.
Yeah, when it comes to a PBE specifically as well, I mean, we're talking about them gaining 9 elimination points. They're just 1 behind FRL. So it seems like they have this pattern here, at least from the first 2 rounds that we've seen, that they are going for elimination points, which is pretty cool. I think they got themselves only 4 ranked points, but they're still up there. But speaking about elimination points, everyone got something out of this round, even for teams like Elevate, RTC, Strangers Esports, they still got at least 1 point here. But when it comes to the overall, because PBE is consistent in the first 2 rounds, they are at number 1 now.
But with Fearless, humongous points just now, 20 points, actually pushed himself up. That's going to be 4 points shy between Fearless and PBE. First and second place, 4 points of a gap. But this is going to be a bit of a stretch between Harami Bro and Fearless. 18 and 15 for YG themselves at 4th place here. If you compare with the top 2, 3rd, 4th, and all the ones that actually at the bottom, it's quite a stretch of a gap still.
Yeah, though we're only 2 games in, but yeah, hoping for those kind of Cinderella stories, especially for FV and also for RTC. So RTC, at least they are like the first half of the page, right, with 9 points. But when you look, but because of their overalls, they're pretty down there. They need to be doing like very, very well towards the end of the week. So they still need to catch up to like top teams here that are currently performing. So those are the points as of now. Still a lot more games to go and a lot more work for the teams to do to catch up on the overalls later.
Yeah, but speaking of catching up, of course, when it comes to the gap, it's quite a stretch between the second and third place, of course, but it's doable. It's still day 1 of week number 3, and we do know there's so many maps still going on. So I assume there's going to be a bit of a rise for the teams that are actually very bottom as well, because, you know, some teams need some time to warm up after they had a bit of a break before, a long time didn't play compared to the last few days. So today is a warming up day for most of the teams.
Yeah, it's what all gamers always say, right? If you don't do well in the first few stages, phases, whichever it is, it's always a warm-up round. So hopefully the warm-up might be done for them, because we'll be heading on to a break here and no chance to cool down because the break won't be long. It's just time for them to grab a drink, go to the bathroom, and come back here. And ladies and gentlemen, ourselves as well, we'll be taking a break. So do not go anywhere. Do come back for the next segment. See you guys in a little bit more in the PMCL.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile 3.4. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode and improved the game as a whole. Let's explore this new version together. The conflict between the vampires and werewolves has lasted for several millennia, and now you can take part in it as well. Welcome to PUBG Mobile's newest themed mode, Blood Moon Awakening. Allow me to introduce you to the new themed areas, where the werewolves and vampires call home. Let's check them out. The area before us is vampire territory, the Crimson Castle. It has loads of supplies, and you can access the final reward crate sooner through battle. Here, the sky alternates between day and night. Hide in one of the many coffins inside the castle to ambush your enemies. You'll also find the vampire throne there. Legend has it that activating it unleashes an immense and mysterious power. The castle's altar room contains ritual crates that contain a rich loot and the activation item for the vampire throne. Additionally, crimson keys can be found throughout the map. Use them to open a portal that will bring you or your teammates straight to the Crimson Castle. Have yourself a blood-sucking adventure. Here, we have before us the ancestral home of the werewolves, the Wolf Settlement. There are various ancient buildings here to explore. This area also alternates between day and night. At night, you can activate a puzzle via the ancestral statue beneath the spirit tree. Find the lost wolf spirits to get the ancestral treasure. Lastly, let's go over the new vehicle in this version, the two-seater animal vehicle, Horse. It can swim and jump, and you can fire from it while mounted. When you're with your team, it can follow allies. It can also be fed and recalled. A horse infected with crimson energy gains an additional double jump ability. Are you ready to explore the land of the supernatural? I look forward to seeing how you fare. Now, you can use the new character transformation mechanic to join the battle as a vampire or a werewolf. First, let's go over the Wolf Warrior. Use Wolf Salve to turn into a Wolf Warrior. After transforming, you'll gain a dash ability and the ability to scale walls by jumping. Finally, they have a special Howl ability that grants themselves and all nearby allies enhanced movement speed and damage reduction. Next, let's go over the Vampiric Fiend. Use Blood Oath Extract to become one. After doing so, eliminating an enemy in either human or vampiric fiend form will generate a blood orb. Touch them to quickly restore your health. Vampiric fiends can absorb these orbs from a distance. Right after transforming into a vampire, you'll grow wings and gain the ability to fly. Fly swiftly over short distances, or swoop down swiftly to strike a target area, dealing damage and knocking enemies back. Finally, vampiric fiends can fire energy bombs that unleash crimson gas on impact. Players caught within the gas cannot use medical items. Now then, which of these two creatures do you prefer? Get in the game and try it out. In the new version, we've added several new mechanics. Within the Crimson Castle, you'll find the formidable boss, Dracula. Pick up a crimson crystal from the map and crush it to open a crimson rift that will bring you straight to his lair. Dracula has two forms. In his first form, he'll approach his prey swiftly and unleash powerful melee attacks. He may also turn into a bat and teleport beside you. After defeating him in the first phase, he'll enter a frenzied state. Dracula uses various ranged attacks in the frenzied state and also brings out a shield. But fear not, after breaking his shield, he'll take a lot more damage. Get behind cover to evade his ranged attacks. Challenge Dracula now to get amazing rewards. Moving on, we've also spiced up treasure hunting with gargoyle troves and treasure specters. You'll get loads of great rewards from them. Additionally, we've added a banner display mechanic that lets you show off your elimination count after transforming. Let everyone know your achievements in Blood Moon Awakening. In this version's updated classic mode, we added a new dual-wield firearm, the Dual MP7. It equips to the pistol slot, is agile, enjoys a fast rate of fire, but does not support aiming down sights. Likewise, we added a new vehicle, the Hovercraft. It can be operated on land and in water, and is equipped with armored glass that prevents players inside and outside from firing at each other. We've also added the self-AED to classic mode. We hope it adds another layer of tactics. Also, the Crimson Castle Plaza themed map has been added to arena mode. Defeat enemies with your teammates in intense battles like never before. Stay tuned for classic mode update videos to learn more. With Blood Moon Awakening,
Welcome back, ladies and gents. You guys are tuning into the PMCL Southeast Asia Fall Season 2024 with me, Chu and Sekla, and this is going to be the last season for our PMCL here.
Yes, last week, so it's all go time for all these teams here. So far, our first two rounds have been amazing. So the first chicken dinner was brought to you by Playbook Esports. The second chicken dinner was by Fearless Esports, and what a round that was. It could have been Romeo Boy actually taking back home for Young Ugaticos.
Yeah, thanks to Osja Esports who actually safekeeping YG Romeo Boy just beneath them in that very small shack. That's why I said it's super sweet, strong, solid shack, even though it's a very small place to hide, but due to its position itself, it was a very tactical for YG Romeo Boy to last him long enough. Plus he got himself a number of eliminations just by staying in there, but it's not going to be the same fate for the next circle because we're still going to play Erangel, but the circle probably won't be the same.
Yeah, super sweet, strong. Hopefully it doesn't bring him diabetes, but so far it almost brought him that chicken dinner. But nevertheless, that round is done. We're going to look forward to the next round, while we also look forward to this new addition into the PUBG Mobile universe. Major update inside the game. Update your game right now. Download the resource packs because you don't want to miss out on version 3.4, the Blood Moon Awakening, which is a new theme mode inside the game itself that features new theme areas, items, transformation mechanics, and a new PvE gameplay to explore. So log into the game right now, update to the latest version. It might take a while, so you might want to be connected to a Wi-Fi because it's a huge update there. And I can tell you, it's going to be worth it. And what's going to be worth it is our new Royal Pass Ace 9.
Yeah, which could be only available until November 14. It's already up for grab for you guys. Just log into and do some mission and make sure you got yourself the new Royal Pass Ace 9 because there's going to be a plenty of loot you guys can actually gather from here. With level 50, you can get yourself the upgradable firearm Uzi, which is super fancy. By the way, you can see the Spirit Sentry Uzi. It looks already flashy in there. And also, don't forget about level 100, you get yourself a new custom color fit. On the left side, you can actually see it, how the Spirit Sentry set just have a variety of options. If you don't like this color, it depends on the mood of the day, so you can actually customize it based on the mood of the day. And don't forget about the up to 720 UC rebate you guys can actually have, so it's not all lost. And when it comes to this team, I assume it's going to be the team of Halloween, which is coming up very soon for all of you guys that love Halloween festival.
Yeah, I mean, we have the new theme game inside of PUBG Mobile, right? So you gotta bundle it with a new Royal Pass as well. But we're gonna bundle here some of our predictions. So looks like we have a repeat here for Playbook Esports. Our friends from the Filipino broadcast, both Vince as well as Aya. So looks like they went for Playbook Esports this time. And we have Genesis Esports. Okay, cool. So this is your second time picking Austria Esports. So what's your thought on this?
Because they don't really, Austria don't really perform in the first Erangel of the day. Usually they're going to perform it later or middle of the day of Erangel. So I assume that's going to be the case. But I don't know. So far today has been very quiet and conservative the way they actually play.
Yep, maybe like what you said, right? It's a warm-up round for them as a start, so this is that time to really bring it onto the table. While Austria Esports is able to do like what we saw in week 1 and week 2. So I'm sure the fans of Austria Esports will be rooting for them, because there are ways for you to root by scanning this QR code, show your love to your favorite team, and also pick your favorite player as well. As we prepare ourselves to head on to match number 3 for today, here we go.
Now, finally getting to the second Erangel of the day. I'm waiting for the circle to pop, and so far I'm looking at the teams. Most of them are dropping their usual comfortable drop spot, their classical drop spot as well. But when it comes to the circle, my oh my, this is going to be a tricky one to play for the players.
Ooh, Austria Esports will be hoping for it to be a military base circle, but since it's got a circle 50-50, can go to the main peninsula, can go to the island, everyone's probably going to hold on to their ground for now. So that also means that it might be crowded on the main peninsula if all those teams out there chooses to be in the circle, but on the main peninsula still. So that's something that we want to keep an eye on.
Yeah, but it's going to be a lot of crossing the bridge early as well, depends. And TTQ already got themselves the vehicles and just passed through those bridges, hoping it's a bit of a gamble really for the players to go straight for SMB if they want to go for the south all the way, because the circle might hard shift towards the main peninsula once more in the very last minute. We've seen that before happen, Cloud, and that might just be the case here, but at least they do know that it's going to be the left side of the bridge that's more favored than the right side. A lot of teams dropping themselves nearby the right side of the bridge. So I assume when it comes to bridge camping around the left side, a bit later than the right side compared.
Yeah, earlier we don't see that many teams on the right side bridge at the early stages. So maybe that could be a better entry point for majority of the teams if the circle does go to military base. I would expect like the farm, south of farm area, like that beach area, to be crowded with teams. There are some places for teams to be at. So because that allows access to teams like, okay, in case if it does go to military base island, at least we're the closest one to it. We may be able to swim. We may be able to like take a quick route to the bridge. So there are a lot of options right now. Maybe even like the lighthouse might be taken over by TTQ later on, so that it gives them that flexibility of access when the circle decides on where to go.
Yeah, but this is definitely going to be a a huge advantage for Austria Esports since they're one of the teams that love to drop around SMB. Same goes for Max V9. But the case is with a lot of conditions, if the circle don't ping pong back toward the main peninsula. So we're going to have to wait and see stage 2 and stage 3. I assume stage 2 circle might still be a 50-50, but stage 3 will be the final verdict whether the circle will go towards the main peninsula or just prefers the SMB side. But I assume with TTQ already get himself into SMB, so we can assume there's already 3 teams on top of SMB. I don't know how much more managed to get into the southern side. Maybe even Sin already tried to get himself down there, so I assume there's going to be an early rotation for most of the teams that's nearby farming Milton right now.
Well, if I can send a message to the circle, let's keep the surprise until like stage 6 onwards. Or maybe with stage 7 if he wants to go like insane enough, right? Stage 6, 7, that'll be pretty nice, right? Like keep everyone guessing. It's like, oh, where is stage 6? But the circle can't decide where to go. Just like how sometimes my girlfriend can't decide on where to have dinner. But Renza looks like someone decided for him, and there's gonna be Gus knocking him down.
It's going to be the transition that make it a bit of a thinning of the crowd way early on. Fearless and TTQ. I thought TTQ got himself SMB. I was wrong, perhaps. They're just crossing about. They're trying to get themselves some loot first, perhaps, before crossing the other side of a bridge, or just waiting out on top of Ferry Pier right now. But Fearless do have the same mindset. Fearless, they were coming out all the way to Ezidia, slightly on the outskirts of Pachinki just now. Just happen to be colliding against TTQ, moving in the same direction, but here comes a nade, dropping it right on top of Fearless. And KS squat it quite big for TTQ. This is going to be the time for just one more player left for the Fearless side, and unfortunately, from the highs to the very low, they just got himself chicken and now ended up with nothing.
Yeah, 0 points for them. Just too bad as they crash into TTQ's compound, not able to get out with any points at all. So just too bad for them, but yeah, it is what it is. Maybe to a certain extent they would have been glad to like, okay, I'd rather not play this round any further because it's just torture trying to guess the circle. Trying to be positive here.
Yeah, that's kind of true. I mean, like, TTQ already got this compound way early on, so that was a nice defense coming up from TTQ. They were a bit earlier than the rest of the teams, and when it comes to Fearless, they did not expect TTQ to be here. I assume they also think that, hey, it's due to the circles around SMB, so probably TTQ already migrate themselves straight down to the south, and it's maybe vacant because they are coming up from around the Gatka region area early on, so they did not expect TTQ to still lurk around the longest time.
Yeah, because they started off with the houses on the right side of the lighthouse, right? Then they moved towards the Ferry Pier area, and I guess that was something that kind of caught them off guard here. They thought that, okay, if we go to the Ferry Pier area, then nobody's here. Maybe TTQ is busy on the other side. From here, they loot, they grab a boat because at Ferry Pier there's a chance for a boat spot, and then they move on to Military Base Island if needed. So I see the idea there by FRL, but it was just TTQ who caught them off.
Yeah, because they did not calculate there would be somebody there. I think that was a big jump from the side of TTQ too. I mean, that's definitely going to be opportunity for them to get those points up. But you talked about the lighthouse, you talked about bridge camping, and Harami Bro will be the one that they love to wait it out for their victims to cross over towards the other side. But everybody fidgeting, waiting if the circle will hot shift towards the main peninsula back or not. They're all waiting for the next stage circle just to confirm whether it's going to be worth it to cross over the other side.
Yeah, hopefully they brought their own fidget spinner. No sharing here. Or maybe hygienic purposes so that they can just wind down time, because there is a potential that it might go to stage 6 and we're still guessing, hoping for that. You know, circle gods, you know what to do. Because if it's like stage 2 and we already know like, oh, it's meter base or it's main peninsula, then you'll be like, okay, cool, right? Teams will know what to do. But for to add on to the spice and the element of surprise, let's keep it for a little bit later. That'll be nice.
Now, speaking of later, there are teams that still try to play around the rim of the circle. I assume Austria Esports possibly will do the same as well, because they've been playing it super late today, and they've been playing around the rim of the circle. I love this, by the way.
Okay.
Oh my god, I love this.
Right. This a hybrid vehicle, ladies and gentlemen. One of the latest additions to esports mode of PUBG Mobile. So by having this, you can travel on land and you can travel in the water as well. So this is perfect. That's why when they found it, okay, grab it. Okay. We're so far getting our wish list.
There's still 50-50. I'm talking about literally 50-50. It's not even skewed towards the one side at all. And it's going to be difficult for the players, especially when it comes to the IGL, to decide whether to go to the main peninsula or just pull all the way down to itself. I feel like a lot of teams will resort towards just around the outskirts of the Ridge Complex and the Farm Ridge area. There's a lot of good places down there. The compounds down there is quite solid for them to take around as well. But there's going to be a limited amount of teams to occupy around the Ridge and the Farm Ridge area. So the Ridge Complex and Farm Ridge will be one of the hottest spots, especially for the teams that will try to farm the players that try to swim over the other side.
Now we get a demo of how the amphibious vehicle works. As you can see, it works just as well on land. Maybe not as fast as some of the other land vehicles, right? But it still works and it gives you a full cover. So it's pretty nice to have that. But it's not nice to be in a situation where Stranger Esports is at right now. They were caught up. They were noticed by Genesis Esports on the other end. But on the elimination feed, Kuru not having a fun time against Sin.
And there's no way out for Kuru. He's surrounded, wrapped around by Sin right now, and he's been knocked down as well. It's going to be an easy execution by Sin, but the rest of FV Esports, I assume they're not going to give him some help. A bit too hesitant for the rest of FVE, trying to take some actions and try to take advantage of how Sin is actually putting himself into. And right now, I think it was GOT7 that fight against Sin. And this is the best time for them to play as third party for FVE, just to get that revenge back towards their teammate, their fallen members just now.
It's time here. It's time for more fights as well. GOT7 sees Mix, but Mix gets away to safety. And Edward QT, it looks like he's going in for a Mix. He did jump out of his vehicle, so he's ready for this fight. He does have the high ground advantage, but by putting himself on that higher ground, it will also expose himself to maybe another player that might come in. That is going to be Boyshon. So reposition himself, gets on the vehicle, try to get onto the other side at least, since that area has a bit more cover and there's a patrol station as well.
Edward Cutie, Bull and Braze is still trying to connect those shots and those grenades just now. Unfortunately, it didn't seem to be taking down any of Sin players, but for Sin, the vehicle take quite a number of damage on top of those aggressions shown by GOT7 players. But for Max V9, out of nowhere, they happen to be popping their hats at the end of the bridge. And we talked about crossing this bridge. It's going to be difficult if they're late into it. And Max V9 just safely docked themselves, but it's going to be SMB all day long, and it's very little land on the main peninsula as well, so this is going to be tough for the teams to just cross over the other side.
Welcome to the Scammy Circle, and look who is at the left bridge. Ossia Esports is on the left, Team Max is on the right, so they have their own respective gatekeepers there. Tactical Esports making their ways. Harame Bros traveling on the left bridge as well. But we're going to put back our focus onto the right bridge. We got 3 different teams here.
GOT7, Wako against Sin. One particular player of Sin. How to just fight himself out of this skirmish. GOT7 surrounded left, right, center, and they're going to play the staircase game a bit late for the Sin player to just come back. But the rooftop worked so well for Wako. He scored 2 just by doing that by himself. I thought he's a bit late when it comes to defending himself. But Labubu, that's going to be a difficult situation for him to just handle this alone. Sin Wako outplayed the rest of GOT7 players just now.
I know, right? He's definitely a wacko there to come up with that move, and is looking for more. Wants to secure that final elimination point. Nade on the second floor, but he's not there. Labu, he's actually by the stairs, so nades are not going to be easy to land onto him. But they have to decide quickly as well, since the blue is on top of them right now. Labubu, 5 first 8, he can still hold on to this, but as long as his opponents are still around, then it's still going to be hard, unless he pull off a clutch with his DBS.
Still stage number 3, that's going to be around 0.8% per second HP being deducted. So it's still bearable for these guys to tank it out. So for Sin, they can take their own sweet time to slowly close the last player here. So if one mistake being taken, it's going to be the rest of the team goes down. But there's going to be GOT7 with 1 eliminations and Sin winning over that side. But next we do have AVE. What have the rest of them then? That's going to be the end of them as well. Now AVE, this is going to be a tough day. Barely make any progress here today.
Yeah, only like 4 points in 3 rounds, so gotta do a lot more better than that. As for Stranger Esports, now they have Genesis Esports still with the circle, but by the time the next stage, they might all need to move. Harame Bros comes in on time to quick Esports. They're spending time in the blue. Both teams tanking the damage while they fight each other.
Nate, the collateral damage from that explosion didn't bring him down to his knees, but for Jappy, had to get out without being harmed at all by these guys. TTQ just screaming for help, but unfortunately, the Blue Zone did help a big part for Harame Pro as well, so that's going to be the end of TTQ. 4 teams being ousted early on. We're down to stage number 4 here with less than 10 seconds. KE Sports out elevate. So KE, they didn't have a great run here today, but they barely got enough space out there, and it's going to be shifting all the way to the south.
Yeah, and look who managed to make it. It's going to be NC2. Wow, somehow he managed to swim across unscathed, and he's okay right now, being a marker for his team. On the left side bridge, Harame Bros Jappy is going to lead the charge, and Austria Esports will be waiting for him. But on the other side, Justice Esports, still not done yet though, as Smart will secure his next elimination point out of 762. Nas drowned to the probably when he was trying to swim across there, but the time is not on the side of any of these teams. 20 plus more seconds and they will say hi to the blue.
Oh, there's gonna be a painful, very hurtful blue as well. Talking about stage number 5 heading soon. Harame Bro will just still try to dispute who will take over this place, which not even in the circle here right now. They were gatekeeping Harame Bro and try to take down, I think that's going to be the players of Fearless. But Fearless being eliminated, probably a different team entirely. But for those Jai Esports, they still have 4 men well alive. And this is their compound, this is their dominant. They drop themselves here early, but Jappy, that was a big name, giving an opening towards the side of Jai Esports. Unfortunately, he was the last member for Harame Bro.
Well, good job there by Red Bull to spray in the smoke. And of course, Austria Esports is your favorite team. 58% vote. Great job, people. Let's see if Austria Esports can repay that with their performance. And so far, the circle does favor them. As for Playbook Esports, putting a bit of pressure on the Austria Esports. Yangu Gaticos managed to make it into the shoreline.
Romeo boy is left again as 2 players. At least this time it's not solo handling all the situation by himself. He got himself Say Cloud to be his partner for now. But unfortunately, not much elimination coming up from YG. But we are looking at GE forcing themselves to dock around the coastline area. But unfortunately, it's going to be a bit tough for them to get into the island here right now. A bit too late. We still have 11 teams in tag. And all Jai Esports slowly bulldozing people from behind. The next contender is going to be PBE.
And PBE now with the high ground advantage. So this is going to be an interesting clash, I must say. 2 teams better into the scene. See if they can get one up against each other. As Michi now cooking up his nade. On the other side, he sees a moving vehicle. It's going to be hard for him to land that nade while the vehicle is still moving. No Carillo, the final member of Kill Enemy, eliminated at number 11 with 2 elimination points. As we are back onto Austria Esports, still not able to find the target.
I don't know if Skynin have any health utilities on himself because he's not healing himself back up. But Raimon PBE taking up a challenge, trying to relocate his position, repositioning his view towards the rest of Austria Esports. But they're forcing him to take the cover behind this tree. He's prepping up the nade, barely got enough levels. When it comes to level 1 nade, level 1 helmet and vest, it won't last him that long with 50% down with that explosion by Red Bull. And Red Bull didn't put too much of action in the previous one, so this is the time for him to the test to have the actions going on. It's going to be Red Bull dropping against Raimon, down to 3 players for PBE.
It started off with that, and he gets another one, gets a 3rd one, Red Bull! Now Red Bull is definitely flying here. Only Gerald left for Playbook Esports on the lower ground. The members of Austria Esports will definitely be on the hunt for that 1 extra point. Gerald better get away.
Gerald is going to be the last member alive, but here comes a run down to finish off PBE, and the rest remain in history. Thanks to Red Bull, he opened up so much angle for the rest of Osja Esports to actually finish off PBE, and that's going to be another one team back-to-back being elevated, being finished off as well. We're down to only 8, which going to be less than the usual, but a couple of teams still try to dock themselves, and one of them is GE.
Yeah. And while we see here Exquisite, they are in the circle by the edge of it, but MM is currently down. Super Pickles gets murdered. Justice Esports not having a fun time right now. No circle at all. Though they managed to dock themselves at the beach, but still quite far away for them. And RTC Esports will be the next team to be eliminated at number 8. 2 elimination points. They got 1 placement point, so that's going to be 3 points for RTC. Look at the circle. GE. They have to cut across like what? Yangu Gadigos, Exquisite, maybe even Osja with Red Bull on the left side of the map. It's going to be hard.
With the circle shifted just now for Sendia and time to go towards where Osja Esports actually stands, which is going to be the Esports. They spotted out GU trying to get himself docked on the coastline area. It's a clear shot for Red Bull as well. There's no cover or structure whatsoever, except for a couple of trees, but it's still quite a journey for the rest of GE to get themselves up here. Zays, that's going to be the last player of GE that still stands alive here right now. It's might be finished off by Red Bull, but it's from the pan to the fire. It's either taken out by Osja Esports or the next contender is going to be Exquisite. It's going to be tough for GE to survive this.
Yeah, can't see them going any further than maybe even like 7th or 6th place. But let's see. Exquisite here coming in. Super Pickles gets the knock on the take out. Yangu Radicals again down to Romeo Boy, the hero of Yangu Radicals. Let's see if we can do it again. He managed to get the knockdown to MM. That's going to be 1. Looking for more.
Well, he tried to revive his teammate. The Molly will force him to be parting ways with his revival just now. Cancel it out for the rescue mission towards his teammate. Exquisite managed to drop a big net on top of Romeo Boy. That's finished off the last remaining member of YG, but it's not done and dusted yet. Osja Esports just marching straight towards GE. Well, Exquisite, they got himself hard covers to play with, but Osja, they try to fish out all the members out alive. 10 eliminations in their bag, and they're not showing any sign of slowing down at all.
But this is their circle. They have to make the most out of this, and they have a full team still, even after fighting with Playbook Esports earlier on. And look at their repositioning. They reposition on the other side where it's less crowded. They'll let all the other teams cancel each other, and they'll probably come in later, or maybe for a long range. And they did show that in the previous round, they're able to steal away long-range points from the hands of other teams.
Now, there's going to be a bit of respite for the teams who are waiting out for the next circle. Less than 5 seconds to go. It's all about the circle here onwards, because whoever being not favored by the circle, it's going to be tough for them navigation to get into the safe zone. You talked about Osja Esports. Will they break the numbers? Yeah, so far 10 eliminations are on the board. If they get more, it's still enough bodies for them. But the circle just dominated, control over by Osja Esports. This seems to be unfolding straight for them to score this chicken.
Yeah, if they don't score this chicken dinner, I don't know what else to say, right? The circle, the terrain, the full squad, everything is leaning towards Osja Esports as of now. But big pressure for the other teams to come out with a surprise as well. Max, they are a full team. They have not got any elimination points, but it's okay. Most importantly, so far they're able to survive the circle. Exquisite in a fight here against Stranger Esports as they need to fight their way, cutting across the road.
Here comes 5 shots, turned down to only 1% of HP. There's no way out. That's going to be a NC2. Oh, there's no way to run, no hide, and he's got finished off. It was GE first. He lasted long enough for another team to go down early, so he got some bonus placement for the side of Strangers Esports. Super Pickles coming in, playing around the staircase area. It's going to be well prepped for the nade to avoid Exquisite to go to the second floor. But Super Pickles, unfortunately, Max V9 from the outside, all the way downtown from across the street, making sure Exquisite will not take out the last player of Strangers Esports.
Man, not going to be making it easy, huh? But MC2, 10% of health left. It's on the second floor. He managed to heal up back to 80% of health. At the same time, Team Max from across the road monitoring the situation. If Exquisite steps out of the building, then Team Max might shoot them down.
Max V9 sneakily coming up from behind. Stranger Esports MC2. That's gonna be Max V9 actually being the bane for him instead of the CQC against Exquisite. Now Exquisite right in the shoes of the last player of Stranger Esports here right now, surrounded by the ferocious Max V9 coming out from across all the way the street. But the one that's really choking everyone out, it's gonna be Olja Esports. 11 eliminations by now.
Yeah, beautifully done by them. From the long range, not really engaging with those fights, and they could potentially get more. Now, looking at the circle, team seems to be in it. And interesting enough, okay, look at down south. There's another team there that I'm not sure if Austria Esports is aware of. Hopefully, they do remember to check their backs in order not to be surprised later on. As Team Max, truly by the edge, we still have stage 7. So they might need to move. Same goes for Sin, and they will move on to Austria.
And the one that can actually drop Olja out, it's going to be Sen, of course, the highest contender. But they're splitting themselves into 2-2 formation. A side of Olja Esports, 2 on the north, 2 on the south. The one in the south is a bit more difficult to deal with because it's going to be a 3v2 situation. But at least they got themselves a hard compound. The next stage will determine who will get the chicken dinner a bit easier than the rest. But Max V9 also a good contender against Olja Esports. Olja Esports, they have to swing this big. There's 2 different angles entirely, but the circle have to be shrinking in the center. Now they do want to decide which one they want to pick and clean up first for Olja. If they're a bit greedy, try to force a fight against 2 different teams at the same time, it's gonna be super difficult for the chicken.
Yeah, I know, right? So they're not gonna let that happen. As right now, it looks like Austria Esports is going to put a lot of focus onto Sin. Oh, wait a second. Sin fires back. They managed to get Skynet. Skynet will be eliminated by Renkit. That's Nang right now from the other side. We need to take out Renkit. Renkit to find a member of Sin. And Nang with his Nate, his one and only trusted Nate. Red Bull is together with him on the higher ground. And Renkit looks like it's going to be Wako to find a member of Sin. And he has been eliminated. Beautifully tossed Nate.
That was a golden one for Olja Esports. Now there's no more contenders for them except for the one that actually at the rim, but they're a bit busy against another team entirely, which we do have still Exquisite around across the other side of the corner, but they still can pick their members up for Olja Esports. They still can get themselves some respite, despite of, you know, Exquisite trying to force himself in, because Max V9 a bit busy dealing with... Oh my god, Exquisite. Right as a 3-way wall, the one that actually winning this big is going to be Olja Esports, because Exquisite and Max V9, none of them giving enough attention towards side of Olja Esports, and that was the close one.
Oh, absolutely close one. Lucky enough there was a tree right in front of them, but the blue isn't behind. Exquisite forced to hike up, and Team Max, they are ready for it. But John will spray down onto them, eliminating Exquisite Esports. Now it's between Austria Esports and Team Max.
Austria, it's a 3v3 equal out the field, playing the last chicken dinner. The chicken dinner of the second wrangle of the day here. Try to spread out into triangle mode. Both Olja Esports and Max V9 do have the same idea. It's all about the grounds. It's all about who gets to see who first, who can relay the information first, and where Red Bull stands. I feel like he got the advantage in terms of information here. I think he can actually scout out the players of Max V9 snaking their way towards the center slowly. So they have to take out Red Bull, who's being the eyes for Olja Esports. So Martin is flank side. Will be challenged by the John later on. So Joseph and Borshan waiting out for the John to open up the space for them to march in. But the small street in between and the uneven curvature of the tree will make it so difficult for the 2 teams to start engaging here.
Yeah, look at the circle, right? We still have this stage where the circle favors entirely to Austria Esports. And this is going to be hard for a Team Max. Now fire on the Team Max. And we can see here Boyshawn dancing around. He has a tree to reset himself. And no rush by Austria Esports. All they need to do is just wait and let Team Max come to them.
They got the circle. They even got the last stage, which no more circles. But like it all, Max V9 will have to be pressured by the blue first. And speaking of which, they have more than enough reserve for Austria Esports. They can wait all day long. But if they underestimate, like what happened right now, the John will be the opening for Austria Esports again. Like how I mentioned just now, it's going to be go time for Max V9. They don't have time to lose as the circle will shrink even further. And the John almost get knocked down entirely. And nobody can save Martin here right now. It's go time, but Max V9, they're down to only 2 members as well as Boyshon being knocked down now. The John needs to reset himself.
Okay, could this be a big comeback here by Team Max? Oh, Martin! Oh, wait a second. Oh, Red Bull got Joseph. And finally, it's all wrapped up by Austria Esports. It's hard for them to drop the ball. They will score the chicken dinner with the circle inside of mid to the base.
Yeah, it's got a bullseye this time, but what a win coming up from Austria Esports. I think that was a dominant over for the control of the circle since the start. It was theirs to unfold till the end of the day. We talked about how the circle since the start is kind of comprises a lot of SMB with the main peninsula 50-50. But the moment the third stage happened to be commencing, it's going to be entirely SMB during that time. And that's going to be the fortress of Austria Esports. They know exactly how to play it.
Yeah, and they played actively as well. Like, they came out, they tried to stop Playbook Esports from coming in, they scored those eliminations, and it's not like, oh, you have the circle in your own island, you can play it safe. Nah, they don't want to play it that way. They know they need to catch up on the points because they cannot let go of that #1 spot, and that's why they played actively by gaining those elimination points. Great work here by Austria Esports, not playing it passive. I like to see this kind of gameplay by Austria Esports because they are a team with such amazing players. There's like Red Bull, we saw earlier on what he can do. He took out 3 players from Playbook Esports, and that's one of the biggest highlights for Austria Esports in this round.
Now speaking of highlight, let's rewatch how Austria Esports finally scored himself the chicken dinner with a hefty amount of eliminations.
Well, are we supposed to be surprised here? Red Bull is the MVP this time. 12 eliminations, 1,323 damage, 8 total knockouts, and who cares about assists if you can bring 12 eliminations to your team with a total here of 330, and of course a survival time of 26 minutes and 8 seconds. Red Bull is back!
Red Bull's never been awful this one. I mean, today's still the first day of the final week here. It still delivers. I'm not surprised he got another MVP with this kind of performance, and he been consistently getting those numbers for every single week. He didn't assist so much, I mean, yeah, but as long as he delivered 12 eliminations out of the 17, just now, I think it's definitely around 80% of contribution when it comes to the elimination numbers wise. Out of that 17, 12 by this one particular player. Red Bull, a high caliber player, setting the standard quite high when it comes to the season.
He definitely don't want to miss out on the 3rd week MVP or 3rd week top terminator because he wants the extra moolah. As for the team, as an overall, 17 total eliminations, 2,640 total damage, 12 knockouts, 8 assists, 803 total heal, and of course the same survival time as Red Bull, 26 minutes, 27 seconds, and Austria Esports. Now, with this chicken dinner, it may put them up to #1.
Possibly true. I mean, they have been quite okay today. Didn't end up too bad. They never ended up way earlier than the rest. The one that we should actually highlight regarding that, it's going to be the team like RV, of course, as really having a difficult, tough, rough day here today. But also Esports, they gained themselves a couple of points in every single round. And you know what? I'm going to claim it. I'm the only one that actually called out for OJ Esports when it comes to prediction. And I scored it. I mean, I believe in OJ Esports, but for the next one, we have no clue yet. But I think major part, I don't know if we can actually say it out loud. Was it because of a circle or the play is just so good?
Well, I think it's a combination of both. If not, you won't see that many elimination points, right? So, yeah, great work by Australia Esports. Overall, got to give it to them as a team. Now, if we look at some of the stats, right, because it is a military-based circle, so total elimination is 56, so we have a handful of players that went out to the zone. Totally understandable since it is this kind of circle. But what is interesting is that even though with this kind of circle, teams still have the time to loot 3 airdrops. And that's even more than the previous round when we had a kind circle.
Headshot wise, it's not as much as we had before. Troubles, I think most of the players that got finished off by the Blue Zone or being helped by the Blue Zone instead, since a lot of them still overextending their stay when the circle. I don't blame them though, because the circle was a 50-50 till the third stage. It was a hot shift all the way to SSMB. It was difficult to read it out if you're the IGL. Hence a lot of heals this time, 9,000, a bit more than Sanhok actually. But thanks to the 17 elimination, Australia Esports got himself 27 points in this one map.
And that's the most points and most eliminations so far that we've gotten today. And look at that next contender, right? 11 points. That's like almost triple. You add 4 more points, and that's like you add a handful of points, and that's like triple exquisite. But on the other end, Playbook Esports, they went out to Australia Esports in that one fight thanks to Red Bull, scoring 3 eliminations out of them. And you got Flash Vision Esports, who unfortunately went out to a rotation, and FRL, the first team to go out, even though after they scored that chicken dinner, they were not able to bring their momentum into this round by crashing into the compound where TTQ is at Ferry Pier. And it was just too bad for them that they got out with 0 points this round, hoping for a comeback here in the next.
It's quite concerning, especially for FV. I wouldn't worry so much for PB. They were consistent when it comes to the first 2 maps before. Since they're quite consistent early on, it pays them well. Now, PB been pushed down by Australia Esports with 3 points of a very minute gap between them. Yeah, Fearless on the other hand will be another contender on the top 3. We had quite a stretch between the top 2 and the rest of the teams down there. But it's a different case this time after we finish our Erangel map run just now. But Harame Bro, they can still do a lot of catching up as long as they can get the last Erangel later on.
Yeah, the 3 teams that scored the chicken dinner still stacking up there. So looking for the next team, or maybe a repeat later on, because we still have 1 more Erangel match to be played here today. So based on the stats, Australia Esports, they do love Erangel. They might bring it here onto the game again later on. As for the other end, GOT7 and Flash Vision Esports both tied at 15-16 with 4 points, and KE with 5 points. So 3 teams with a single digit right now need to do a lot more better in the following round.
I mean, for GOT7, they have been always the first one to initiate fights most of the time. But I don't know whether they were being rushed or they are the one forcing the fight too much. But it did work out well for GOT7 to engage such an early fight. Maybe because they did not expect a team to actually be there, but it just didn't work out for like, what, 3 maps in a row right now.
Yeah, I mean, 3 maps in a row, 4 points. So 1 more, if they still score a 0, that's an average of 1 point per map. And that's definitely not a good stat that they want to have. And plus, they are one of the teams that needs to get away from the bottom 4 as well. So they need to really work out hard here for GOT7. One of the teams that we are also looking forward to see if there's any form of Cinderella story for this season. Because right now, it's the final week. What we'll be looking forward to mostly is going to be who are the top 16 teams to be in the grand finals. Then we'll look at like how many starting points will they have in the grand finals. So that's definitely something that these teams will need to come up with in order for us to have an interesting storyline. If not, it will be like maybe the expected 16 by the end of the day.
Now, we talked about FV Esports. When it comes to their league ranking points, they are at 19th place overall across week 1 and week 2 total points down there. But I don't feel like they still get how in dire need of points they are. They cannot afford to even have 1 map being eliminated early. Just how crucial they have to get it right when it comes to the final week. We talked about them have to go through at least finish of this week in the top 3. That's just how much point they need to get through to the grand finals. Another team that we actually see some improvement is going to be Exquisite Esports, because Exquisite Esports, they do have some consistency, and as long as they're building up their momentum throughout the entire day and not dropping any ball at all, I think it's still possible for them to catch up when it comes to the final week here.
Yeah, whatever it is for these teams, we can still give it a pass, right, for the previous match because the circle was iffy. But we're also going to give a pass to our new game mode here. All right, so well, since this is a kind of like a vampire sort of theme, right? So it may sound like a yeah, I'm gonna try this one. Oh man, I'm trying to get it in my head right now. First,
get the Dracula vibe. Let's
okay,
go.
yeah, I'm trying to get the Dracula vibe right now. Version 3.4 Blood Moon Awakening theme. Mode is here, ladies and gentlemen. New theme areas, items, transformation mechanics, and PvE gameplay to explore. Make sure you update to version 3.4 right now because you don't want to miss out on meeting me, Mr. Dracula, inside the game. Ha ha ha.
Ooh, don't forget there's werewolf too, so I'm gonna add into that for you. So it's gonna be the usual Dracula versus a werewolf, right? If you get to pick, which one do you want? You want the werewolf? I mean, everybody wants wings, so
Everybody wants wings.
yeah.
Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. I wouldn't mind having the ability to fly. Okay, now we have the new Royal Pass A9, right? So how would this sound like?
There's no theme to this. What am I supposed to do a build up as? Because there's a spirit
Halloween.
sentry. There's also a zombie. It's like mashed up. I don't know. Halloween, like woo! New Royal Pass A9 available now until November 14. Ooh! The price pool worth of 80,000 UC. Ooh! A level 50 upgradable firearm user for you guys, and don't forget a new custom color outfit at level 100. Woo! See you guys during the night time. I will haunt you guys more in spirit. Backpack, sentry helmet, and everything else. Woo! There you go.
Okay, that's Choo Choo the friendly ghost there. The Choo Choo the friendly ghost. I don't even know if that's
supposed to be a
theme song.
ghost though. How does? Did you ever hear how spirit actually sound like? I never know how will they ever sound like.
Well, my best references are movies, so we will still have a lot of chance to try to do that. I'm thinking of actually an Oriental ghost, since there's some Oriental elements to it. But I'm also thinking of our next prediction now. All right, a little bit late. I almost came close with Team Max, but hey, it is what it is. And of course, our boys there at the Khmer broadcast, they have to support their homeboys, right? They have to support Austria Esports. We're the true neutral ones here.
We're the random. I mean, like Stalker and Big Daddy. I feel like they're gonna stay with the same on the entire day, yeah. But hey, I'm gonna claim the last one because they didn't pull out Austria Esports in the last one was Stalker and Big Daddy. I scored that one, so they didn't go for Austria Esports the last one as well. But for you, this is gonna be interesting. I want to hear your thoughts as well.
Okay. My first thought is that please send Choo Choo a candy for her score. All right, okay. She needs that candy.
Yeah.
Since it's coming soon, Halloween. I don't even know when exactly it's Halloween, but it's probably around the corner. Yeah, send Choo Choo candy. All right, Mr. Producer, send Choo Choo candy. For everyone else, it's
a
pretty
rare
random.
sight, okay, for me to actually hit the bullseye when everybody don't actually do that. But for me, I'm gonna go for Sin. I don't know if they're gonna hit it or not because Sin today, I feel like they're engaging quite a number of time, but unfortunately, it's always about the circle. The circle today has been pretty rough for the players. Not gonna lie.
Except for one, except for the first Erangel, and that was their only off day. Hopefully we get more of that because we still have one more to go. But we also have more rounds that you guys can leave your prediction as well by scanning this amazing QR code. Yeah, I don't know how a QR code is amazing, but just take it as it is, right? Just scan this QR code right here because we got 4 more matches to go that you can predict your favorite team. And we saw the percentages for Austria Esports. They're really, really high up there. So we want to see if any other fan groups can challenge Austria Esports in their percent.
Yeah, I mean, the most amazing QR for you guys down there. Yeah, I agree. But yeah, speaking of the QR, I mean, you guys can actually vote out for the player that you have the most expectations about when it comes to this week as well. For your favorite players, of course. But so far, nobody else actually can challenge yours, Joe, when it comes to the percentage, right? So, for once, right, we want to see if there's any contest of percentage just to change for one time. Maybe in Miramar, we get to see a bit of a flip, of course.
Yeah, I know, right? 50+%, and you have like 16 teams overall. That is actually very, very high up there. So come on, fans of other teams, okay, time to put in your votes. And also don't forget to put in your vote for your favorite player. I wonder, because Austria Esports is Red Bull now the favorite player of all?
I mean, like, unless if GE prove us otherwise and they still have their fangs like how they used to when they were back-to-back champions, of course. But with Red Bull and the rest of the new lineup coming up from Austria Esports, I mean, they're bringing the veterans in here. So they definitely speak it for itself when it comes to tactical too, due to their experience. So unless we have a different team showing up, then it will be something interesting to watch, of course.
Yeah, then that will be a different story in which we would love to see different stories there. So cast your votes, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we'd like to see a swing here, swing there, because at the end of the day, it's all about the fun and games, and we'd like to see like the fan base of this season. It also gives an indication of which team has one of the biggest fan base as well. So put your support in, unlimited voting there. Now, heading on to the next match, without further ado, the final Erangel for today. Let's go.
Hey guys, we're missing you. But I have to say, if we actually proceed with that kind of flight path, it was a very generous flight path, by the way. It kind of split the map evenly into the south, west, and the northeast side, and everybody can drop wherever they fancy. It was a very generous flight path for the last Erangel map, by the way.
Yeah, we have been getting nice flight paths here, even the previous round. But let's see if it's nice to the players, because we also want to see the circle. Let's head on to our game. And whoa, 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 whoa.
Wow.
Calm down, Cooper.
What circle? We don't even get the glimpse of a player just now. It was less than a minute and just seconds away. We're not even blinking. Our VE got only 3 players left. They lost Master Riggs before. I assume that's going to be the scouter for the vehicle that been taken away just now. Our VE, they have to start off with the 3. And so far, they did not gain too much of a point. 4 points across the entire day with 1 average point for each map.
And to lose Master Riggs, they really need to find the master of their gameplay here. 3 more plays to go as a start. Not the best of situation. Plus, they are only at 4 points as of now. Yeah, I mean it's a tough start for Flash Vision Esports. Not gonna lie there. But I wonder where the circle is though. Wouldn't mind having a glimpse of the circle. But I would say that based on how we saw the minimap from that previous fight, it's probably somewhere like an okay circle.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to wait and see later. Maybe stage 2 get a glimpse of it, or maybe stage 3 even. But and so far, because of how Harame Bros seems to be very secure where they at, so it's in quite like you mentioned, not too far off, 300 meters away. But with the side of the distribution of the teams, I do want to see who's the furthest one away based on the circle as well. So there will be a lot of gatekeepers in that case, especially in the middle ground there. So yeah, I mean, Harame Bro is still looting up. They barely got enough with level 1s of everything. That's going to be let them get by with whatever skirmish they have. But it's Pachinki we talked about. And they have plenty of very good luxury items as long as they have time to spend for it. Because right now the circle seems to be more towards the right side here.
And maybe a water-ish circle. Well, we don't know for now. But hopefully we get to see that in about 4 more minutes when we approach stage number 2. Amphibious vehicles still available up for grabs, but it looks like Exquisite is not interested in that. So maybe it's not like one of those split sort of circles. So I'm still looking at it to be like a absolute main peninsula circle, and you pointed out it's somewhere on the right, so it still seems to be apparent since farm is in the circle.
Yeah, I assume probably going to be Medusa intersection. High chance we'll actually get that, but the circle, since it's not right on top, Pachinki, maybe Prison will be the final destination for the teams, possibly. But I'm waiting for the circle to show itself, and also want to see the position of the players, because it feels like TTQ, the one that actually dropped around the Ferry Pier area, will actually get himself around the outskirts of the circle, and just to get back in, maybe it's going to be one way to play. It has been a while nobody actually played this kind of strategy to yo-yo in and out. But for the northern side of the circle, there's going to be a lot of teams migrating across the Sanhok River as well.
Looking at this, seems like the north is also might be in the circle, and we're playing guessing the circle right now, right? Guess the circle. Is like guessing chicken dinners is like that's cliche, but now we play guess the circle. If it's not on the right, I don't know where it is, but you pointed out that it's probably like centered around prison. I want to take that as well. I do agree that it could probably be centered at the prison area. So if it goes anywhere, then we're both wrong.
Maybe yes, no, and too, because a lot of teams happen to be just driving themselves and navigate into the northern side. So we're still a lot of time, but I'm quite surprised at stage 1 a lot of teams already try to get themselves a second checkpoint, and despite they still got a lot of time to loot up. They barely got enough when it comes to utility, and GE, one of the teams that used to be one of the most ferocious out there, but this season and the past season we don't see the best version of them yet. With Flash coming into this lineup, we want to see how the dynamic can change for GE.
Oh, I wonder who's in front of Marnet. Long range shot, he did hit, but finally he's followed up by Smart, so it could be Harame Bros. Okay, so Smart opened up the left side, now he needs backup, 10% of health, he needs space to heal up, while Flash is the first one to arrive.
One knock and straight away going in for the rush. Here comes the flush coming from GE. They will ambush Harame Bro and fall for the Rallas. This is going to be one of the best play coming out from this season too, but he get him play the staircase game again. So it's going to be... What? That was a straightforward shot. Nobody fought him that one. It was a late reflex. GE, they are in shambles, falling into pieces. Thanks to Federales, not even hesitating, taking the shots on.
Absolute accuracy there by Federales. Knocked down 2! But Godzilla caught Smile from behind and eliminated Genesis Esports. No points at all from Genesis. For Genesis, God Sarah, man, they just had to be the party pooper.
But I have to give credit so much of Federales. This was one of the most solid clutch for the team. He was handling GE by himself, despite they had some slight advantage for GE. It was a 3v4 just now, but thanks to God7 as well. But Federales, this guy is going to be one of the most fierce players to challenge Red Bull later on.
I'm glad that he's still with Harame Bros, despite the rumors during the PMWC, and he's showing that why he's still such a valuable player for Harame Bros. So great work by him. And with that, they scored 3 points, got a bit of help from God7 to take out a Smart who was up on top of that hill. It would have been difficult for Federales to deal with him. But they say thanks to God7, and God7 will say, you're welcome, because they wouldn't mind a point.
I agree. But for YG, they are trying to relocate and navigate themselves for the next few stages of a circle. First, I think Cutie Loki wants to get into the center around the intersection. Oh my god, this circle, what the heck is going on? If it pulls down south, now that's gonna be fun. I'm sorry boys, but that's gonna be fun, man.
Just like what a fast food chain would say, I'm loving it. This kind of circle. I mean, imagine this, right? If it goes like all the way to that corner just below Milta Power, perfect. Osja Esports wasting no time, getting across, bump into Team Max, and Borshan will be knocked.
Here comes gatekeeping on Osja Esports, taking advantage of the rotation, the hot rotations coming from the SMB side. Just to get into the main peninsula, Max V9, they can get the revenge against Osja Esports, like how they lost in the previous map. It's going to be round 2, Osja Esports versus Max V9, but unfortunately for Max V9, they're running down with their players. Barely got to see or visualize any of their members around this minimap here right now. Nobody will try to save him, but due to the crazy, insane circle just now, I think everyone's panicking too.
Yeah, everyone's like, oh, let's go, quick. And this is what happens. Federera's vehicle smoking up, and he needs to get away to safety. Loki will be knocked out by Rick. Gave Federera's a bit of cover there, but they're still not in the clear just yet. But the elimination feed is running wild right now with Exquisite in a fight. RTC with KE as well. Sin with KE. Man, it's a mess.
There's a 5-3 war down here, this corner around the minimap here, as we see RTC versus KE versus Fearless versus Sim versus YG. All of them are here. And Osja Esports taking advantage of all the turmoils that happen to be fallen by these players. Carrillo down to only 1% of HP. The shot coming out all the way downtown. Left, right, center. There'll be some bullets flying off this guy's head if they're not being careful, not aware of their surroundings.
Oh man. Expect more to come though. As KE, they lost one other player. Exquisite, one bleeding out. Now, this is a good summary here to see what's happening so far. And based on the minimap, we have 3 teams next to each other, including Yangon Galacticos in it. Sin on the other end, looking at teams wanting to come pass by. Yangon Galacticos just in front of them. As for Sin, at this moment, still a full team, so they have all eyes to scout in different angles, just to make sure that no other team crashes into their compound.
Except for GE, who's been eliminated early, the rest of the team still alive, which means whoever gets to leave this lobby next will not actually get any ranking points at all. They have to pray at least they got themselves a couple of eliminations along the process, because the circle, the next one, is going to be tough. I don't know if it favors down south or not. If that's going to be the case, there's going to be a lot of team being taken out by the blue instead.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, how many teams are there still on the outside? That's something that we'd like to see. We'll probably get to see that soon. Okay, we still have TTQ in mid to the base itself, coming from Novo. They actually made that rotation from maybe the ferry pier area. They went down just for the circle to go back up.
And there's going to be lesser land for the teams to share themselves with. And for TTQ, good luck swimming over, buddies. But Exquisite, they're down to only 2 players. Got several, tried to keep them out and deny their entry towards this compound. This is their house. There's no space for these strangers to go in. Exquisite have to just resort to the open space. But at least the coverage of the land and terrain will get them some covers, but won't be long enough. The moment the smoke dissipates, it's going to be difficult for them to defend for themselves there.
A blind spray into the smoke. Koopa, 10% of health. Koopa will be knocked out by Getslow. For Stranger East was a Getslow will make sure that he gets his elimination point out of the hands of Koopa. And that's going to be his first elimination in this round. As we move over to the John, right now defending his ground against another opponent. Jumps down to John, gets one more to go, but he needs to reload. He needs that space, and he will get this space.
Max V9 have another shot against Fearless. Another 1v1 between these players here. The John trying to actually clutch up for the team, while the rest of them will try to recuperate and get themselves alongside with the John. But the John's taking the lead, but the bounce over. Well, that's going to be Navith knocking down the players of Fearless. They are in shambles, falling into pieces. Fearless in trouble here right now, leaving with only 2 players. But a nade! There's no stopping this, guys. Max V9 coming in with a maximum volume.
Man, the John turning into John Wick earlier on, and they defended the ground pretty well. Now only now left for PLS Esports, only 2 elimination points so far, and he does not have the circle, so it looks like he's going to find an alternate route to get into it, as KE will be the next team to be eliminated with 0 points.
Oh, feels like Nama actually following the footsteps of KE next if he cannot get out from the blue zone. He barely got anything on top of himself. He got himself boosted up just to tank it out for the blue zone, but first aid kit, there's nothing on him. But Sin, they were trying to challenge PBE, and Mix got a knockdown on the first player.
Here we go, looking for more right now, lobbing another nade across, and he's the one that's going to lead the charge. He says he has his other teammates on the other side though. They don't have a good visual on the playbook Esports. But Momboy right now will be picked up by his teammate. Raimon backs off. Look at the amount of nades onto the, putting a lot of pressure. Now knocking down Jero. And Mix! Nice high ground advantage against Raimon to knock him down. Looking for the other members of playbook Esports, but the smoke is still buying them time.
Dimitri, here comes Rankit. Rankit coming from the sides, being knocked down as well. It's a bit of a exchange of trait between the players being knocked down here. Mix coming in with the jump shot. Unfortunately, he falls down all the way. Cool next. Michi trying to find the last player, which is going to be 1v1 between his two teams, but he got himself a revive. And that's going to be Cool giving up the information towards the rest of Sin. He's trying to find the last player, but unfortunately for Mix and Cool, there's no saving grace as Wako just driving across all the way. Will be a bit too late now for Sin.
Well, looks like he's going in all for it, and he has to in order for him to save his teammates. But then again, Playbook Esports, they are back, and Wako right now, final player for Sin, lobs it. It's a double knockdown! Wako, one more to go. Can he get a big clutch here? Starting off with an 8, now with a higher ground advantage, sprays onto the lower ground, and Wako with his sky out. Wako dancing around, but Wako lasting up now. Will still win it against Michi. Wako the Wacko!
Whacking them out of their minds. Wako, that was a clutch. It's down to 0.5% of HP. Lucky for him, the Blue Zone didn't hit him at all. If the Blue Zone happened to be there, none of the players will actually survive from there.
Oof, that was crazy there by Wako. But okay, we gotta get ourselves together right now because we have Elevate versus Flash Vision. Master Toki, that was pretty short-lived for him as he got eliminated together with his entire team at number 12.
All the votes still going for All-Star Esports this time with 2 eliminations in the back. Now we do have a couple of teams with 1 player left. Max V9, one of them, Exquisite and Sin. Seems to be only have solo players, but GOT7, this time they have a full squad. Can they make do with what they have lost here today? They need this win more than the rest of the teams that's competing here right now.
Yeah, they definitely need to put in the work here. Let's see if they can overcome. They still have a lot of big names here though that they need to overcome for this round. All-Star Esports, Harame Bro still in the game. Playbook Esports out so far. As All-Star Esports look at this, they're not going to be interested in fights since they know how messy is the situation with this sort of insane, dirty circle.
For that players, unfortunately, the bullet did not seem to be connecting at all. Golden Brazen a bit too far, 200 meters or maybe 300 meters apart. A bit difficult for him to just land the shot. Difficult to just make sure that it will connect somehow. All-Star Esports, they will try to dominate over, have control left side of the circle. But speaking of the southern side, Harame Bro taking charge of keeping everybody out, and they will cut across YG if they need to.
Oh, Harame Bros right now 4 elimination points, and YG will be an interesting spot for them to take since it brings them to closer towards the inner side of the circle. But they just need to be aware of TTQ that's behind them, and I guess that's why they split out 2-2, so at least the other 2 players can look at TTQ. But we move over to All-Star Esports. Coming into the circle, next is going to be NC2, knocked down by Red Bull.
Red Bull hits the bullseye. He barely whiffed one of the most high caliber player for this season and the past few seasons, of course. Red Bull trying to find another target, trying to go and find his prey on the prowl right now. All-Star Esports Well, the circle will shrink even further. Surprisingly, right side is super vacant, by the way. Wako is the last member of Stin, got himself the most solid compound for cover, but unfortunately, he don't have the entire crew to defend it. While TTQ be gatekept by Harame Bro on the very south side, Northern, on the other hand, still a big mess for 3 teams.
Yeah, it's also going to be a big mess here for Harame Bros if they lose the fight against TTQ, because TTQ, as we saw, they were behind them and they are still. They try to get a knock on the Jappy. Rig will get it on to Zuki. Okay, bit of advantage here for Harame Bros as they try to sniff out the other members of TTQ.
Jappy trying to just connect the shots from the smoke for Dracula snacks. He knows there's exactly one player there, but unfortunately it's a bit difficult for him to visualize across the other side. Harame Bro finish off a couple of players of TTQ and leaving TTQ with only 1 player left. But Harame Bro, no time for them to lurk around any much longer. They will try to park themselves in the safe zone first and will try to keep the last player of TTQ. They know the entire crew not being ousted yet. Well, they still have the time to wait it out, but stage 5, if the circle move way far after entering stage 6, they will actually share the same boat as the team that they are gatekeeping against right now.
Wow, but look at this active move here by Oscar Esports now onto Stranger Esports. Not only Stranger, but they're also managing other teams across in the inner side circle. Oscar Esports for now 2 elimination points yet. We should be able to get more out of this. But Tactical Esports looks like they lost the fight against Harame Bros on the southern side. Now it's time for Oscar Esports to come in.
They will try to secure another chicken out of this. Still having a full squad here. The question is, can they defend against Harame Bro? One of the teams that's really good at their firepower with 8 eliminations already scored in their back. Jappy will be revived as well. Range didn't score any, but for Dracula is actually on the prowl. He's scary right now. One of the most ferocious players they're aiming for the elimination. While Oja Esports playing it tactical, but unfortunately it'll be sandwiched and hammed down between YG and Harame Bro. They have to pick their poison here right now.
Yeah, it looks like the poison that Ocha Esports picked is going to be Harame Bros, but we're moving back up onto this other fight where Elevate is in it, and Elevate, Scotty just got 1, looking for more, and Carry will be eliminated, and that is going to be got 7 out. And Elevate is still in the game. Back onto Ocha versus Harame Bros.
Now, Scotty spraying over and still scores against Strangers Esports. Strangers Esports still gonna stay as a stranger for now. But next we have Osja, still full squad alive. Harame Bro as well, but numbers wise, it's gonna be more towards Harame Bro. They are on the rise and on fire here right now. Exquisite living with only 1 player. Another team with a full squad. Don't forget about RTC.
And Osha Esports still not forgetting about the teams, but they still put focus on to Harame Bros. That's going to be the fight that we're looking forward to seeing. But let's see if they'll be forced to be in the fight with the next stage of the circle. While we look at this airdrop, yep, all level 3 stuff. I wonder what weapon is in there, but we'll have a look at that later on. As the circle looks like still favors a lot of these teams, except for Elevate, who's on the north.
Elevate. Well, they can actually get into this free entry, of course, because the only one that will stop them is going to be Sin player Wako. That's only 1 player, 1-man solo squad all the way. But Osja Esports, they need to pull themselves away from Harame Bro and just face it against them. But unfortunately for Osja Esports, it's going to be difficult. Elevation wise, it's going to be more on the advantage of Harame Bro's side. They do have still plenty of utilities. And instead of Federales, it's down to only the smoke, but Nang has been knocked down. This is going to be go time for Harame Bro if they want to go in for the rock.
Yeah, here we go. Harame Bros with the man advantage. Definitely have to go for it. Take advantage of that range. Oh, he needs to reload. He stops onto his secondary weapon, but not able to stop just in time because Red Bull is there. Red Bull! The man to take out Harame Bros again. Osja Esports saved by the brilliance of Red Bull.
Red Bull as always will outlive and perform and clutch it out for the team. They score almost similar to us Harame Bro with them weapon of Harame Bro, despite they have some slight disadvantages now. Scores are made eliminations right now. Elevate on the other hand with 6 eliminations as well, and we talked about RTC. They scored themselves 5 eliminations down there, and we still have 6 teams alive with 15 players remaining, but numbers wise not so great for Exquisite and Sin.
At this moment, numbers wise, not too bad for RTC. Look at this, 5 eliminations already. Being a team that is in the overalls down there, they're at least showing some fight here. And with a full squad, the only team with a full squad, who knows if they can come up with a chicken dinner, and they need that kind of performance.
Scardy, spot the RTC players. RTC a bit too far apart from the rest of this kerfuffle. Now, this is going to be a great chance for RTC to score this chicken dinner. We talked about the team at the very bottom that need those points. RTC, if the circle favors them for the next stage, is going to be huge advantage for them to see the chicken unfolded, just like how Austria Esports won that chicken just now, because the rest of the team, the rest 5 teams are still having the skirmish on, all of them come out from the southern side. So the one that separates them for RTC and the rest of the teams down there, it's gonna be just those 3. But will they willing to just join in the rest of 5 teams that's competing here too as well? I feel like they don't really need to move right now.
Yeah, they don't. They have the compound. They have someone out the middle of the circle, so they might as well play the defensive game. And plus, their amount of eliminations are not too bad as well, so they can afford to like wait for teams to come towards them and try to pick it out from there with their advantage. But from the long range, again, it had to be Romeo Boy.
Now, Super Big Goals trying to guard over his mushroom tower. And RTC were trying to take him down with a jump shot, but Super Pickles made it through. But unfortunately, lack of manpower. It's crazy it will be the one they're biting off the dust next. But for Austria, they try to take advantage of others' turmoil right now.
And RTC, man, just as when we talked about them having that potential to score the chicken dinner, they just got eliminated at number 5. But it was okay round for RTC considering that the current position. Now, top 4 teams here, including Austria Esports. And we got Elevate, we got Young Radicals, as well as Sin. And all these teams, they don't have a full squad. So it's really down to, well, at least as of the numbers, Austria Esports, Elevate, and Young Radicals.
Red Bull. Well, Sin. I mean, like we've seen that Romeo Boy did this before. If Sin can actually do just like how Romeo Boy did, they actually have better number this time for YG. Now, if Sin actually scored the chicken by Wako, he prepared himself a micro Uzi. That's not the most promising weapon here right now. But if he actually does that, that's going to be the biggest chicken he can actually secure.
Yeah, I know, right? That would definitely, that would kind of relieve the moment from the previous round. Like, we kind of hope that, Romeo Boy will get it, and we have a big moment here. Let's see if we can get this one as well. As for Austria Esports, they want to get more elimination points. Yangu Guy goes in front of them. They got that one knock, but waiting for the right moment to really rush it. But they have to manage Elevate at the same time on the other end. So it's like 2 eyes onto them. So that's one of the reasons they couldn't really crash in.
For YG did not count on one. I think both Elevate and Austria Esports seems to be focusing on towards the side of YG here right now. Pretty much not the best spot they want to be at if they're attracting all the attention. But the elevation of Austria Esports as well as Elevate actually scores right now is going to be one of the best spot for each of them. And YG, they do have some slight low grounds, but the hard covers plays a big part for this. But if the stage 8 circle seems to be favored on one side only and not string at the center, that's going to be difficult for the teams on the high grounds to climb down either side of the circle.
Yeah, so they're praying for stage 8 circle to somewhat favor them. But because they're by the 8, so it's not going to be that easy. But we'll find that out in about 10 more seconds. Or maybe find a player of Sin will still get the circle. And he's praying for that as well, since it's only alone right now. Okay, hold your breath, ladies and gentlemen. We'll know in about 1 more second. And the circle pops. Looks like Austria Esports has that advantage.
Austria, can they score another chicken here? It's going to be a back-to-back wrangle if they can score another one. Well, Sin, last player, Wako, barely touching the rim, but he's still being favored and not being noticed at all by these teams. The rest of the team seems to be oblivious regarding his presence down there. But for Red Bull, it's all about getting his targets right. So he's prepared himself to open fire. He knows the moment they hop onto the vehicle, he didn't whiff. There's a tree in between and he can actually still connect those shots.
I know, right? That's like crazy eagle eyes there shown by them. And that's why they are the pros here playing at one of the biggest stages around. Austria Esports, here we go. Time for them to kind of move a little bit forward. And this could be their opportunity to take that fight against Young Radicals.
Mans with less than a minute going into the warehouse for the side of Elevate. It's not working out right for the teams that don't really have covers, but for Austria Esports, they're the one furthest away from the rest of the team. But Wako, he's showing just next to his neighborhood. Elevate did not know about his presence, but Austria Esports will try to reposition where Sin last player Wako is at right now. You might be surprised attack for Sin last player.
He's playing hard right now, Wako. Still, someone has to circle, so he can still hold on until stage 9, but that's about 15 more seconds. Still, we see whether he's able to survive this stage. Now, Austria Esports still has this high ground, trying to put a lot more pressure on the Young Radicals, but everyone's at the stalemate right now till we see stage 9, when everyone's going to be forced to move to the center.
Everyone try to play it safe, knowing one small move will make a bigger mistake. The biggest mistake for the entire team to go down. We're down to stage number 9. Whoever gets the blue zone first will go down as the top 4. Now with Elevate got himself the warehouse. They're quite in the center between the two teams here, but also just right across them. Romeo Boy trying to find any target, but the nade hits on the bullseye, which is going to be Red Bull down. It's go time for YG.
And the big boy of Austria Esports knocked down. That's the target that they wanted. Naughty Boy will be taken up on his own. At the same time, Romeo Boy will get skied in as well. Looks like Austria Esports down to one active player. Saycloud still on the lower ground. Martin is going towards his teammates to revive them. At the same time, Wako found out by Coca-Cola and eliminated by his DBS. Down to the top 3 teams as Young Radicals will rush in there. Red Bull will be finished up by Saycloud. The other 2 is still on the higher ground.
Elevate. 3v2v1. Martin dropping down. Saycloud will be saying goodbye. And there's going to be a top 3, but we're down to only Elevate plays 2v2 against Austria. Martin got himself around the corners. They got himself quite in between those rocks. Nathan, here comes the Nathan being prepped up, but Skyn is prepping the nade as well. But the Blues will close on Austria Esports first. Elevate, can they score this chicken? They're very close. They can sniff it away. But all this is about one more player. Martin and Elevate scores. The chicken in a they have been waiting for the entire day.
Man, Elevate, they stood clear out of the fight between Young Radicals and also Austria Esports just to come in towards the later stages to score this chicken dinner. Great work here by Elevate Esports, and at the same time, they were the ones who took out Wako as well, so that's 1 extra point for Elevate.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to Elevate, they definitely need the points more than everybody else. When it comes to the overall rankings, they're not having the best spot there is. But when it comes to the overall league ranking points, they're pretty great themselves. They are in the middle pack. It's just a bit more time for them to actually warming up into the last week here. And speaking of the final week, I love the fact that Elevate actually pulled off a big one despite Austria Esports. Close enough to get another chicken, but it's still quite consistency from Austria Esports.
And they have elevated their performance this round. But let's check out the best moments here from the previous round in our highlights where Elevate Esports scored it.
No surprise anymore at this point. We're seeing Austria Esports Red Bull getting himself a lot too many MVP. Feels like he's the only one contending for the MVP title for all this season around, with 7 eliminations. Did not hit that 1000 damage. Now that's perplexing. 7 eliminations with 947 damage. Wow.
Yeah, I know, right? This time, he's on the mark there. It's like whoever he sees, he takes them out. He got 1 assist, so a bit of an improvement for the assist department, but yeah, it's the 7 eliminations that is the value of Red Bull in this round. And of course, though they did not score the chicken dinner, but still, he is able to bring in the elimination points, and that is what's so consistent about Red Bull and his performance. His individual performance by itself is just amazing here. I mean, he's also the first repeater for week number 3 for a MVP award after a match.
Now, for Elevate Esports, on the other hand, they scored themselves the chicken. This is one of the chicken that most important for Elevate Esports to elevate their game later on for the remaining maps, which are going to be 2 more Miramar, because we don't see a lot of the same name too much today. It's always going to be Olja consistently getting himself at the top, as well as YG and even Fearless. And now we finally get to see a different team taking the reign of the chicken dinner with 9 eliminations, 1,781 damage. I mean, that's probably going to be Red Bull stealing over those damage coming up from this team.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, at least he got the eliminations in. Though his eliminations are like, his damage is like just like 3 digits, right? So that's like, imagine this 3 digits by himself. He's like more than half of the total damage of Elevate Esports. What more for eliminations, right? So that's why one of the reasons why he deserves the MVP. But not going to take away the chicken dinner from Elevate Esports as well. Great work by them. And looking over at the overall stats here, I guess it's because that's a iffy circle. We can consider this an iffy one. No time to loot airdrops because everyone's very clear on where the circle is. Everyone moves. Everyone tries to get into position. So nobody got time for airdrops.
Yep, everybody's super busy with their own business, of course. Maybe the airdrop just dropped some place where nobody wants to be at as well, because last time I saw the right side of circle was super vacant. Maybe that's where a lot of airdrop being dropped as well. But when it comes to the headshot, it's going to be still 11. Revival-wise, I think most of the players are being surprised and shocked with the current shift of the circle around stage 2 and 3. So that's why driving distance wise it's going to be a bit more. Throwables not the most, but maybe because they don't have time to loot up. That's one of the many reasons why the throwables not as much as we hope for. Again, today's circle in Erangel has been super difficult, but you know what, maybe we get to greet another fun circle in Miramar later.
Yeah, and speaking about difficult, it was a difficult round for teams like Genesis Esports, KE, Flash Vision Esports, and Tactical Esports. Interesting. Though Tactical Esports, they actually lasted longer than those teams that we mentioned, but because they got caught up with Ramen Bros, and they didn't get anything out of it, and they got eliminated with 0 this round, so 0 for them. But on top, on the other end, Orcha Esports is still the best performing team, as they scored 14 eliminations, brought them to 20 points in total above Elevate Esports, who scored the chicken dinner.
Yep, when it comes to numbers, I mean, eliminations, they're aiming for that. They try to balance it out, but I think it's a bit more heavily towards eliminations than the positions, of course. Another team that do love the elimination most is going to be also Harame Bro at 8 eliminations, scored himself 1 placement points. That's going to be a 9. 999 YG, RTC, and Bro, Harame Bros, respectively. But we talked about the teams at the very bottom. MVE, they did not gain any point at all when it comes to the last Erangel just now. They're still stuck at number 16 with only 4 points. But when it comes to the first and second place, the gap, Ozja Esports has been consistent still today.
Yeah, and it's weird to see Genesis Esports at the end though, like number 13 and 13 out of 16 as of now, until the other teams play again tomorrow. So this is also a very weird number to be seeing Genesis Esports down there. But Osha Esports, they created a 20-point gap between them and Playbook Esports. That's roughly about a round's worth of points, and without scoring the second chicken dinner. Elevate, who scored their chicken dinner, now they're in the top 5 at number 4, 31 points, sharing the same amount of points as Harame Bros, but obviously the tiebreaker is the chicken dinner between the two of them. So Harame Bros, they could still catch up. The points, at least in the second place, is still close, and we have 2 more games to go.
Up 2 more points, 2 more maps for the teams at the very top one to get into the points. And that's going to be OSJ Esports try to stretch the gap even further. But for YG Harame, bro, I mean, the gap seems to be a bit volatile here today. There are times that OSJ Esports also dropped their ball, but not too far. We never seen them ended up with a 0 at all here today. So if they actually drop 1 in Miramar, that's going to be open up so much room for YG and Harame, bro, to actually catch them up.
Yeah, so when that happens, then it'll be interesting to see if they can maintain it. So that is a wrap for our Erangel matches, ladies and gentlemen. After this, when we come back from a break, we'll be playing the remaining 2 matches inside Miramar. New grouping, new map, so who knows, there could be an early unexpected clash by some of these teams. That's what we saw earlier on. So we'll be taking a bit of a breather here, ladies and gentlemen, so do not go anywhere. You don't want to miss out on the closure for day number 1 of week number 3. For now, we'll be seeing you again after this break.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile 3.4. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode and improved the game as a whole. Let's explore this new version together. The conflict between the vampires and werewolves has lasted for several millennia, and now you can take part in it as well. Welcome to PUBG Mobile's newest themed mode, Blood Moon Awakening. Allow me to introduce you to the new themed areas, where the werewolves and vampires call home. Let's check them out. The area before us is vampire territory, the Crimson Castle. It has loads of supplies, and you can access the final reward crate sooner through battle. Here, the sky alternates between day and night. Hide in one of the many coffins inside the castle to ambush your enemies. You'll also find the vampire throne there. Legend has it that activating it unleashes an immense and mysterious power. The castle's altar room contains ritual crates that contain rich loot and the activation item for the vampire throne. Additionally, crimson keys can be found throughout the map. Use them to open a portal that will bring you or your teammates straight to the Crimson Castle. Have yourself a blood-sucking adventure. Here, we have before us the ancestral home of the werewolves, the Wolf Settlement. There are various ancient buildings here to explore. This area also alternates between day and night. At night, you can activate a puzzle via the ancestral statue beneath the spirit tree. Find the lost wolf spirits to get the ancestral treasure. Lastly, let's go over the new vehicle in this version, the 2-seater animal vehicle, Horse. It can swim and jump, and you can fire from it while mounted. When you're with your team, it can follow allies. It can also be fed and recalled. A horse infected with crimson energy gains an additional double jump ability. Are you ready to explore the land of the supernatural? I look forward to seeing how you fare. Now, you can use the new character transformation mechanic to join the battle as a vampire or a werewolf. First, let's go over the Wolf Warrior. Use Wolf Salve to turn into a Wolf Warrior. After transforming, you'll gain a dash ability and the ability to scale walls by jumping. Finally, they have a special Howl ability that grants themselves and all nearby allies enhanced movement speed and damage reduction. Next, let's go over the Vampiric Fiend. Use Blood Oath Extract to become one. After doing so, eliminating an enemy in either human or vampiric fiend form will generate a blood orb. Touch them to quickly restore your health. Vampiric fiends can absorb these orbs from a distance. Right after transforming into a vampire, you'll grow wings and gain the ability to fly. Fly swiftly over short distances, or swoop down swiftly to strike a target area, dealing damage and knocking enemies back. Finally, vampiric fiends can fire energy bombs that unleash crimson gas on impact. Players caught within the gas cannot use medical items. Now then, which of these two creatures do you prefer? Get in the game and try it out. In the new version, we've added several new mechanics. Within the Crimson Castle, you'll find the formidable boss, Dracula. Pick up a crimson crystal from the map and crush it to open a crimson rift that will bring you straight to his lair. Dracula has 2 forms. In his first form, he'll approach his prey swiftly and unleash powerful melee attacks. He may also turn into a bat and teleport beside you. After defeating him in the first phase, he'll enter a frenzied state, Dracula uses various ranged attacks in the frenzied state, and also brings out a shield. But fear not, after breaking his shield, he'll take a lot more damage. Get behind cover to evade his ranged attacks. Challenge Dracula now to get amazing rewards. Moving on, we've also spiced up treasure hunting with gargoyle troves and treasure specters. You'll get loads of great rewards from them. Additionally, we've added a banner display mechanic that lets you show off your elimination count after transforming. Let everyone know your achievements in Blood Moon Awakening. In this version's updated classic mode, we added a new dual-wield firearm, the Dual MP7. It equips to the pistol slot, is agile, enjoys a fast rate of fire, but does not support aiming down sights. Likewise, we added a new vehicle, the Hovercraft. It can be operated on land and in water, and is equipped with armored glass that prevents players inside and outside from firing at each other. We've also added the self-AED to classic mode. We hope it adds another layer of tactics. Also, the Crimson Castle Plaza themed map has been added to arena mode. Defeat enemies with your teammates in intense battles like never before. Stay tuned for classic mode update videos to learn more. Welcome to PUBG Mobile 3.4. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode and improved the game as a whole. Let's explore this new version together. The conflict between the vampires and werewolves has lasted for several millennia, and now you can take part in it as well. Welcome to PUBG Mobile's newest themed mode, Blood Moon Awakening. Allow me to introduce you to the new themed areas, where the werewolves and vampires call home. Let's check them out. The area before us is vampire territory, the Crimson Castle. It has loads of supplies, and you can access the final reward crate sooner through battle. Here, the sky alternates between day and night. Hide in one of the many coffins inside the castle to ambush your enemies. You'll also find the vampire throne there. Legend has it that activating it unleashes an immense and mysterious power. The castle's altar room contains ritual crates that contain rich loot and the activation item for the vampire throne. Additionally, crimson keys can be found throughout the map. Use them to open a portal that will bring you or your teammates straight to the Crimson Castle. Have yourself a blood-sucking adventure. Here, we have before us the ancestral home of the werewolves, the Wolf Settlement. There are various ancient buildings here to explore. This area also alternates between day and night. At night, you can activate a puzzle via the ancestral statue beneath the spirit tree. Find the lost wolf spirits to get the ancestral treasure. Lastly, let's go over the new vehicle in this version, the two-seater animal vehicle, Horse. It can swim and jump, and you can fire from it while mounted. When you're with your team, it can follow allies. It can also be fed and recalled. A horse infected with crimson energy gains an additional double jump ability. Are you ready to explore the land of the supernatural? I look forward to seeing how you fare. Now, you can use the new character transformation mechanic to join the battle as a vampire or a werewolf. First, let's go over the Wolf Warrior. Use Wolf Salve to turn into a Wolf Warrior. After transforming, you'll gain a dash ability and the ability to scale walls by jumping. Finally, they have a special Howl ability that grants themselves and all nearby allies enhanced movement speed and damage reduction. Next, let's go over the Vampiric Fiend. Use Blood Oath Extract to become one. After doing so, eliminating an enemy in either human or vampiric fiend form will generate a blood orb. Touch them to quickly restore your health. Vampiric fiends can absorb these orbs from a distance. Right after transforming into a vampire, you'll grow wings and gain the ability to fly. Fly swiftly over short distances, or swoop down swiftly to strike a target area, dealing damage and knocking enemies back. Finally, vampiric fiends can fire energy bombs that unleash crimson gas on impact. Players caught within the gas cannot use medical items. Now then, which of these two creatures do you prefer? Get in the game and try it out. In the new version, we've added several new mechanics. Within the Crimson Castle, you'll find the formidable boss, Dracula. Pick up a crimson crystal from the map and crush it to open a crimson rift that will bring you straight to his lair. Dracula has two forms. In his first form, he'll approach his prey swiftly and unleash powerful melee attacks. He may also turn into a bat and teleport beside you. After defeating him in the first phase, he'll enter a frenzied state. Dracula uses various ranged attacks in the frenzied state, and also brings out a shield. But fear not, after breaking his shield, he'll take a lot more damage. Get behind cover to evade his ranged attacks. Challenge Dracula now to get amazing rewards. Moving on, we've also spiced up treasure hunting with gargoyle troves and treasure specters. You'll get loads of great rewards from them. Additionally, we've added a banner display mechanic that lets you show off your elimination count after transforming. Let everyone know your achievements in Blood Moon Awakening. In this version's updated classic mode, we added a new dual-wield firearm, the Dual MP7. It equips to the pistol slot, is agile, enjoys a fast rate of fire, but does not support aiming down sights. Likewise, we added a new vehicle, the Hovercraft. It can be operated on land and in water, and is equipped with armored glass that prevents players inside and outside from firing at each other. We've also added the self-AED to classic mode. We hope it adds another layer of tactics. Also, the Crimson Castle Plaza themed map has been added to arena mode. Defeat enemies with your teammates in intense battles like never before. Stay tuned for classic mode update videos to learn more. With Blood Moon Awakening's arrival, you can now also fight zombies in Metro Royale's Zombie Uprising mode as a werewolf or vampire. Choose from different abilities to thwart the zombie waves. We've also added treasure specters to the Misty Port and Arctic base maps. Defeat them to get great rewards. Furthermore, we've made some room and basic feature updates. Follow Metro Royale announcements for more details. The new version brings the debut of the Maple Courtyard Palace series of home items, along with an event celebrating its launch. New stylish items await you. Don't forget to join the home competition. Unleash your creativity and build your dream home. Stay tuned for home update videos to learn more. Version 3.4 also brings Wonder Season to World of Wonder. Also, we've added a new map template featuring Erangel after a century-long drought. More importantly, vampire and werewolf transformations are now available in World of Wonder. May this bring your World of Wonder creativity to a new level. For more details, stay tuned for World of Wonder news. Plus, Cycle 7 Season 20 has been updated, with new tier rewards for both Classic Season and Casual Season. That's it for this overview of the new content available in Blood Moon Awakening. Get ready for the grand supernatural showdown between werewolves and vampires. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Welcome to PUBG Mobile 3.4. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode and improved the game as a whole. Let's explore this new version together. The conflict between the vampires and werewolves has lasted for several millennia, and now you can take part in it as well. Welcome to PUBG Mobile's newest themed mode, Blood Moon Awakening. Allow me to introduce you to the new themed areas, where the werewolves and vampires call home. Let's check them out. The area before us is vampire territory, the Crimson Castle. It has loads of supplies, and you can access the final reward crate sooner through battle. Here, the sky alternates between day and night. Hide in one of the many coffins inside the castle to ambush your enemies. You'll also find the vampire throne there. Legend has it that activating it unleashes an immense and mysterious power. The castle's altar room contains ritual crates that contain rich loot and the activation item for the vampire throne. Additionally, crimson keys can be found throughout the map. Use them to open a portal that will bring you or your teammates straight to the Crimson Castle. Have yourself a blood-sucking adventure. Here, we have before us the ancestral home of the werewolves, the Wolf Settlement. There are various ancient buildings here to explore. This area also alternates between day and night. At night, you can activate a puzzle via the ancestral statue beneath the spirit tree. Find the lost wolf spirits to get the ancestral treasure. Lastly, let's go over the new vehicle in this version, the two-seater animal vehicle.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. After that break just now for our PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Fall Season 2024, we meet you and Sir Cloud. First day, week number 3, and so far things just getting heated up.
Oh yeah, because we're going to be in the heat later on in our Miramar match, so it will be interesting to see who will be the first team to have a repeat of a chicken dinner in week number 3. So far, not yet. But we'll be looking forward to that. We also want to see whether some of the teams at the other end able to rise up to the occasion or not. Teams like even Genesis Esports is on the other end as well. A position that we're not used to seeing them be in.
I agree. I mean, like, super awkward to see GE once one of the team that is supposed to be like a defending champion, back-to-back champions, and then it seems like after those time, their prime time, things starts to dwindling down for them, including this season as well. Maybe because the rise of Royale Esports, or maybe it's because of the standard and the benchmark seems to be a bit more difficult, a bit more better and higher when it comes to this season and last season as well. Because right now, I love the fact that Royale Esports brings in all the veteran ties coming into their lineup here. It kind of pushed the standard up high for the PMCL, for the World Cup region.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? It's nice to see like some of these other teams really pushing it through. Even like Austria Esports, they are always that team that has that potential even from previous seasons, but they never really make it. And so far, their performance have been showing up really, really well. They was called a chicken dinner here today as well. And who knows, they might be like the team that makes it like perfect 3 weeks, best team, 20 points, and obviously they will have a maximum starting points in the grand finals. That is the objective of some of the teams up there, but also the objective of some of the teams down there. They need to get away from the bottom. So I'm looking at the teams like Flash Vision Esports, even RTC, Exquisite, the Quarter, and some of the teams to stay away from the drop as well in the overall league rankings. So we are still looking for that Cinderella story to happen this time.
And so far, we can see the effort being put into by Exquisite and RTC. We saw how RTC in the last Erangel map, they played valiantly and perfectly well. It's just not so great when it comes to execution-wise at the very last minute. But when it comes to the consistency, so far, it's not entirely dropping the ball if you compare it with KE, if you compare it with GOT7 as well as FVE. These are the teams that are really not doing so great here today, especially FVE. Feels like they're hitting a wall back-to-back here compared to RTC and Exquisite. Because right now, we can see Exquisite slightly try to be more proactive. Same goes for RTC. Try to slowly adapt to it by surviving a bit more longer and pick very necessary fights only. But if you compare with FVE, everything seems to be very wrong for every single decision they made.
Oh yeah, as of today, they are now the last place team with only about 4 points in like 4 games. So that's definitely something that they need to work on. And something that you guys will need to work on as well is the version 3.4 Blood Moon Awakening team mode here. Check out your inside of the game right now, because this is the mode that you don't want to miss out. This is a very, very special mode that has a new team area, items, transformation mechanics, and who knows, you can be like me, just like Dracula, and try to fight me instead in a PvE gameplay mode. Make sure your phone is ready to download this huge update inside the game, and you will not regret it. You will regret when I come and find you in the night, and I will take away your blood from your soul.
I feel like you're Dracula, not really Dracula. It feels like a Roger, Uncle Roger's version of Dracula.
Takes a while.
Maybe. So you will try to have fried rice later, hopefully. That's going to be Count Dracula for you guys, by the way. For next, we have the Royal Pass RP Ace 9. I don't know what kind of voice I have to do this because I'm very mixed up between zombies and spirit and beautiful lady down there. But I do know it's going to be a Halloween one. So a Spirit Sentry set. Also, when it comes to level 50 and level 100, don't forget about your new custom color outfit. If you can actually log it every day, make sure you get the max number for your new Royal Pass Ace 9, which already available for you guys until up to the November 14th, and the total price pool worth 80,000 USD. That's going to be a big bang for your bucks as well. And just make sure that you guys stay tuned and always for the new updates coming out from any PUBG Mobile.
Halloween inside of PUBG Mobile came a bit early. Why not, right? Why not? So put it in there, ladies and gentlemen. And also, for the teams to put in a show for us, because we're jumping into our next Miramar match. But before we head on to that, let's check out some of the predictions here.
Oh, wow.
So we have, we have one repeat, which is TTQ. Everyone else is different.
Oh, interesting. I love this. I mean, like, there's a lot of white and reds. So we have 3 reds and 4 whites, 5 whites. And when it comes to TTQ, I'm surprised you and Sammy actually have the same prediction. Do enlighten us. What your prediction here is, Cloud?
Well, that's what they say, right? Great minds think alike. So, happen to be the same. Well, frankly, for me, it's just like, okay, which region have I not picked? Okay, well, then I just go like group A, B, C, D, and then A, B again. So yeah, that's how I come up with a pattern. I try. We have a lot of games, right? So I try to get like every team on the chart. So I don't have a real explanation for it. That's my best logic.
That's gonna be how the great minds actually think alike. Maybe Sammy is actually the same sort of mindset. Well, great minds do have different pattern of thinking, but for me, Harami bro, I mean, it's self-explanatory just now how aggressive if you can try to get those eliminations. When it comes to Miramar, it's gonna be another map. I think Miramar compared to Erangel, it's more aggressive when it comes to the elimination, maybe because of the long range in between the teams, and also due to the unusual circle. The circle always split into 2 ways, and it's gonna be a street in between, right? So a lot of long shot fights will be taken by these teams, and they would love to do that as well. So I feel like with Harami bro trying to go aggressive here today, they definitely will try to push their numbers up when it comes to Miramar, man. Because if you compare with them and the rest of Erangel, they have more stats played better in Miramar compared to Erangel itself.
Yeah, so we'll be looking to see if they can continue that on, because those stats are also, disclaimer wise, 2 weeks, well, not really 2 weeks ago. It's like there was a gap there, but of course we cannot deny like the numbers are the numbers, right? So I'm sure the fans will be hoping for them to put in a performance, and not only hoping for them to put a performance inside the match itself, you guys have to put in your official support, because these stats will show up inside of our show. So put it in here. The QR code is down there. You can vote for your favorite team for every match. Well, we have 2 more matches to go for you today. And also vote for your favorite individual player amongst them all.
Yeah, I want to challenge the audience. If you can actually try to change the number, not getting the most votes for Austria Esports. I mean, yeah, it's going to be all favorites. I don't deny their firepower. I do deny their tactical rotation as well, because they're really darn good this season. And also the previous season, of course. But, you know, just to make things a bit more spicy, let's just give a different number for another team. Now, I don't know which team you guys want to go for. I mean, like, Harame Bro will be probably one of the team that's really good when it comes to performance. Today, they are heated up, of course. Maybe today you're going to be Harame Bro to finally win the voting, perhaps.
Yeah, I'm sure like all the other teams also deserve some form of love from you guys, right? So put it in, but don't only put it in the comments, you know. Don't only put it in like social media or just talk about it. You gotta put in the work as well. You gotta put in the work so that your favorite team shows up on the official live stream, and there's something for the teams to celebrate about, something for the teams to like, yeah, be happy about. Hey, you know what? Our supporters are putting in the support for us, not only just by like, just saying by say, I support you. If you truly support your team, you put it in where it matters.
Yep, and I assure you, the teams will actually support. The teams will actually really appreciate you when it comes to the support as well. And when it comes to the next map, it's gonna be a different map entirely, which is gonna be Miramar. Miramar is gonna be a different ball game, and so far the circle today has been crazy tough, but it would be fun to have Los Egos Islands maybe in the last few circles, perhaps.
Or maybe even the Patona circle. So something for us to keep an eye on as well, because we've seen like a cornered-ish circle earlier with Milta Power-ish, like below Milta Power. So that's kind of nice as well. We can get a sort of vibe brought onto the Miramar match. Patona looking at you, and that will be kind of fun to see like the team scramble to get into Patona. Maybe not like the start Patona, maybe like Patona is at the edge and then it just slowly goes all the way down. Yeah, then we get to see like that tight race between the teams to get into the circle where there's like so little space to play with. But without further ado, let's head on to it. Miramar.
Seven always engage in early skirmish, as well as Chumacera seems to be some, clashes there possibly very soon.
Yeah, so we have a visual here on what's happening inside Chumacera. So it happened to be between a Team Max V9 versus a God 7. So between these two teams, Team Max, they are doing a little bit better. God 7, they are still at a single digit with 7 points. So if they can somehow eliminate Team Max here clean, then they will gain 4 points. That puts them up in a double digit. So that's 11 points, 2 points behind Genesis Esports.
Yep, for God 7. I mean, they have been playing a bit more patient for the last round of Erangel just now. And it does actually affect more. I mean, in a good way. It gave them a bit more impact when it comes to their playing a bit more later, not engaging offensively so much by forcing the fight out early. And I think they can slowly build up the momentum that way for GOT7, because firepower-wise, they are like one of the highest potential for the team to actually go for the eliminations. But when they engage too early, I mean, early scrappy fights will be fun to watch, but for the side of GOT7, it didn't fare very well for them. So I feel like if they maintain this mid-game engagement only, then probably they can slowly climb up for the rest of the week.
Yeah, and looking at their current position inside of Chumacera, right? So, yeah, it's still like the unknown. But since it's a Miramar match, so there's like a lot of space for them to disengage with the fight. But we're also going to see a potential here between KE and also Stranger Esports. And Stranger Esports having a high ground advantage against their opponent. At least they have like this idea of like, okay, that they're in that house. They can put a marker there and keep an eye. It's just that the same situation applies, right? From Sanhok. You spend too much time here, the circle is rather far, it doesn't help either side.
True. When it comes to the circle, I feel like stage 6 onwards, it's going to be difficult to call it out. But when it comes to getting those high grounds, it's always going to be crucial for this map, of course. But speaking of the first contact, none being made, despite we have very close contact between the Chumacera teams, KE just now. But I think this circle will have to force the player to get into engagement in second stage, perhaps, because there'll be some teams that want to go all the way to La Croberia and just go up to the northern towards Torre Ahumada. So we've seen this kind of circle just sometimes stays on the north all day long, so it's not impossible. Maybe one ended up in the center as in the Patron. The shortest way to cut across is going through San Martin, but we do know there's going to be a lot of player guarding over that side already.
Well, at least no one's guarding the vehicle that Flash Freezer Esports got. So no early elimination anywhere so far, though we saw like a bit of a tussle for one of the starting points, Chumacera that is. But no follow-up just yet. So probably teams inside of that area, they'll be like, okay, let's call it a truce. You know, it's a big map. The circle is quite far away. Let's just get out. Like, you take the front exit, I take the back exit, and we'll meet inside the circle instead. Because if you both get caught in there and it's a standoff, we all know what happens after that.
True. FVE. Now, what do you suggest for FVE right now to make things work for them? Because right now it's still going to be a Thursday. They still have remaining the rest of the week to make a comeback because they are in the dire need for the points. If they can make one subtle change, they can make a big impact. What would that be?
I don't know if a subtle change will be enough for Flash Vision Esports, frankly speaking. Although they changed their lineup from last season, but it still feels like it's the same type of performance. Like rotation-wise, their decision-making on whether they want to even save their teammates or they want to let them go and they go somewhere else, just avoid those unnecessary fights. It's still a bit iffy for me. So I think that when it comes to like the overall decision-making on how they manage themselves, then that's probably something that they need to work on.
I agree. It feels like nothing seems to be right for them. Have potential, of course. All the teams, when it comes to the firepower, it's all the same par. But it's down to that nitty-gritty of very minute things that can make such a big change when it comes to the chemistry, when it comes to the dynamics and the timing. It's always about the timing precision that's super important for the teams when they navigate themselves across the entirety of the map. For PBE, they're veering off truck stop right now, not taking it entirely right on top of truck stop, while Michi tried to reposition himself on the high grounds to see any sort of information or passerby, just to alert for the rest of the teams. They always have one person to watch things out for PBE. Now, for the next stage, it's going to be super important. But speaking of important and awkward, you talked about GE before, and now they're having themselves in another hot situation.
And with Smile knocked down, and his other teammates nowhere to be found, so they're probably going to let this one go. They try to pick out Super Pickles, but yeah, it's probably not going to get them much. And it's just a matter of time now. This Smile becomes the first blood for Exquisite. It's just behind the tree. And so because with his nade, and he has enough nades anyway. His nade, not gonna take out Smile yet, but I expect Smile to at the very least, bleed out, and the point will still be given.
For the rest of GE, they responded, of course, but that's a very long shot. It's around 300 meters apart from where GE Smile being knocked down before. Flash tried to go for the save with the DBS prep in his hand. Tried to drive as fast as he can, but it's a bit too far, honestly. I feel like it's a bit too late for them to reach up to Master Smile. So they have to actually resort to just let it go, but maybe a redemption or revenge will be great and sweet too.
That's what GE needs if they want to somehow save Smile. They have to find that advantage. At least this one knock might give them a chance. Smile is still bleeding out, 40% of health, and Flash will come in. Okay, he's right behind Smile, but Smile, I doubt you in that time. You need to make this one quick. But Exquisite, they're back as a 4 though. Okay, man, if we can get this knock onto your way, he will probably be able to get something. He got it, but Smile still bled out.
At least they got some redemption out of that. It's like equal out the playing field between these two teams. They're not going down empty-handed, and feels like Smile's sacrifice will not go down in vain if they have some trade-off here and there between Exquisite and GE. But for GE, they're more at a loss compared to Exquisite. Based on the current rankings right now, they're not doing great at all in the final week, day number 1. So they cannot sacrifice any more members with what they have left for GE.
Yes, compared to Exquisite, at least Exquisite is somewhere in the middle, right? And GE at the bottom, so the pressure is more onto them. And they lost Smile, one of their best players from previous seasons. Not the start they would have wanted. Circle-wise, looks like we're going to head on to El Azahar. A lot of teams already in it. But from the north, there are also a lot of teams traveling in, including Austria Esports. And they are next to Flash Vision. So the number 1 and the number 16 team.
This is super interesting for this sort of circle. When it comes to Al-Azhar circle, it comprises of 2 different parts of Al-Azhar. Whether you want to go for those elevations, but not having those compounds, or you go straight for the urban warfare and wait it out. Because there's going to be 2 different sites in Thailand. And speaking of those elevations, I mean, if anybody wants to be parked on top of it, now would be the perfect time for them to just fish out their bypasses and get themselves those eliminations numbers up. But we do have a couple of teams taking it a bit more slower than the rest. So I don't know how they want to get in, because Al-Azhar, just on the southern side of the town and around the town of Al-Azhar itself, it comprises a lot of deep valleys and those high grounds. Those high grounds will be super tough for them to come over for the latecomers.
Well, one of the later comers is going to be Austria Esports. They spot out TTQ. And the Red Bull will be the front line. It looks like they're interested to take this fight on the outside. And Federales looks like he had a bit of an accident. He is just in front of Red Bull with the nade lopped over, but it will not give any damage to KH at all. So looking at the situation where Red Bull does not have the information, does not have a visual, so he decided to leave.
For TTQ. Oh, it seems to be the plan backfired. The Monster Esports managed to knock them down, but they are playing a very dangerous game for both teams here, with the Blazers start to just burning their back slowly and hurt them quite a bit of a number, but at least it's still stage number 2 with less than 20 seconds left. These teams have to not overstay themselves around this area, but like it or not, they will have to force the fight for Austria Esports. Unfortunately, they're down to 3. It's going to be 4 teams with 3 members, including GE and TTQ as well, and as well as Exquisite, but Exquisite is down to 2. YG seems to be colliding with them as well.
And Super Pickles, the player that knocked down Smile and took him out, have been knocked as well. It'll be interesting to see what's happening on that side of the world. But on the left side, looks like Austria Esports, they decided to okay, without Martin, we're still going to go ahead, and they managed to get themselves into the circle, but more teams are waiting for them.
Speaking of more, the Bullets are waiting more as well. KE and Elevate seems to be engaging as well, but I don't know what happened to Nathan. But maybe there's a vehicle explosion in between the process. For Elevate, they definitely not having those elevation at work at all, but at least they got themselves cross over the other side of the street. But it's Exquisite down to only Cooper here right now. for Exquisite. They're being split by fourths. Koopa and a different direction entirely, but at least in the same building, still around the same compound, but different building. And try to give cover fire. All-Jar Esports and Exquisite seems to be sharing the same boat for both teams, because we do have the Esport lurking around this corner. They might actually be parting into these two teams.
Oh, I also want to point out that Loki actually stole away that elimination point, taking out Red Bull from Austria Esports. Now only NarkX left, and he's definitely not going to engage. Even worse news for him. His tires punctured, the back tire. Now his buggy is unusable.
For Nang, how to be on foot at this point with playing solo right now. But at least the buggy's still movable, but it's just not that stable. As long as he got himself some replacement, which I think nearby there'll be a couple of them stranded off. As long as he can find himself a new one, there's going to be A-OK. But he has to be super careful not to be discovered and not to be aware by all the other teams around them. Got himself a couple of shacks. But speaking of stage number 4, we're going to hit it in less than a minute. Couple of seconds to go. But GE, they try to force a fight out. TTQ Flash going in first.
Oh, but from the side, it was Liquid who knocked down Flash. Man, Liquid from the outside of the circle, tanking the blue, saved his teammate. Coca-Cola took out Gus instead, so it looks like Elevate wants a piece of this fight somehow. And now Liquid together with KH, both of them still on the outside. Liquid down to 3 first 8, and we're moving on to stage 4 in about 40 more seconds.
Liquid repositioning all the way from the blue zone, now back towards the inside. They're playing a bit yo-yo here. But it's going to be less than 30 seconds. They have to make it fast and make it quick. If not, they'll be meeting at that's end. Because right now, we do know some teams will try to be gatekeeping on the inner side of the circle, including probably PBE. And speaking of the gatekeeping, they are fighting against Max V9. And the Nate will exchange his hands between these two teams and two players.
And Max right now without Boyshon. And PBE will take out Joseph. Okay. So right now, PBE looking for more points. Playing without Gerald. Lobbing another nade across. Opponent pretty low. And that's going to be Monboy with a interesting new name. Okay. Actually his name is like the other way around. Yop Mon. Yeah.
I read it as Yop Not before.
Yop Not. Man, Monboy, come on. But anyway, as long as he can get those points, it's cool as he got it. So that's going to be PBE straightforward flush out of Team Max.
Well, Max V9, they had a really great run here today. A bit of a roller coaster ride for their end and their early start, but we still have one more map to go. Maybe they can bounce back after this early elimination, but at least they didn't go empty-handed. But for the next circuit, it will be divided between two sides, south and the north. So we do know it's going to be the circle right in between those streets. It's always going to be a usual classical sort of Miramar. But who will get into the circle next one? Because there's still a lot of teams outside of the circle here.
Yeah, including this one, KE with Kaya, final player. And you managed to get one knock onto Nathan. 2 more to go. Sending another nade across onto Coca-Cola, but it will not connect. 3 more from Elevate. He's trying to stop him. Kaya uses his final first aid to recover himself. As for Elevate, they're still wondering, did that nade connect or not?
Kaler try to clear the corners. Not many people around the corners that he's actually trying to clear from. Kaya, the last remaining players of KE, we're trying to make a hindrance to the side of Elevate. Here comes Kaya with a UMP prep and already the blues, and he will disrupt the revival. Unfortunately for Kaya, didn't make it through, but it will make it so difficult for Coca-Cola, and it's gonna be knocked down. Why, Kaya?
And he did enough damage there for Coca-Cola to be knocked down by the blue. So kinda like a job done. Okay. Let's see if the point actually goes towards them, but I highly doubt so though. But anyway, now Harame Bros on the southern side, they have Sin to deal with.
Harame Bro for the Royale is now going on the hunt. He's on the bro, but unfortunately he'll be the one that hunted down by YG. Say Cloud knocked him down. Well, basically just shot his knees out and down he goes for the knot. But for YG, they're guarding over the left side of the circle as well. Gatekeeping towards the fork of the road. And right now, they might actually get a couple of elimination across the other side of the street. And Harame Bro, will it be them being the victim or they bounce back? Because they managed to pick back up on Federalis.
Yeah, at least Federalis managed to bounce back. Now it's up to the rest of them to see what's going to happen. But it's also up to Sin whether they want to shift their attention towards their right. Scotty, oh man, Scotty praying that he's all right. And he's so far so good. The final member of Elevate blows up his speaker, creating a barricade from the eyes of Exquisite.
Scotty have those rocks to take himself as covers. But the question is, if the circle will just force them to get out from their hiding spot. Right now, it's going to be a man trying to force him out from those rock. But thankfully enough, he still survived. But the second one, not so much. The collaterals will hit him hard. And Scotty's still healing up. Barely got himself enough barricade, but it's enough for him to just leave this compound. But no, the nade will make it so difficult for him to just jump up. Thanks to the smoke, he still got himself covered, but he needs to leave back to 20% of HP, 10% right now.
Oh man, and finally Scotty out thanks to Loki from Young Radicals. So that's going to be another point for Loki. 2 long-range eliminations by himself, bringing him to a total of 3 eliminations for Loki, 4 for the team. 1 for Romeo Boy, that is. Now the circle, looks like we will have a road in between this circle. So there's a split between the north and the south. Now the northern side, we do have Nak as the final member of Orchard Esports. On the south, a lot of teams still scattered around.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough fight here at the very south. It's going to be a scrappy one indeed for these teams. It's crunch time for these guys too. Down to only 2 more maps, including this one. We're down to 13 teams already. 3 teams being eliminated. But now when it comes to players, not so much. Only 37 there alive. But on the side of Orchard Esports, they're left with only 1 single player left. Sin, on the other hand, still have a full squad. There's still some teams having a full squad, including RTC. But the question is, there's not many can make it out alive from the southern side. There's only 1 compound enough for 1 squad.
Title Quick Esports clearly did not make it out as they just got eliminated at number 13. For Sin, this is where they need to decide where they want to cut across. Okay, pick your poison moment. Flash Vision Esports. Looks like they're winning this fight against Genesis Esports with Mernan on the left side still active on the outside of the circle. His teammate Wes is still on the ground and he's going in for the save.
FVE. This is actually the longest FVE survive here for the entire day. Maybe because it's a bigger map, but this is definitely what they need. But they need more points there right now. With only 1 elimination point, still 12 team intact. Even if they're being eliminated right now, they might end up only with 1 point across the entire day. So it's total 5 points only, or 6. For FVE, they need to survive at least in the top 5 this time. But the circle, will it favor them or not? Because right now, Sen got 7. It's another team that we should also look out for. Because right now, elimination-wise, 0 to be knocked down by Sin from afar. But thanks to the distance, they can pick themselves up.
Well, the moment you mentioned about Sin, now they're in action as Mix gets knocked down. Looks like God7 they're fighting back though. Only 1 player left, but Sin is not done yet. We got Ranking on the other side. And God7 still on the outside of the circle. Now Ranking will continue to put pressure, spraying down to the vehicle, hoping to blow it up so that he might be able to get elimination points. And it's going to be Rankit still on the other side, not letting go of MHOP. And MH, oh, Federale shows up. Wait a second, here comes the Ramen Bros.
I love the fact that Sin just freely moving between those 2 teams crossfire without any business at all. And they have to be caught themselves in a trap and just bring their own trap as PBE finish off the players of Sin as well. So that's going to be a back-to-back 2 teams ousted, including Strangers Esports. We're down to 9. And this is where the placement point starts. But for PBE, they want more. They have to hike up. But the problem is Harami Bro is holding those elevation grounds.
Momboy just eliminated his own teammate Radkit early on. And now he's on the lower ground. Nate sent across by Harame Bros onto Momboy. And Momboy healing up. His other teammates will need to hike up as well. Chappie keeping an eye on the right side. Sprays down 1, but Chappie knocked down by Michi.
Michi tries to scout for another player of Harame Bro. They're losing their members, falling like flies 1 by 1, taken out by pieces. Harame Bro have to force himself to navigate out of the lair of the PBE just now. Being forced to get ousted entirely. But also Esports unfortunately didn't make it through as well. But at least he's got himself 1 elimination. I wouldn't worry so much for us Justice. The gap between them and PBE is quite big. But for PBE, this is the time for them to take away the number 1 spot. But they need more points as they're fearless. Will be taking down GE. They're suddenly on the rise. But that's going to be the last member, West Carey.
Yeah, and there you go. eliminated from the other side by Astro X. FRL will be able to save Pop Pop and they'll be back as a 4. And now their next mission after saving Pop Pop is to get into the circle. But look at the elimination field. We do have Naughty Boy taking out Kuru Kuru.
No, just try to find a way into as the entry on the side of the circle. But we talked about this sort of circle always be divided by the street in between. A little string even further in the center as well. For RTC, they're taking it around this over and just those walkways right on the right side of the circle. But on the bottom or the southern side, we do have a couple of teams as well. 3 or 4 teams just around there as well. So it's divided equally on the north and the south so far.
And what makes it even more difficult is that they have this. This is like a canyon here in this sort of circle in the middle. So that is the different kind of challenge that the teams will need to face in Miramar. Now we have Harame Bros here. But Young Radicals, they have a better position as compared to Harame Bros. Now by this edge, they're able to look at the other side as well. So if any team wants to play by the edge of the northern side of that hill, then they will be in the line of sight of Young Radicals.
It's all about timing, really. With slightly over the 1 minute to go, we're going to hit stage number 7. That's where the players are being forced to get out from their comfort zone. Like it or not, they cannot hold their positions anymore. We might actually go down to that. But speaking of 2 different hills, it's all about whichever the side of the circle favors. If on the north, that's going to be tough for the teams on the south. It's a 50-50 split. And when it comes to the team's numbers, it's 3-4 ratio between these 2 different elevations. And the valleys in between, well, I feel like the one that actually playing the low ground might actually have the slight advantage here compared to the elevations because they don't have to rotate too long. But for PBE, this is going to be tough for them just to pick out. Overpicking would cost them dearly later.
Yeah, Rival almost got knocked, so he took that risk, but he managed to heal up back again. So he's A-okay for now, that is. But all the teams will be anticipating the next stage of the circle. We're at stage 6, but we've got 7 teams left. So this round actually ran quite fast, I must say. 20 more seconds, we'll know where the circle will go. It might go in the middle. It's a common type of circle at this very stage. And that means that players who are in the middle, even at lower ground, like what you said, might give them an advantage.
Yep, all they need to do is just wait it up for YGRTC. They do have full squad. This might be their time to finally take advantage of Singers for Fearless. If the circle move north, never mind. It's still going to be a 50-50 split, slightly just a 40-60%, with Fearless taking over control of the northern side. But at least they got some part of the circle. But the rest of the team, that's a very small area with 200 meters last radius for them to share between 5 teams on the southern side.
Well, all the best for them to really share this. 20 players left remaining in this game. FRL, full squad, 7 eliminations. So far, so good for them. But the challenge is going to deal with the circle. As Harame Bros, they'll lose range to Monboy. Pop gets taken out by Cute Loki as well from Young Radicals. So looks like the fight down south is happening now.
Yeah, but it's down to only a couple of teams that will remain on the southern side of a circle here. I mean, like, Fearless definitely don't have any problem at all coming up from the north. The only team that vacant and just occupy around the northern side. The rest of them have to fight their way in. For RTC, they got themselves some patrol station to take cover, but it won't last as long as YG spotted out the players across the other side, and it's going to be exquisite slowly taken out, and they do have some elevation. It's going to be a huge advantage towards the side of YG, but if they overpick themselves, Fearless can take them down too.
And Naughty Boy being really naughty against Exquisite now. Playbook Esports on the other side, just across FRL. FRL gets a good clear shot towards RTC, and RTC, they will lose 1 player. As Exquisite looks like they'll be the next team to be eliminated, down to the top 5.
Make it 4 within seconds. Another team went out. RTC, despite they had a full squad before, what really happened? All of a sudden, the entire team being taken out, eliminated entirely by the teams out there. But in YG do have the most numbers across all the teams that are surviving here right now. It's going to be a 4v3, v2v2 with the least amount of numbers coming up from Harame Bro and BBE. But Fearless, they do have the northern side all by themselves. YG, they have to hold their ground, but they have the numbers. Now it's down to Harame Bro and as well as PBE. How do they want to approach Fearless right now?
And Fearless right now using their vehicles as a semi-barricade. They still need to keep their vehicles so they cannot blow it up yet. as we still have stage number 8. Alright, here we go. Moving down to the lower ground, closer to the circle. And speaking about the circle, it looks like it's going to be majority low ground this time.
It's going to be best low ground ever for them because the circle's still not able to decide which side of the map it wants to go. But the next stage will be no more circle with less than 30 seconds on the clock. Fearless will have to force towards side of PBE. They want to take the fight here on. They give themselves cover fire from the far north as well. And the circle will be gone PBE as well. We're down to only 3 teams, but YG have the most number. But Fearless taking the first action, and it might be give them a big advantage against YG and Harami Bro, who try to cancel each other out.
Yeah, truly Fearless. 11 eliminations now for Fearless Esports. Coming from the other side. Now they're on the lower ground. But then again, not too bad to be on the lower ground with this kind of circle, especially Harami Bros. 2 of them inside of this shack where Astro X is keeping an eye on. Federales gets the knockdown, Say Cloud onto Young Gaticos. And Young Gaticos, 2 active players left.
Now down to 3v3. YG knocked down. Loki managed to reset himself. But for Fearless, this is a huge advantage. Everything seems to be unfolding as long as they don't hesitate to make the call. But unfortunately, it's going to be 2 different angles. They still managed to make it through anyhow. But on the side of Harami Bro, down to only 1 player. It's a huge advantage for Fearless. They know exactly where the position of all the teams. But YG will fight back as well. Fearless down to only 10% of HP. I don't know if he's being finished off. Ranza managed to secure. There's going to be another point on top of Fearless. 13 eliminations already. And it's down to only closing the execution for the chicken for Fearless. Can they secure it?
Well, Young Gaticos has something to say about that. They just got knocked out to Astro X, and now it's only Renza left for Fearless Esports. But Renza nailed it down. Looks like it's going to be a 1v1 now. Renza, as well as Cute Loki. Will Fearless Esports be able to get their second chicken dinner today, or will Young Gaticos finally score it?
It's a 2v1, Nutty Boy still stand up 3v1, but he managed to knock down back again. Down to finally 1v1, Renza. Oh, that was so close. So close. What a game by Fearless and YG. Both teams got a double-digit elimination. But that was the closest Fearless to score that chicken, but YG win it anyhow.
Well, looks like there's no repeat here, ladies and gentlemen. Young Gaticos scores the first chicken dinner in Miramar for this week. So great work here by Young Gaticos. Another one of those teams who are eyeing that #1 spot to take home maximum points in the grand finals when it comes to the grand finals later on. So Young Gaticos, always that team that has this potential. And towards the end, we saw like how they revive each other. They come back up. They don't rush down to Renza. They know that they're pretty low. Time was spot, come up, Renza took one out, and that became like a bait. He was not able to finish him off, and the other members of Young Gaticos rush in to wrap things up.
Yeah, I mean like YG and Fearless, especially Fearless, they were acting across the other side of the street entirely, but they managed to just force the fight out and cross the street entirely unharmed. That's a big respect for the side of Fearless. But let's rewatch your highlight about the 50-50 circle till the very end.
Well, it had to be Renza here coming as MVP, the longest standing player for Fearless Esports. 5 eliminations, 1,079 total damage, 4 total knockouts, 2 assists, 551 total heal, and a survival time of 27 minutes and 10 seconds. Almost came out with a surprise against Young Gaticos.
Yeah, it was a 2v1 at first. They managed to revive, but his knock just now was impeccable. But unfortunately, he didn't manage to fight that one last player due to the smoke himself was kind of close or being disrupted by the smoke by the side of YG. But I have to give a lot of respect for Fearless. it has been a tough one for them to cross the other side of the street and climb and hike all the way up the hill, but they managed to pull it through somehow, and they got on some double-digit eliminations too. I mean, like, both teams got a big one for this round of Miramar.
Yeah, so it almost got it. If we got it, then there will be something of a chicken dinner to shout out about. But of course, we got to shout out to Younger Radicals to bring this chicken dinner back home. 11 eliminations in total, 2,059 total damage, 9 knockouts, 6 assists, 1,038 total heal, and a survival time of 27 minutes 50 seconds. And they didn't really have a an easy round for them, because on the southern side, like what we saw earlier on, as compared to FRL, they had a clear north, but on the south it was really messy, but they still made it to the end.
Yeah, for YG, that wasn't easy at all, but they do have some slight advantage when it comes to manpower, extra one player compared to Fearless, but it wasn't easy. It was difficult for them to actually guard it over the surprise attack of Fearless. They did not expect that at all when it comes to crossing the other side of the street. But for YG today, they've been quite having a great day, quite consistent as well, getting themselves in a couple of top 8s. But when it comes to the overall stat in the last Miramar map, which was the first Miramar of week 3, of course, we have 12 total headshot. They still have the amount of it. Airdrop, at least people did loot it up this time.
Yeah, and Throwables, though, is a bigger map than the Erangel match, but it's 200 plus. That's alright, that's an okay number. I'm sure fans will expect, like, okay, it's a bigger map, maybe the numbers touching 300 throwables, but that's absolutely okay. Frankly speaking, it's not the most important of stats, so it's just fun for us to just observe and see, like, which whether there's a pattern here with the different maps that we're playing on some of these numbers as well. But when it comes to like driving distance, obviously when it comes to Miramar, because it's a bigger map, then naturally like there will be a lot of movement here in this map. Same goes for longest elimination distance, more than 400 meters, just because it's another Miramar match.
Yeah, we're gonna expect a very similar sort of stats when it comes to the last map as well, but I'm surprised today's throwables seems to be the normal stat that we've seen before. 250s used to be the normal number, but these days a lot of 240s around the same range. But when it comes to the match standing, two teams got themselves the double-digit elimination. There's gonna be YG and Fearless. 21 and 19 points. We have double-digit club as well, which is going to be PBE, get himself 13 points, but the rest still have to resort to only 1 digit for this map.
Yeah, but at least every single team has a point. So if we look at like Team Max, KE, TTQ, God7, and surprise, Royale Esports, 1 point. So Royale Esports, well, they had an early clash that their players got picked off one by one, and they had to resort to only that one final player towards at some point, which is Nug X, and overall they only managed 1 elimination point, but at least they got something out of this round. And with the point gap that they have created for themselves, they should be able to be still at number 1.
And speaking of number 1, yeah, Esports still actually at their crown throne, and it seems to be shakeable, of course, because Fearless managed to push all the way up to second place. That's going to be only 7 points different, and make it 8 points between PBE and Royale Esports. Look at the race for the throne. We have our top 4 this time. Earlier we only had 2 teams, now we have 4. Maybe later we have 5 teams, maybe including Arami Bro and Elevate. That's going to be top 6. That's close enough for the gaps.
Yeah, and it will be fun to see that kind of gap like shrink, right, towards the end of the week. So it'll give us a little bit more drama for us to like kind of like guess, like, oh, are we going to see a different team getting the number 1 at the end of the week, try to break the streak of Royale Esports? So that'll be pretty fun to watch as well. But so far, what we're getting today in terms of the chicken dinner pattern is that we don't see a repeat. We almost got 1 out of FRL. They got a second place finish, and it was a good run for them as well. However, Young Radicals had to come in and just to stop that from happening.
Yeah, I mean, also when it comes to the circle, it did play a big part, but the circle was really undecisive till the very end. It kind of split the map, the two sides, north and the south side, with a street in between. But it was quite a rare circle around Elazar, but we had seen that kind of, you know, it's not like super rare only one time, but we had that several, like 2 or 3 times already. But it's gonna be a different circle hopefully for the next one, because if not, it's probably gonna have the same sort of scenario again all over for the teams. And speaking of which, for the teams, I love the fact that teams are always being eliminated early, trying to play a bit more patient this time.
Yeah, teams like RTC, yeah, they've been showing up for 2 rounds now. Not too bad, not too bad. At least they're bringing in the points, like giving themselves a bit of hope to maybe come out with a surprise. As long as they can keep that up and maybe do a little bit more, then who knows? They could be the team to come out with a Cinderella story, because we do have some teams close with them not doing as well as them. So it's still a mystery on who's going to be able to come out in the top 16 by Sunday. By Sunday.
Yeah, when it comes to the top 16, there's going to be a lot of work for the teams at the very bottom. Not to say that they have more games to go. Don't forget the teams that are actually competing here today, A, B, C, and D group, actually play here for the entire day, because Group E is still not playing at all. So for the teams that are actually at the very bottom, like, most of them are coming up from this grouping here, unfortunately. So except for aside of the quarter, of course, they're not playing yet, and Risk guys, but the rest at the very bottom, when it comes to the league ranking points, they lost the chance for the entire day to gain the points today. So they have to make it up right now for the very last map.
Yeah, we might see an interesting shift though. So that's something that we want to see. We want to see, like, not so cliche, not a cliche story, right? And if you think about it as well, because the teams had like 2 weeks off before restarting here today, so that is where we start to see, like, maybe some teams, like, they do a little bit better, some teams maybe not so. Maybe it's because, like, other teams, they improve in terms of how they do stuff, how they read other teams, how they had the 2 weeks to, like, just decide on, like, okay, this is going to be our game plan. That kind of affected other teams as well. So that is what happens when you have that 2 week gap. If you don't have a 2 week gap, you have like a back-to-back, then then it's a challenge of stamina. That's a totally different conversation altogether. But I like the fact that with these 2 weeks given to some teams, really took it through, and that's where we can see, like, RTC being one of the more improved teams.
Yeah, this is my time to shine, right? Because I didn't get this ever for the entire day. If I never get it, that's gonna be the Crimson Battle begin. So I'm trying to do my best version here. Version 3.4 Blood Moon Awakening team mode is here. The new theme areas, items, transformation mechanics, and PvE gameplays to explore. So don't forget to update the version 3.4 now. The Crimson Battle begins. I know I sound like Snake instead of Dracula. I don't know why.
Yeah, I was about to say that. That sounds very sneaky, but okay. I'll take it as it's a sneaky Dracula there. Okay, I'll give that one. It still sounds like
Dracula.
Yeah, why not, right? I mean, Dracula is a enemy inside of this game mode. I wish you guys should check it out, by the way. Okay, here we go. How do you do an Oriental ghost? Man.
They don't speak usually, but yeah.
Yeah, like even when I watch like those ancient Chinese movies, you know, they don't really speak. So how do you make an Oriental ghost sound? Like, new Royale Pass is 9 now in the game until 14 October. You come take this a lot of prize pool, more than 80,000 UC. Upgrade your micro Uzi, and then your 100 level new custom color fade. Make sure you get it, okay? Because we still have a rebate for you. 120 UC, alright? Come get it. If not, I find you at night.
It feels like an exhausting uncle for a reason who ran for 100 kilometers. Okay.
I tried.
No,
this is the hardest one.
You know, Asian ghosts don't really speak a lot.
Yeah. True. Even more so if it's an Oriental ghost. But But what we're gonna speak of is our prediction, of course, okay. So everyone was be like, "What? You picked Flash Vision? Really? Come on, guys! We gotta give tribute to like the teams down there as well. Like, dude, come on with a surprise, right?"
You know, you'll be a golden finger and golden lips person who actually can, if they actually score this chicken, it's gonna be because of you, Cloud. I have to give it to you, the credit. If they manage to score, because today for the entire day, we don't see any action for FVE. Aside from being bombarded, ambushed, pushed, taken out, and that's the only thing. We never see them fighting back.
Well, if only I know like all the languages, right? I want to know what the other our other colleagues think of like the Flash Vision pick, right? Like, come on, Flash Vision, come on, you can do one.
I think they were like, something is wrong with Sir Cloud.
Well, there's a fun fact story, right? So last season, I know like behind the scenes, our observers also made like a bet, like okay, whether Flash Vision will score a chicken dinner or not, and one of the people behind the scenes actually said that Flash Vision won't score a chicken dinner. If the Flash Vision scores a chicken dinner, I will buy everybody drinks. I will buy everybody coffee. So
wow.
and they score a chicken dinner that day, and you had to buy the entire studio coffee. So I'm just saying, right? I'm just saying.
I mean, I wouldn't mind though. For me personally, I do want to see if they can score one, because right now a lot of teams are actually heated up. And FV right now kind of hit themselves in the wall. If they score this chicken, it's going to be very crucial for them, because that's going to be building up the momentum and have more confidence for their tomorrow's game as well. Because right now they are running out of time for FVE. They need one chicken to finally push themselves out of that trench.
Yep. Although the not so cliche answer will be like, poster up! Poster! We want to screenshot the poster, the poster. And who knows, right? By getting that, right, then they'll get to keep their jobs. So just
yeah, I mean,
saying.
like, yeah, the poster is gonna be the proof that they're actually present in this tournament too. So they need to, like, you know, when they flexing towards the girls out there, maybe they want to, you know, try to hook up with another new girlfriend or something like that. At least they show that, hey, that's really me. They have those moments. They don't believe that you can play the VODs later on. But if they don't have any of those VODs for their poster, then it's going to be difficult for them to find themselves a new girlfriend too.
Wow.
Why are we going this conversation? My God.
I wonder would the ladies be impressed to know that, okay, assuming that the ladies that they're going after, like, they don't follow PUBG Mobile Esports for whatever reason, and they see that poster, would it be impressive, or would it be like,
Maybe still gonna get impressed, of course.
Okay.
Still gonna
Coming
so
from a lady, I'll take
important.
that.
For the ladies, guys.
Okay. So do it for the ladies, okay? Do it for... It's all of a sudden, it's like no longer doing it for the fans. It's like, do it for the ladies. Maybe, you know, that gives them a different motivation. It's like, for the ladies! For my Saturday night date!
Wow, only Saturday night dates? That's it?
Well, other days they have to be playing, so...
Oh, yeah, that's kind of true. I mean, even Saturday night, they have to be playing. Maybe Monday nights. Yeah, Monday nights will be the best one.
For my Monday night date!
There you go, guys. And now, so speaking
at
of your
Orchard
Monday...
Road.
I mean, that's gonna be because Say Cloud can experience. He needs those Monday nights dates too. He's that sad right now. But yeah, guys, don't forget to vote your favorite teams as well, because right now it's gonna be the last game for you guys to vote it out. We're down to only one last map to go. I want to see if things will change for the last map for today. Come on, don't keep us disappointed. Make it some surprise for us so we don't get. No, don't be boring, guys. Let's do something else.
Yeah, vote for Flash Vision, okay? Vote for Flash Vision. Vote for Best Player, Flash Vision, Master Toki. Honestly, we don't know when they will reveal like the best player, so you guys can continue to vote. And yeah, maybe we'll come up with a surprise. But okay, if it's not like the cliche name of like Red Bull or like Federales, right? Do you have like on top of your mind, who would you vote if you were the viewers?
Me?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm the player that I would want to vote for. It's not here. That's gonna be Master Ichi, of course. But Yeah, because I'm always being his biggest fan, and I love the way he actually thinks and plays sometimes. But with this line, I mean, like, why not go for Flash? Sometimes it's nice to bring a new name into the fray. Like, why not give him some support and just want to push his morale to see if he can actually push himself beyond his own limit.
Yeah, Flash Vision for the last map. Bring their name up. 80% vote. Let's go. Break the record. 80% vote. 90% vote, right? For Flash Vision. And favorite player, Master Toki or something, right? Either one of those players. Yeah, just pick one. Just pick one. As long as it's Flash Vision, come on. Come on, Flash Vision.
Don't care as long as it's
Flash
FVE.
As long as it's FVE, okay? We want to see something different, alright?
I mean, I wouldn't mind other teams too, other than the one that always be on top. I mean, like, it's so predictable at this point when it comes to this season too, like, just like the previous season. I want to see something new this season. Come on, guys, let's push for FVE, or maybe the teams at the very bottom when it comes to the final map of the day.
Yes. So says the person who did not vote for FVE. So vote for FVE, okay? Vote for FVE, alright? Put your votes in. Because we're heading on to a final game today. So it's going to be the final match from day number 1, week number 3. Miramar it is. Without further ado, let's head on to a flight. Let's go.
Very interesting flight path contradicts the circle as well. This is going to be super interesting, by the way, because of how the northern side of the circle is super vacant. It means everybody from south will have to go one direction only, up north.
But KE only has one direction against Stranger Esports. Here we go. Kyril Ho finding his target, dancing around with Lucy. Lucy takes a bit of damage and he dances to the back and he will get his knock. And this will be the first blood this round.
That's going to be a fast one as well. Strangers Esports losing one member early on. There's going to be Carrillo coming up from KE by himself. The rest of KE, I mean, like, they have the same round too between these two teams. Now it's back to 3v3 against once more KE and Strangers Esports. Seems to be not willing to bow out at all. They will commit to this fight.
Evil 1v1 with Campus. Campus, oh wait, what? Evil? That is evil to yourself? What? Huh?
I don't get it as well. There's a lot of deflecting nades here and there. But on the side of Strangers Esports, that was strange indeed.
That was unexplainable. He had a fighting chance. Now it's only 762 left. 762. You must be like shouting, screaming like, dude, what happened to you, man? We could have won the fight. What?
I think that was a bit miscalculation. Maybe, I don't know. It's like, I really don't really have a good explanation of what really happened. And it's, well, there you go. Strangers, they, you know what, maybe they want to get an early dinner for the day. But their points not so great to get an early dinner as well.
Yeah, that's the only explanation, right? They're probably smelling curry cooked by the neighbors now, just like what I'm going through. Yeah, my neighbor, someone's cooking curry, and I have to like
Nice.
bear it. Yeah, it sounds so nice, right? But come on, strangers, not like this. I mean, if at least they go out with a fight, right? Not like a self-made moment. Yeah.
I think it might deflect it across their building just now. Maybe that's going to be the case for Strangers Esports. But we do have Max V9 against GOT7 next. Labubu waiting with the DBS, but he's not being too patient. Labubu, the staircase game is supposed to be you waiting on the other end.
Oh, as long as he doesn't do a boo-boo now, but he only has 10% health left. He fires back and straightforward follow-up. And he gets taken out just like that. GOT7 only down to MH. And MH is on the other end. His best bet right now is just to find an exit.
If you can find one. At least he got a minivan. But the question is, he doesn't have first aids. Band-aids will work, but he's driving at the same time trying to heal himself back up. Any bullets fly across the other side, that's going to be a broken helmet with a knockdown as well. GOT7, we just mentioned about, they had a really good run for the last one. And they being eliminated close enough to be entirely taken out early again. I mean, Strangers, of course, it's going to be super awkward to tell about how the condition was just now. But for GOT7, I mean, these are the team that need those points, but unfortunately taken out early.
And with one player left, not too sure how much he can get out of this round. High possibility they will still remain as a single-digit team by the end of the day. At least for KE, after their win against Stranger Esports, which strangely happened. They got the 4 points, and now they're in the 10-point bracket. And they can still gain more points coming into this round with the 3 players. So not too bad for KE. But GOT7, the best right now he can do is just to try to hold on and pray that teams drop like flies and start the game, play some points.
I mean, if it was around stage 4 and 5 onwards, I wouldn't worry. I feel like he can have a better chance of survival at that point because of how smaller the circle can actually get, and he's playing it solo-handedly. But we're talking about stage 1 near Cloud, and it's going to be a vast amount of land still for him to cross towards the center of the circle, unless he's been favored by the circle all day long. Then it's going to be a different story. But the odds are he won't be favored at all.
Yeah, last we saw is like what? Okay, 1,300 meters away. Gonna take quite a bit there. Hopefully he stocks himself well up, because likely he will come in later. So when he come in later, the blue is going to be a thing. Gatekeeping teams is going to be a thing. I don't see a bright future for MH.
A very dim one. That's going to be the Oracle Circle out, calling it out for the future of MH. We're going to have to wait and see, because right now the future's not so great for Austria Esports as well. They are top contenders. Arami Pro taking out one of the players. The top's being finished off in an instant. But Red Bull will not sit quietly as they taken off his teammate out of the equation for this map here right now. Red Bull trying to get some damage control and redemption. Unfortunately, though, they did not scout out any of the players of Harame Bro. They're not giving away any information easily from Harame Bro's side.
Oh, well, Harame Bro, nice position if you gotta think about it. Jappy on this high ground gives information back to his team. Odds one out from afar. I believe that's Austria Esports there. But not only Austria Esports, but there are also other teams based on the minimap around the corner. So this place is starting to be a bit hot. Gets knocked by Loki.
Still not hitting stage number 2 yet, but we already have a lot of fire towards all across these scrappy fights early on. And stage 2 will hit in less than 20 seconds, but they already lost major amount of players across the map here. GOT7 and Austria Esports only left with their solo players. Exquisite, one knocked down, but it's still pickable for the players to have a pick-me-up moment for Exquisite. But for KE also start as a trio. Exquisite, unfortunately, it's going to be a clean execution, but for Austria, how the safe's going in, Red Bull will have to play this by himself.
Red Bull, even though he has a lot of firepower in him, but as a solo player, it's still going to be pretty difficult. 1,000 meters away from the circle. Now that we're going to get a water treatment circle, it's going to go up north. And Red Bull, he has like what? Flash Vision, Harami Bros in front of him, not great. But all the way down south, Elevate, Team Max, V9, and KE together.
So many latecomers towards the center of the circle. It's so, I mean, like, I'm not meaning to compare, but I have to compare anyway. I mean, like, we saw PMSL and PMCL. It's a very different approach for both different regions here. But when it comes to the PMSL, everyone wants to get into the center. But when it comes to PMCL, everyone wants to stay as much in the blue zone and not being the center of attention in the center as well. But it's also when it comes to the center, there's going to be an advantage of gatekeeping towards all the teams that's coming in late. In the case of the team on the very south you mentioned just now, if they, the moment they get out from the blue zone, they'll be greeted up by a lot of bullets flying over their faces.
Well, to be fair, I would say the circle also pulled up north, right? So,
yeah.
As much as they want to be close with the circle, if the circle like hatches up north, then it's natural that you have teams like being left out. So it's a matter of now for them to overcome this kind of circle. At least for Genesis Esports, they are in the circle, a team that would bring a lot of hope to the Myanmar fans, and with this high ground advantage around water treatment, they are somewhere in the middle of it. At least they have this decent start kind of circle.
I agree. I mean, like, stage 2, water treatment, one of the most generous sort of circles to be in when it comes to this sort of map. But due to the very southern flight path before, it kind of still a lot of journey for the teams out there to be on top of water treatment here. So a lot of them taking a bit of a long game and a longer rotation towards tanking the blue zone just to get on the northern side, knowing the fact because of the southern side of the flight path early on, it's quite a vacant north all the way. So everybody wants to get from the northern side, and that's the funny part. If everybody thinking the same sort of strategy here, now everybody will have to find a spot in the north too.
Well, that's where it's kind of hard to tell, right? Like, you wouldn't know what other people are going to do. So you're like kind of like sometimes you need to like kind of roll the dice and just do whatever that you're comfortable in, and maybe like majority of the teams like, okay, this round we're comfortable playing for the outside in, because that also gives them that chance of meeting other teams and maybe bringing in elimination points. Since it's the last week anyway, so they might be thinking of like, oh, it's crunch time, let's try to seek out eliminations instead of playing it very, very safe, like, oh, you come like very, very north and all that, because you might lose out a chance for eliminations as points might be taken away.
Speaking of missing the time for elimination, Strangers Esports will not be playing here tomorrow. The teams in Group B will want to push as much as they can, including Harame Bro, Time to Quick, and RTC Esports, which all of them are still alive except for STE, of course, because Group B will have a rest tomorrow. Before they're heading into the rest, they want to push as much number as they can right now. Now, on the side of PBE, they managed to finish off the last member of GOT7 who tried to survive as long as he can, but we talked about this before. It was stage number 1 when the rest of the crew of GOT7 being eliminated early. It was super difficult to start with one solo player at stage 1 since the start.
Yeah, and looks like lights out for him, and he will get that early dinner that maybe he didn't ask for, but he'll be forced to. As we look over at RTC, now this is the team that I really want to see, like how far can they push themselves, right? Like, so far 26 points in day 1, it's not bad. Like, you're in the middle, like they're pretty much like half the amount of points of Austria Esports, so they could still come out with something. And if there's any team that were to be able to come out with a surprise, so far RTC looks like to be the team.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, like, RTC have been very strategic when it comes to trying to survive as long as they can. They always got themselves in the top 8 for the past 3 maps. They're not doing so great earlier today, but they're slowly building up the momentum. It's all about the execution for them to finish off the job. That seems to be some difficulties at times. But for RTC, it shouldn't be a problem for them to fight against one player of Austria Esports. Red will be showered by a lot of bullets across the other side of the map. From the pan to the fire, it's going to be Exquisite next. But last time I remember, even Exquisite don't have that much members alive, right?
We need to look at the overalls again. But what we're sure is that Red Bull is the only final player for Austria Esports, caught by Jarrell. It's going to be a 1v1 fight. Red Bull takes a lot of damage from Jarrell, and the moment he arrives, he gets eliminated.
To have face-down vehicle at the worst timing ever. It actually gave a lot of time for Jared to shoot him down just now, and that's going to be a lot of refresh and reset of loot. Yeah, Exquisite, they're down to only 2 players just now. If he can actually pick, if he knows, he'll probably just stop at where Exquisite was just now, because PBE, they still have a full entire squad alive. Well, we talked about what the treatment will be the last few stages of Circle. We're down to stage number 3, and less than 2 seconds to go, it's going to be stage number 4. But only 13 teams remaining right now, and we don't have a lot of players for the teams that still remain. So set 4, Exquisite and KE, the rest still having a full squad down. That's going to be a tough one for Exquisite to survive. We do know KE trio still works wonderfully well, but for duo, it's difficult with still so many teams out there.
Yeah, so as a duo, 49 players, they have to be really safe right now. They gotta take care of their own backs. Quick Esports might lose KH, knockdown, and looks like they're going to have a follow-up. KE is going to be the one to secure the point, but the other members of Quick Esports already cover fire. But look at that nice shot there by D2K.
Master D2K, he tried to zigzag himself away from TTQ's crosshair. He managed to get it out. That's still a surprise though. But for Suki with an AUG spotted out campus, here comes the push. Going around the rock with the DBS enhanced prepared, but a bit too early for his pre-fires. And campus take advantage of that reloading and also that too early premature pre-fires actually cost him dearly as well. But for KE, that's a huge amount of elimination already across the board, and they are on the rampage right now with 7 eliminations.
Yeah, after eliminating Stranger Esports as a start, looks like they're not stopping. But Army Bros, they cannot stop right now. Look at the amount of teams around them, including another neighbor just next door. Army Bros, they're sharing the same area with the Team Max V9, and Team Max V9, they're still quite split out. If you look at the minimap, one player on the other side of the road. But the player closest to Haraway Bros looks like he is not interested to share.
Oh, this is going to be difficult for Max V9 to reunite with their forced part ways with their partner, Navith. Have to go across the other side. It's going to be one man for themselves for both players of Max V9 right now. Oh, this is going to be a difficult one. The moment he... the miniature reunite, of course, but the question is where to hide. They have nothing to barricade themselves. Voting-wise, still going to be more towards Osja Esports, but RTC, we talked about how great potential they actually have. Tactical-wise, they getting better today, but it's all about execution. Can they actually do it?
Yeah, now they have the chance, though, to try to prove it against PBE. But PB, they're going to start out with one knock on the boy shot. Boy shot needs to be saved. So it looks like this up against Max. PBE looking to clear out this area because they want water treatment all for themselves though. Max is on the other side. Oh, wow. Okay, nice.
Wow.
Beautiful nade by Moboy.
And that's going to finish off the rest of Max V9. In an instant, we didn't even blink. It still got finished off without me blinking, and it still got the entire team out. There's going to be 5 eliminations across the side of Max V9's board, but at least they don't go empty-handed. On the side of PBE, they try to scout for more eliminations. We talked about what the treatment, there'll be a lot of teams. And look at the minimap, it's super colorful here right now. On the side of PBE, they try to overtake and control over this compound. They split themselves into 2-2 formation. But KE, they won against the other team just now, but they've been greeted by YG.
So YG, waiting for the decision. Maybe they're waiting for like 25 seconds before the next stage. Might as well. Want to decide whether it's going to be worth it for them to take that spot. But Kimi gets knocked by Raimon. Okay. Last we saw they were sharing inside of water treatment together, with RTC taking the northern side. Of course, Playbook Esports, they're still holding on to that ground fairly well with 4 eliminations so far, and we even saw Red Bull crashing in, and he got taken out. So Playbook Esports, they're comfortable with this area. Circle-wise, so happy to be inside of water treatment as the center of it so far, and RTC, one of the best areas to be in.
Also a good area if they got himself elevation where GE actually stands, but it's quite a risk and a gamble depending on the next few circles. Now high elevations always give them a big advantage, as RTC do have a lot of structure to take over themselves as hard covers, but It's all down to the next few circles. The one that's going to be the toughest one to get in, probably going to be Sin right now. They are on the outskirts of a circle. The rest of the teams do have themselves some compounds and hard cover to barricade themselves from a lot of fires. But we might actually have to wait it out because stage number 5 is still on commands, while stage number 6 and probably 7 will force the players out of their hiding spot because there's still a lot of compounds in this sort of circle still.
Yeah, and that is where, well, we very unlikely we'll see an urban warfare unless, well, if you consider that water treatment is an urban area, but not like those like big areas like Lost Learners-ish. But we're going to see some of the teams that coming in from the outside to come in right now. And Playbook Esports, they took the high ground on the outside of water treatment. Now they'll face up against Sin. And the moment Cool arrived, he got one. His other teammate ran onto a player of Playbook Esports to take out Momboy. But Gerald will come in with a surprise from behind. Just for it to be surprised from, where did the shot come from?
All the way the other side.
Where?
It was a different team entirely. It's not
Wacko.
even Sin players. It was wait, was it Sin?
It was Wacko
I
Sin.
don't think it was Sin players.
Well, the elimination feed doesn't lie. It's going to be Wacko Sin who had a nice support angle.
There was a far flank all the way across the other side.
Man, that was good positioning by him. So Gerald, as much as he was ambitious, great idea, but beautifully countered by Sin.
I agree that off angle that actually works so well. Mickey will winning side on the side of Sin. Now Sin and they got himself 3 eliminations. But next we have Harami Bro against AVE. Can AVE do it? And now when it comes to handicap, Harami Bro is having lesser member than AVE. They have a full squad. They should have actually got this, but unfortunately it's going to be a 3-way war because GE is super interested within this crossfire too.
Well, Harami Bros will need to defend the ground against Flash Vision before GE comes in. Master Riggs pretty low, healing up. One nade set across, a little bit of an overshot, and it will not hurt anyone. Oh, this nade could be big. This one could be. Ooh, lucky enough there is that wrecked up trailer there. There's still bought time for Federales to pick up Chappie.
The carcass of the truck will actually make such a good barricade for Harami Bros right now, but the nades still connect anyhow, coming up from GE and followed up by Federale. Seems like MVE, they caught themselves in a trap and spring the trap between the two teams. Harami Bros and GE both sandwiched down to the side of MVE. There's no way for them to even have a breather, smothered down to square one. Now for MV, they only have with 1 player left after GE and Harami Bros taken out MVE. It's gonna be GE versus Harami Bro as the circle taken all the way towards RTC. They got the center of it.
Oh, nice pixel shot there by Federales, but now they need to defend against Esports as Splash will lead the charge to get one out of Jappy. Only Federales left, and Federales eliminated by West, and Harami Bros goes out to Genesis Esports.
GE finally on the rise with 3 eliminations, but KE, their 7 number is going up and up. We don't see a lot of actions coming up from KE right now. They are in respite, but waiting for the next circle to force these players to have a fight anyhow. Stage number 7 will hit very soon, but the radius of the circle will even tighter. Now with only 8 teams alive, with 28 players still in the game, we have the only team without a full squad right now is going to be Exquisite and KE.
FRL though, they see KE from the long range, and Astro X will knock down Kaya. Looking at the other side, but before that, secures the elimination point before it's stolen away. Campus is below them though, but they don't have a good visual. Now they'll try to move in further. As for Sin, they're busy with Exquisite. 1v1 here, Wacko wins the fight.
Wacko still have a lot of reserve in his car with a Mini 14 as his secondary weapon in stock, but cool, last time I saw his UMP, it was 0 for his reserve, and they're running low when it comes to ammunition on the side of Elevate 2. Nathan forcing it out to finish off a couple of lanes, trying to buy time for his members to be rescued up. But for Sen, cool, they still have full squad remaining as well, but they have only 1 member knocked down. Mix will be picked up by Cool, but right now when it comes to reserve, it's questionable for both teams at the current moment.
And here we go, and Nathan needs to hike up though. Doesn't have a good visual where the members of Sin are at. Nate's raining down onto Nathan. Scotty is calling up for help. Coca-Cola is together with him, and Nathan's going in for a pickup as well. As Sin now holding their ground. They are in the circle, so they're still okay on the higher ground, but the nade From above, Scotty. Even Coca-Cola almost got taken out by it.
Elevate being put off entirely in a mix, dropping a big one, double on that, and a double down with the discount. And coming up from Sin, this is going to be the go time for them. All they need to do is just pray, and they did it well. Now Sin, they got themselves several eliminated as well. All they need to do is go for the pickup, and then just reset themselves to have another go against the team in the center. But speaking of the next stage here, we have 40 seconds on the clock. Fearless got himself elevations, but you talked about how RTC got the center sweet spot with a lot of barricades, but when it comes to the circle, can they survive if all the teams on the elevations will stop together around where they stand?
Oh man, so teams below will need to prepare themselves. Even RTC, they don't have the comfort of like covered buildings and things like that for them, and they're split out 2-2 for now. But okay, let's see where the circle will go next. They might still get that circle, but they need to be aware about GE. They might come in from behind as well from the southern side. Circle-wise, RTC should still get it. We get a confirmation here. They have part of the circle, but all their members are in it.
Alright, speaking of the circles, yeah, Sin and GE gonna have the toughest one entry into it. But GE, they can play around the compound. There's some covers for them, and there was some barricade that actually blind RTC from seeing GE getting into and bridge into it. But for YG, they have to force this one out. Fearless will be contested by YG. They're gonna go for the hike, and Astro Act, the rest of Fearless are ready to take guards up.
We go, Young goes for the lower ground. Naughty Boy need the cross, and Renza is going to be the one in front. Renza 50% of health. Naughty Boy, oh, that's a close one. That's a close one. Renza shows himself. Renza almost punishing Naughty Boy, and Naughty Boy repositions himself, prepares himself with the S12K on the outside of the circle still. Loki will get a knockout to Astro X. This is now the opportunity for Young Goes.
Roman Boy prepping the nade for quite some time. Will it be mid-air explosion? Oh, perfectly well cooked as well. Taking down on Renza with a follow-up couple of shots from afar. Puff next, but he got himself some valleys, and the terrain will cover himself a bit much longer. But Puff, he needs to pop the smoke and make sure he will try to grenade them down from pushing forward against YG. And Puff, he's the last one surviving. He needs to keep it off alive. There's too many members being taken down, but the shots coming out from afar is going to be seen as well for Puff. He needs to reposition, but it's nowhere safe for him.
And I mean, so many teams getting close to each other now. It's going to be kind of hard for him to find a good space. Now we get taken out by the zone. Looks like he denies away the point out of the hands of anyone else. As Young goes, look at this position with this high ground. They're overlooking Sin still. It's just that they're by the edge of the circles. We still have stage number 8, but SayCloud is going to move in closer.
Reserve-wise, Troubles, not that much left on the side of SayCloud. One for each of the Troubles there. But at least his ammunition is quite stocked up and well enough for the rest of the fight. Wacko spotted out Puff. Fearless being eliminated. They're down to 4. But when it comes to the numbers, Sin having the least amount of players, but the rest still have a full squad. But due to Sin open fire against YG right now, they're focusly 100% on Sin. And YG surrounded left, right, center for Sin. There's no way out at all for them.
And Sin, 2 players currently knocked. 1 more to go, and that's going to be Wacko. And the beautiful nade that bounces on the head of Wacko eliminates Sin. At number 4, they go out with 8 eliminations.
Next, it's going to be YG with 3 members. But in Manishu maybe revived thanks to the long shots. GE also given away the position. But due to the long shot and those elevations, YG can have a pick-me-up later. But for GE and RTC, this super dangerous game they're playing. Very close after GE giving away the position. That alerts RTC about the existence of GE just next to them. Now they're having the alert up and guarding over towards where GE shot before.
Looking like a bounce back around here for GE. RTC still in the game though with a full squad. And they are neighbors with GE. GE needs to push forward. They don't entirely have the circle. They'll take out cute Loki. Flash moving out now by SayCloud from afar. Long range exchange between Young Radicals and Justice Esports. Loki eliminated by Mana. And 2 more to go for Young Radicals to come in.
Curry I definitely love a bit of curry here right now. But when it comes to 63, Reserve Magazine doesn't look that yummy anymore. Same goes for Labukun. For North, at least he got plenty still, enough to fight against these teams. But the rest of RTC, they are running dry with their resources. This is super tough for them to sustain themselves if the circle shift all the way to itself.
Yeah, though we're at stage 9 coming soon, but those at the really edge will feel the wrath of the blue first. And we're talking about teams, Genesis Esports probably the closest one. Next is going to be RTC, but not too far away from each other. West gets knocked by RTC. Okay, so I wonder if they're prepared for RTC right now. That gives a bit of opening for Young Radicals to reset.
Explosion, collateral damage on Smile. West scary. Right now need to be carried over to be safe at all. And GE spot out YG players. YG be eliminated last, but RTC, can they execute this? Multiple times they're almost close enough to get those chicken in the top 4. But now is the time for them, seems to be a bit more high advantage and high elevation advantage and a clearer view to secure themselves the chicken. It's close enough for them.
Yeah, if they can take it out of Genesis Esports, that'll be a great story to tell. But Mane will not make it easy for Curry. Curry currently knocked. Me, waiting behind. Gimme. Okay, sees a couple of targets in front of him. But oh my goodness, did not manage to react in time, and Flash will punish him for that.
Oh, they had the advantage before. It was slightly handicapped on the side of GE, but RTC, they're too hesitant. Taking too much time to take advantage of what they had pushed before. And now Curry is down on the ground bleeding out. The players will force RTC, which down on only 2 players. GE, they're well experienced, got himself to eliminations already. It's all about execution here, but now fighting back, and GE still secures the chicken dinner. Unfortunately, HGC, they're so close of getting that.
Well, at least for fans of Genesis Esports, rejoice! As your favorite team, the double champions, they have scored the chicken dinner, and this is a big bounce back by them for the last game, because they had a tough day, but coming in the last game with the chicken dinner, at least they can sleep well tonight.
Yeah, but hopefully they will carry out the momentum until tomorrow as well, because it's going to be tough to go for a roller coaster ride, and it ended up quite a big one. No discredit regarding GE's chicken, of course, but when it comes to RTC, they're almost so close of getting that one.
Yeah, not gonna lie, right? That's the closest attempt today, at least for RTC, and at least they are on the rise, right? They're still consistent. They're still able to make their way up. They're still able to either gain placement points or elimination points in the rounds today. So still gotta give great work there by RTC. But we're gonna see the best moments here from GE's chicken dinner.
Monet, that's been a while. It's been a while. We actually see this guy for a longest time. I wish we can have him more. But 1,298 damage by Monet himself with 6 total elimination, 8 knockouts. He didn't secure all the eliminations from the knockouts. At least he got more than half of it with 4 total assists. 431 heal survival time. That's going to be the longest down there. JE, they've gone for quite a bit. Will they finally come back?
Slightly faster chicken dinner than the round before. The round before was 28 minutes-ish. Of course, 27 minutes, 59 seconds. We're very close to there. But for Genesis Esports, this is the chicken dinner that the fans will be waiting for. I'm sure the fans are surprised to see Genesis Esports on page number 2, but with the chicken dinner, they'll definitely boost themselves up to page number 1 finally. And let's see if they can continue to bring this momentum on to the following days, because it's all about the momentum here. As for our team, obviously it's still Genesis Esports. They scored the chicken dinner a total of 13 eliminations.
Yep, 13 knockouts, 13 eliminations. They actually scored every single knockout just now, so it was a clean execution coming out from them. When it comes to the last chicken dinner execution, it wasn't the easiest for them. They have the slight disadvantage when it comes to the terrain and those grounds, but due to their experience, they got themselves secure for the execution of that chicken dinner with total damage of 2,438 and total heals of 1,570. I mean, Genesis Esports is no stranger for us when it comes to getting the chickens, but seems to be a bit of a rare sight these days.
Yeah, but they're known as a team to be able to bounce back at least, and when they have a tough day, we've seen them before, they're able to rise back up to the occasion. So this is a great work by them to at least end the day with the chicken dinner, especially for the fans out there who have been voting for them. And Genesis Esports, besides Austria Esports, they were at number 2. Looking at some of the overall stats, travel distance not as much as before though, maybe because teams might have been eliminated before they're able to get into the circle, because last we saw a lot of teams were still on the outside circle when it hard shifted towards the north side where Water Dreamer was at.
Yep. Probables, at least there's a slight bump there. I mean, like the usual, we had around 240 to 250, not reaching the 300 market. But I wish the players actually utilize more the Probables. Maybe it's just difficult for them to loot up. We have very early engagement, scrappy fight early on. Maybe that's going to be the case. A lot of knockouts, more than the regular population of PUBG Mobile, thanks to Blue Zone, as well as the hard share of a circle just now from the flight path. But eliminations, why some of them being eliminated by the Blue Zone indeed. That's going to be a lot of change of the stats compared to the last one. But when it comes to the numbers of Probers, I wish tomorrow will be a different number entirely.
Yeah, because we will have a new group tomorrow. So let's see here. Some of the numbers for this round. So Genesis Esports got 23 points, Sin 12 points, so that's the double digit club. On the other hand though, God7, TTQ, and Austria Esports. So it looks like Austria Esports, they are not fans of the Miramar map.
Yeah, it's quite a rare sight for them to actually drop the ball entirely with a 0, but this given an opportunity for the teams like Harami, Braves, Fearless, of course. And like Fearless, they scored quite a number of eliminations there, plus the rank points, so did they finally close up the gap between them and Austria Esports? But don't forget about PBE too. I mean, like PBE, they do score a lot of eliminations, so like 4, other than, Austria actually ended up with a 0. Last time we saw the gap might down to only a couple of points or even be overtaken by Fearless right now at number 1 spot.
Yeah, because of this 0 by Austria Esports, that number 1 spot could be compromised. Okay, we get a confirmation now. Oh, not yet! It's still a 1 point difference between Austria Esports and FRL. Interesting. But for Harame Bros, they're up in the top 5. No chicken dinner, no problem for them to maintain their spot there at least the top 5. But for Genesis Esports, after scoring their chicken dinner, we'll welcome them onto the first half of the page.
I'm looking at a team that, other than Austria Esports, have the most eliminations up here. It's going to be PBE second to that. 37 total elimination for the entire day. They don't really care too much about their rank points. And speaking of chicken dinners, Harami Bro, the only team without the chickens on top of the top 8 here. But when it comes to the number of elimination, look at how much they scored. They have lesser rank points compared to all the teams in the top 8. And they even have it more when it comes to the eliminations. This is going to be 3 teams that's going to be the heavy hitters for now. Austria Esports, PBE, and Harame Bro. And at least for Harame Bro, we won't be looking at them tomorrow because they will have that break.
Yeah, so tomorrow as well, we'll be introducing a new group. So in case you guys are wondering, oh, where's my favorite team from the other group, which is Group E? Dread Esports, Goat Esports, Risk Guys, Good Game Esports, they'll be playing again tomorrow. So yeah, that's where we might see like new drop spots being challenged, because it's a reshuffle of the new week anyway, right? And it's been like 2 weeks, so we might see like drop spots being challenged, early fights happening tomorrow, especially when we start off the match inside of Sanhok. That normally happens anyway.
Yeah, but also when it comes to tomorrow, it begins super fun how the dynamic actually changes with the introduction of Group E later on, which can be how you mentioned just now. And it's gonna be a break time for Team Harome, Brave Strangers Esports time to kick in RTC. Unfortunately, RTC ended up before their pause. They ended up without finishing with the chicken. It was super close just now. Unfortunately, they didn't make it through.
Yep, but well, I'm sure they'll be back again later on. But tomorrow will be another day. Today, we're gonna wrap up the show. This is me, Sir Cloud, together with the amazing Choo Choo. We'll see you again tomorrow. Bye.